Section 1 of Little Journeys to the Homes of Eminent Orators. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Little Journeys to the Homes of Eminent Orators by Elbert Hubbard. Pericles, Part 1. When we agreed, O Aspasia, in the beginning of our loves, to communicate our thoughts by writing, even while we were both in Athens, and when we had many reasons for it, we little foresaw the more powerful one that has rendered it necessary of late. We never can meet again. The laws forbid it, and love itself enforces them. Let wisdom be heard by you as imperturbably, and affection as authoritatively as ever, and remember that the sorrow of Pericles can rise but from the bosom of Aspasia. There is only one word of tenderness we could say, which we have not yet said oftentimes before, and there is no consolation in it. The happy never say and never hear said farewell. And now, with the close of my day, when every light is dim and every guest departed, let me own that these wane before me, remembering as I do, in the pride and fullness of my heart, that Athens confided her glory, and Aspasia her happiness to me. Have I been a faithful guardian? Do I resign them to the custody of the gods, undiminished and unimpaired? Welcome, then, welcome my last hour. After enjoying for so great a number of years, in my public and private life, what I believe has never been the lot of any other, I now extend my hand to the urn, and take without reluctance or hesitation that which is the lot of all. Pericles to Aspasia. Once upon a day there was a grocer who lived in Indianapolis, Indiana. The grocer's name being Heinrich Schliemann, his nationality can be inferred, and as for pedigree, it is enough to state that his ancestors did not land at either Plymouth or Jamestown. However, he was an American citizen. Now this grocer made much moneys, for he sold groceries as were, and had a feed barn, a hay scales, a summer garden, and a lunch counter. In fact, his place of business was just the kind you would expect a strenuous man by the name of Schliemann to keep. Soon, Schliemann had men on the road, and they sold groceries as far west as Peoria and as far east as Xenia. Schliemann grew rich, and the opening up of Schliemann's division, where town lots were sold at auction, and Anheuser-Busch played an important part, helped his bank balance not a little. Schliemann grew rich, and the gentle reader, being clairvoyant, now sees Schliemann weighed on his own hay scales, and wanting everything in sight, tipping the beam at part of a ton. The expectation is that Schliemann will evolve into a large oval satrap, grow beautifully boastful and sublimely reminiscent, representing his ward in the Common Council until Pudge plus prunes him off in his prime. But this time the reader is wrong. Schliemann was tall, slender, and reserved, also taciturn. Groceries were not the goal. In fact, he had interests outside of Indianapolis that few knew anything about. When Schliemann was 38 years old, he was worth $500,000, and instead of making his big business still bigger, he was studying Greek. It was a woman in Eros taught Schliemann Greek, and this was so letters could be written, dictated by Eros, who they do say is an awful dictator, that would not be easily construed by Hoosier hoi polloi. Together, the woman and Schliemann studied the history of Hellas. About the year 1868, Schliemann turned all of his Indiana property into cash, and in April 1870 he was digging in the hill of Hisarlik Trode. The same faculty of thoroughness and the ability to captain a large business, managing men to his own advantage and theirs, made his work in Greece a success. Schliemann's discoveries at Mount Athos, Mycena, Ithaca, and Tiryns turned a searchlight upon prehistoric Hellas and revolutionized prevailing ideas concerning the rise and the development of Greek art. His Trojan treasures were presented to the city of Berlin. Had Schliemann given his priceless findings to Indianapolis, it would have made that city a sacred Mecca for all the Western world, set it apart, and caused James Whitcomb Riley to be a mere sideshow, inept, inconsequent, immaterial, and insignificant. But alas, Indianapolis never knew Schliemann when he lived there. They thought he was a Dutch grocer, and all the honors went to Benjamin Harrison, Governor Morton, and Thomas A. Hendricks. If the Indiana novelists would cease their dalliance with dame fiction and turn to truth, writing a simple record of the life of Schliemann, it would eclipse in strangeness all the knighthoods that ever were in flower, and Ben-Hur would get the flag in his Crawfordsville chariot race for fame. Berlin gave the freedom of the city to Schliemann. The Emperor of Germany bestowed on him a knighthood. The university voted him a Ph.D., Heidelberg made him a D.C.L., and St. Petersburg followed with an LL.D. The value of the treasure now in the Berlin Museum, found by Schliemann, exceeds by far the value of the Elgin marbles in the British Museum. We know and have always known who built the Parthenon and crowned the Acropolis, but not until Schliemann had by faith and good works removed the mountain of Hirschlich did we know that the Troy of which blind Homer sang was not a figment of the poet's brain. Schliemann showed us that 1,000 years before the age of Pericles there was a civilization almost as great. Aye, more than this, he showed us that the ancient city of Troy was built upon the ruins of a city that throve and pulsed with life and pride, 1,000 years or more before Thetis, the mother of Achilles, held her baby by the heel and dipped him in the river Styx. Schliemann passed to the realm of shade in 1890 and is buried in Athens in the Ceramicus in a grave excavated by his own hands in a search for the grave of Pericles. Pericles lived nearly 25 centuries ago. The years of his life were 66, during the last 31 of which, by popular acclaim, he was the first citizen of Athens. The age in which he lived is called the Age of Pericles. Shakespeare died less than 300 years ago, and although he lived in a writing age, and every decade since has seen a plethora of writing men, yet writing men are now bandying words as to whether he lived at all. Between us and Pericles lie 1,000 years of night, when style were stilled, pens forgotten, chisels thrown aside, brushes were useless, and oratory was silent, dumb. Yet we know the man Pericles quite as well as the popular mind knows George Washington, who lived but yesterday and with whom myth and fable have already played their part. Thucydides, a contemporary of Pericles, who outlived him by nearly half a century, wrote his life. Fortunately, Thucydides was big enough to himself to take the measure of a great man. At least 7 other contemporaries whose works we have in part wrote also of the first citizen. To Plutarch are we indebted for much of our knowledge of Pericles, and fortunately we are in position to verify much of Plutarch's gossipy chronicles. The vanishing point of time is seen in that Plutarch refers to Pericles as an ancient, and through the midst of years it hardly seems possible that between Plutarch and Pericles is a period of 500 years. Plutarch resided in Greece when Paul was at Athens, Corinth, and other Grecian cities. Later, Plutarch was at Miletus, about the same time St. Paul stopped there on his way to Rome to be tried for blasphemy, the same offense committed by Socrates and a sin charged, too, against Pericles. Nature punishes for most sins, but sacrilege, heresy, and blasphemy are not in her calendar, so man has to look after them. Plutarch visited Patmos, where St. John was exiled and where he wrote the book of Revelation. Plutarch was also at Malta by the sea, where St. Paul was shipwrecked, but so far as we know, he never heard of Paul, nor of him of whom, upon Mars Hill, Paul preached. Paul bears testimony that at Athens the people spent their time in nothing else but either to tell or to hear some new thing. They were curious as children, and had to be diverted and amused. They were the same people that Pericles had diverted, amused, and used without their knowing it, 500 years before. The gentle and dignified Anaxagoras, who abandoned all his property to the state that he might be free to devote himself to thought, was the first and best teacher of Pericles. Under his tutorship, better the companionship of this noble man, Pericles acquired that sublime self-restraint, that intellectual breadth, that freedom from superstition which marked his character. Superstitions are ossified metaphors, and back of every religious fallacy lies a truth. The gods of Greece were once men who fought their valiant fight and lived their day. The supernatural is the natural not yet understood. It is the natural seen through the mist of 1, 2, 3, 10, or 2,500 years, when things loom large and out of proportion, and all these things were plain to Pericles. Yet he kept his inmost belief to himself, and let the mob believe whate'er it list. Morley's book on compromise would not have appealed much to Pericles. His answer would have been, a man must do what he can and not what he would. Yet he was no vulgar demagogue truckling to the caprices of mankind, nor was he a tyrant who pitted his will against the many and subdued by a show of arms. For 30 years he kept peace at home, and if this peace was once or twice cemented by an insignificant foreign war, he proved thereby that he was abreast of Napoleon, who said, "The cure for civil dissension is war abroad." Pericles stands alone in his success as a statesman. It was Thomas Brackett Reed, I believe, who said, "A statesman is a politician who is dead." And this is a sober truth, for to reveal the statesman, perspective is required. Pericles built and maintained a state, and he did it, as every statesman must, by recognizing and binding to him ability. It is a fine thing to have ability, but the ability to discover ability in others is the true test. While Pericles lived, there also lived Aeschylus, Sophocles, Euripides, Pythagoras, Socrates, Herodotus, Zeno, Hippocrates, Pindar, Empedocles, and Democritus. Such a galaxy of stars has never been seen before nor since, unless we have it now, and Pericles was their one central sun. Pericles was great in many ways, great as an orator, musician, philosopher, politician, financier, and great and wise as a practical leader. Lovers of beauty are apt to be dreamers, but this man had the ability to plan, devise, lay out work, and carry it through to a successful conclusion. He infused others with his own animation and managed to set a whole city full of lazy people building a temple grander, far in its rich simplicity, than the world had ever seen. By his masterly eloquence and the magic of his presence, Pericles infused the Greeks with a passion for beauty and a desire to create. And no man can inspire others with a desire to create who has not taken sacred fire from the altar of the gods. The creative genius is the highest gift vouchsafed to man, and wherein man is likest God. The desire to create does not burn the heart of the serf, and only free people can respond to the greatest power ever given to any first citizen. In beautifying the city, there was a necessity for workers in stone, brass, iron, ivory, gold, silver, and wood. 6,000 of the citizens were under daily pay as jurors, to be called upon if their services were needed. Most of the other male adults were soldiers. Through the genius of Pericles and his generals, these men were set to work as masons, carpenters, braziers, goldsmiths, painters, and sculptors. Talent was discovered where before it was supposed there was none. Music found a voice, playwriters discovered actors, actors found an audience, and philosophy had a hearing. A theater was built, carved almost out of solid stone, that seated 10,000 people, and on the stage there was often heard a chorus of 1,000 voices. Physical culture developed the perfect body so that the Greek forms of that time are today the despair of the human race. The recognition of the sacredness of the temple of the soul was taught as a duty, and to make the body beautiful by right exercise and by right life became a science. The sculptor must have models approaching perfection, and the exhibition of the sculptor's work, together with occasional public religious processions of naked youths, kept before the people ideals superb and splendid. For several years everybody worked, carrying stone, hewing, tugging, lifting, carving. Up the steep road that led to the Acropolis was a constant procession carrying materials. So infused was everybody and everything with the work that a story is told of a certain mule that had hauled a cart in the endless procession. This worthy worker, who was sustained by neither pride of ancestry nor hope of posterity, finally became galled and lame and was turned out to die. But the mule did not die. Nothing dies until hope dies. That mule pushed his way back into the throng, and up and down he went, filled and comforted with the thought that he was doing his work, and all respected him and made way. If this story was invented by a comic poet of the time, devised by an enemy of Pericles, we see its moral and think no less of Pericles. To inspire a mule with a passion for work and loyalty in a great cause is no mean thing. So richly endowed was Pericles that he was able to appreciate the best not only in men, but in literature, painting, sculpture, music, architecture, and life as well. In him there was as near a perfect harmony as we have ever seen. In him all the various lines of Greek culture united, and we get the perfect man. Under the right conditions there might be produced a race of such men, but such a race never lived in Greece, and never could. Greece was a splendid experiment. Greece was God's finest plaything, devised to show what he could do. I have sometimes thought that comeliness of feature and fine physical proportions were a handicap to an orator. If a man is handsome, it is quite enough. Let him act as chairman and limit his words to stating the pleasure he has in introducing the speaker. No man in a full dress suit can sway 1,000 people to mingled mirth and tears, play upon their emotions and make them remember the things they have forgotten, drive conviction home, and change the ideals of a lifetime in an hour. The man in spotless attire with necktie mathematically adjusted is an usher. If too much attention to dress is in evidence, we at once conclude that the attire is first in importance and the message secondary. The orator is a man we hate, fear, or love, and we are curious to see. His raiment is incidental. The usher's clothes are vital. The attire of the usher may reveal the man, but not so the speaker. If our first impressions are disappointing, so much the better, provided the man is a man. The best thing in Winston Churchill's book, The Crisis, is his description of Lincoln's speech at Freeport. Churchill got that description from a man who was there. Where the issue was great, Lincoln was always at first a disappointment. His unkempt appearance, his awkwardness, his shrill voice, these things made people laugh. Then they were ashamed because they laughed. Then they pitied. Next followed surprise, and before they knew it, they were being wrapped round by words so gracious, so fair, so convincing, so free from prejudice, so earnest and so charged with soul that they were taken captive, bound hand and foot. Talmage, who knew his business, used to work this element of disappointment as an art. When the event was important and he wished to make a particularly good impression, he would begin in a very low sing-song voice, and in a monotonous manner, dealing in trite nothings for 5 minutes or more. His angular form would seem to take on more angles, and his homely face would grow more homely, if that were possible. Disappointment would spread itself over the audience like a fog. People would settle back in their pews, sigh, and determine to endure. And then suddenly the speaker would glide to the front, his great chest would fill, his immense mouth would open, and there would leap forth a sentence like a thunderbolt. Visitors at the Temple, London, will recall how Joseph Parker works the matter of surprise, and often piques curiosity by beginning his sermon to 2,000 people in a voice that is just above a whisper. One of the most impressive orators of modern times was John P. Altgeld, yet to those who heard him for the first time, his appearance was always a disappointment. Altgeld was so earnest and sincere, so full of his message, that he scorned all the tricks of oratory, but still he must have been aware that his insignificant form and commonplace appearance were a perfect foil for the gloomy, melancholy, and foreboding note of earnestness that riveted his words into a perfect whole. Over against the type of oratory represented by Altgeld, America has produced one orator who fascinated first by his personal appearance, next exasperated by his imperturbable calm, then disappointed through a reserve that nothing could baffle, and finally won through all three, more than by his message. This man was Roscoe Conkling, he of the Hyperion curls and Jove-like front. The chief enemy of Conklin, and he had a goodly list, was James G. Blaine, who once said of him, "He wins, like Pericles, by his grand and godlike manner, and knows it." In appearance and manners, Pericles and Conkling had much in common, but there the parallel stops. End of section 1. Section 2 of Little Journeys to the Homes of Eminent Orators. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Little Journeys to the Homes of Eminent Orators by Elbert Hubbard. Pericles, Part 2. Pericles appeared only on great occasions. We are told that in 20 years he was seen on the streets of Athens only once a year, and that was in going from his house to the assembly where he made his annual report of his stewardship. He never made himself cheap. His speeches were prepared with great care and must have been memorized. Before he spoke, he prayed the gods that not a single unworthy word might escape his lips. We are told that his manner was so calm, so well poised, that during his speech his mantle was never disarranged. In his speeches, Pericles never championed an unpopular cause. He never led a forlorn hope. He never flung reasons into the teeth of a mob. His addresses were the orderly, gracious words of eulogy and congratulation. He won the approval of his constituents often against their will, and did the thing he wished to do without giving offense. Thucydides says his words were like the honey of Hymettus, persuasion sat upon his lips. No man wins his greatest fame in that to which he has given most of his time. It's his side issue, the thing that he does for recreation, his heart's play spell, that gives him immortality. There is too much tension in that where all is staked, but in his leisure the pressure is removed, his heart is free, and judgment may for the time take a back seat. There was where Dean Swift picked his laurels. Although Pericles was the greatest orator of his day, yet his business was not oratory. Public speaking was to him merely incidental and accidental. He doubtless would have avoided it if he could. He was a man of affairs, a leader of practical men, and he was a teacher. He held his place by a suavity, gentleness, and gracious show of reasons unparalleled. In oratory, it is manner that wins, not words. One virtue Pericles had in such generous measure than that world yet takes note of it, and that is his patience. If interrupted in a speech, he gave way and never answered sharply, nor used his position to the other's discomfiture. In his speeches there was no challenge, no vituperation, no irony, no arraignment. He assumed that everybody was honest, everybody just, and that all men were doing what they thought was best for themselves and others. His enemies were not rogues, simply good men who were temporarily in error. He impeached no man's motives, but went much out of his way to give due credit. On one occasion, early in his public career, he was berated by a bully in the streets. Pericles made no answer, but went quietly about his business. The man followed him, continuing his abuse, followed him clear to the door of his house. It being dark, Pericles ordered one of his servants to procure a torch, light the man home, and see that no harm befell him. The splendor of his intellect and the sublime strength of his will are shown in that small things did not distress him. He was building the Parthenon and making Athens the wonder of the world. This was enough. The Greeks at their best were barbarians, at their worst slaves. The average intelligence among them was low, and the idea that they were such a wonderful people has gained a foothold simply because they are so far off. The miracle of it all is that such sublimely great men as Pericles, Phidias, Socrates, and Anaxagoras should have sprung from such a barbaric folk. The men just named were as exceptional as was Shakespeare in the reign of Elizabeth. That the masses had small appreciation of these men is proven in the fact that Phidias and Anaxagoras died in prison, probably defeating their persecutors by suicide. Socrates drank the cup of hemlock, and Pericles, the one man who had made Athens immortal, barely escaped banishment and death by diverting attention from himself to a foreign war. The charge against both Pericles and Phidias was that of sacrilege. They said that Pericles and Phidias should be punished because they had placed their pictures on a sacred shield. Humanity's job lot was in the saddle and sought to wound Pericles by attacking his dearest friends, so his old teacher Anaxagoras was made to die. His beloved helper Phidias, the greatest sculptor the world has ever known, suffered a like fate, and his wife Aspasia was humiliated by being dragged to a public trial where the eloquence of Pericles alone saved her from a malefactor's death, and it is said that this was the only time when Pericles lost his Olympian calm. The son of Pericles and Aspasia was one of 10 generals executed because they failed to win a certain battle. The scheme of beheading unsuccessful soldiers was not without its advantages, and in some ways is to be commended, but the plan reveals the fact that the Greeks had so little faith in their leaders that the threat of death was deemed necessary to make them do their duty. This son of Pericles was declared illegitimate by law, another law was passed declaring him legitimate, and finally his head was cut off, all as duly provided in the statutes. Doesn't this make us wonder what this world would have been without its lawmakers? The particular offense of Anaxagoras was that he said Jove occasionally sent thunder and lightning with no thought of Athens in mind. The same subject is up for discussion yet, but no special penalty is provided by the state as to conclusions. The citizens of Greece in the time of Pericles were given over to two things which were enough to damn any individual in any nation: idleness and superstition. The drudgery was done by slaves. The idea that a free citizen should work was preposterous. To be useful was a disgrace. For a time Pericles dissipated their foolish thought, but it kept cropping out. To speak disrespectfully of the gods was to invite death, and the philosophers who dared discuss the powers of nature or refer to a natural religion were safe only through the fact that their language was usually so garlanded with the flowers of poesy that the people did not comprehend its import. Very early in the reign of Pericles, a present of 40,000 bushels of wheat had been sent from the king of Egypt. At least it was called a present. Probably it was an exacted tribute. This wheat was to be distributed among the free citizens of Athens, and accordingly when the cargo arrived there was a fine scramble among the people to show that they were free. Everybody produced a certificate and demanded wheat. Some time before this, Pericles had caused a law to be passed providing that in order to be a citizen, a man must be descended from a father and a mother who were both Athenians. This law was aimed directly at Themistocles, the predecessor of Pericles, whose mother was an alien. It is true the mother of Themistocles was an alien, but her son was Themistocles. The law worked, and Themistocles was declared a Bastardicus and banished. Before unloading our tremaines of wheat, let the fact be stated that laws aimed at individuals are apt to prove boomerangs. "Thee should build no dark cells," said Elizabeth Fry to the King of France, "for thy children may occupy them." Some years after Pericles had caused this law to be passed defining citizenship, he loved a woman who had the misfortune to be born at Miletus. According to his own law, the marriage of Pericles to this woman was not legal. She was only his slave, not his wife. So finally, Pericles had to go before the people and ask for the repeal of the law that he had made in order that his own children might be made legitimate. Little men in shovel hats and knee breeches who hotly fume against the sin of a man marrying his deceased wife's sister are usually men whose wives are not deceased and have no sisters. The wheat arrived at the Piraeus and the citizens jammed the docks. The slaves wore sleeveless tunics. The Greeks were not much given to that absurd plan of cutting off heads. They simply cut off sleeves. This meant that the man was a worker. The rest affected sleeves so long that they could not work, somewhat after the order of the Chinese nobility, who wear their fingernails so long that they cannot use their hands. "To kill a bird is to lose it," said Thoreau. "To kill a man is to lose him," said the Greeks. "You should have your sleeves cut off," said some of the citizens to others, with a bit of acerbity, as they crowded the docks for their wheat. The talk increased, it became louder. Finally, it was proposed that the distribution of wheat should be deferred until every man had proved his pedigree. The ayes had it. The result was that on close scrutiny 5,000 supposed citizens had a blot on their scutcheon. The property of these 5,000 men was immediately confiscated and the men sold into slavery. The total number of free men, women, and children in the city of Athens was about 75,000, and of the slaves or helots about the same, making the total population of the city about 150,000. We have heard so much of the glory that was Greece and the grandeur that was Rome, that we are at times apt to think the world is making progress backward. But let us all stand erect and lift up our hearts in thankfulness that we live in the freest country the world has ever known. Wisdom is not monopolized by a few. Power is not concentrated in the hands of a tyrant. Knowledge need not express itself in cipher. To work is no longer a crime or disgrace. We have superstition yet, but it is toothless. We can say our say without fear of losing our heads or our sleeves. We may lose a few customers and some subscribers may cancel, but we are not in danger of banishment. And that attenuated form of ostracism which consists in neglecting to invite the offender to a 4 o'clock tea has no terrors. Bigotry is abroad, but it has no longer the power to throttle science. The empty threat of future punishment and the offer of reward are nothing to us, since we perceive they are offered by men who haven't these things to give. The idea of war and conquest is held by many, but concerning it we voice our thoughts and write our views, and the fact that we perceive and point out what we believe are fallacies, and brand the sins of idleness and extravagance, is proof that light is breaking in the east. If we can profit by the good that was in Greece and avoid the bad, we have the raw material here, if properly used, to make her glory fade into forgetfulness by comparison. Do not ask that the days of Greece shall come again. We now know that to live by the sword is to die by the sword, and the nation that builds on conquest builds on sand. We want no splendor fashioned by slaves, no labor driven by the lash, nor lured on through superstitious threat of punishment and offer of reward. We recognize that to own slaves is to be one. 10 men built Athens. The passion for beauty that these men had may be ours. Their example may inspire us, but to live their lives, we will none of them. Our lives are better. The best time the world has ever seen is now, and a better yet is sure to be. The night is past and gone. The light is breaking in the east. Womanhood was not held in high esteem in Greece. To be sure, barbaric Sparta made a bold stand for equality and almost instituted a gynocracy, but the usual idea was that a woman's opinion was not worth considering. Hence, the characteristics of the day made sly sport of the love of Pericles and Aspasia. These two were intellectual equals, comrades, and that all of Pericles' public speeches were rehearsed to her, as his enemies averred, is probably true. Aspasia has no time for society. She is busy writing a speech for her lord, said Aristophanes. Socrates used to visit Aspasia, and he gave it out as his opinion that Aspasia wrote the sublime ode delivered by Pericles on the occasion of his eulogy on the Athenian dead. The popular mind could not possibly comprehend how a great man could defer to a woman in important matters, and she be at once his wife, counselor, comrade, friend. Socrates, who had been taught by antithesis, understood it. The best minds of our day behold that Pericles was as sublimely great in his love affairs as he was in his work as architect and statesman. Life is a whole, and every man works his love up into life. His life is revealed in his work, and his love is mirrored in his life. For myself, I cannot see why the Parthenon may not have been a monument to a great and sublime passion, and the statue of Athena, its chief ornament, be the sacred symbol of a great woman greatly loved. So far as can be found, the term of courtesan applied by the mob to Aspasia came from the fact that she was not legally married to Pericles, and for no other reason. That their union was not legal was owing to the simple fact that Pericles, early in his career, had caused a law to be passed making marriage between an Athenian and an alien morganatic, very much as in England, for a time, the children of a marriage where one parent was a Catholic and the other a Protestant were declared by the state to be illegitimate. The act of Pericles in spreading a net for his rival and getting caught in it himself is a beautiful example of the truth of a bucolic maxim: chickens must generally come home to roost. Thucydides says that for 30 years Pericles never dined away from home but once. He kept out of crowds and was very seldom seen at public gatherings. The idea held by many was that a man who thus preferred his home and the society of a woman was either silly or bad, or both. Socrates, for instance, never went home as long as there was any other place to go, which reminds us of a certain American statesman who met a friend on the street, the hour being near midnight. "Where are you going, Bill?" asked the statesman. "Home," said Bill. "What?" said the statesman. "Haven't you any place to go?" The Athenian men spent their spare time in the streets and marketplaces. This was to them what the daily paper is to us. In his home life, Pericles was simple, unpretentious, and free from all extravagance. No charge could ever be brought against him that he was wasting the public money for himself. The beauty he materialized was for all. He held no court, had no carriages, equipage, nor guards, wore no insignia of office, and had no title save that of first citizen given him by the people. He is a supreme type of a man who, though holding no public office, yet ruled like a monarch, and best of all, ruled his own spirit. There is no government so near perfect as that of an absolute monarchy where the monarch is wise and just. Greece is a beautiful dream. Dreams do not endure, yet they are a part of life, no less than the practical deeds of the day. The glory of Greece could not last. Its limit was 30 years, one generation. The splendor of Athens was built on tribute and conquest, and the lesson of it all lies in this. For 30 years, Pericles turned the revenues of war into art, beauty, and usefulness. England spent more in her vain efforts to subjugate 2 little South African republics than Pericles spent in making Athens the wonder of the world. If Chamberlain and Salisbury had been the avatars of Pericles and Phidias, they would have used the $900 millions wasted in South Africa and the services of those 300,000 men, and done in England, aye, or done in South Africa, a work of harmony and undying beauty such as this tired earth had not seen since Phidias wrought and Pindar sang. And another thing, the 30,000 Englishmen sacrificed to the god of war, and the 10,000 Boers, dead in a struggle for what they thought was right, would now nearly all be alive and well, rejoicing in the contemplation of a harmony unparalleled and unsurpassed. During the last year, the United States has appropriated $400 million for war and war apparatus. Since 1897, we have expended about 3 times the sum named for war and waste. If there had been among us a Pericles who could have used the vast treasure in irrigating the lands of the West and building manual training schools where boys and girls would be taught to do useful work and make things beautiful, we could have made ancient Greece pale into forgetfulness beside the beauty we would manifest. When Pericles came into power, there was a union of the Greek states, formed with intent to stand against Persia, the common foe. A treasure had been accumulated at Delos by Themistocles, the predecessor of Pericles, to use in case of emergency. The ambition of Themistocles was to make Greece commercially supreme. She must be the one maritime power of the world. All the outlying islands of the Aegean Sea were pouring their tithes into Athens and Delos that they might have protection from the threatening hordes of Persia. Pericles saw that war was not imminent, and under the excuse of increased safety, he got the accumulated treasure moved from Delos to Athens. The amount of this emergency fund to us would be insignificant, a mere matter of, say, $2 million. Pericles used this money, or a portion of it at least, for beautifying Athens, and he did his wondrous work by maintaining a moderate war tax in a time of peace, using the revenue for something better than destruction and vaunting pride. But Pericles could not forever hold out against the mob at Athens and the hordes abroad. He might have held the hordes at bay, but disloyalty struck at him at home. His best helpers were sacrificed to superstition. His beloved helper, Phidias, was dead. War came. The population from the country flocked within the walls of Athens for protection. The pent-up people grew restless, sick. Pestilence followed, and administering to their needs, trying to infuse courage into his whimpering countrymen, bearing up under the disloyalty of his own sons, planning to meet the lesser foe without, Pericles grew aweary, nature flagged, and he was dead. From his death dates the decline of Greece. She has been 25 centuries dying and is not dead even yet. To Greece we go for consolation, and in her armless and headless marbles we see the perfect type of what men and women yet may be. Copies of her winged victory are upon 10,000 pedestals pointing us the way. England has her Chamberlain, Salisbury, Lord Bobs, Buller, and Kitchener. America has her Rough Riders, who bawl and boast, her financiers, and her promoters. In every city of America there is a Themistocles who can organize a trust of Delos and make the outlying islands pay tithes and tribute through an indirect tax on this and that. In times of alleged danger, all Kansans flock to arms and offer their lives in the interest of outraged humanity. These things are well, but where is the Pericles who can inspire men to give in times of peace what all are willing to give in the delirium of war, that is to say, themselves? We can Funstonize men into fighting machines, we can set half a nation licking stamps for strife, but where is the Pericles who can infuse the populace into paving streets, building good roads, planting trees, constructing waterways across desert sands, and crowning each rock-bibbed hill with a temple consecrated to love and beauty? We take our mules from their free prairies, huddle them in foul transports, and send them across wide oceans to bleach their bones upon the burning veldt. But where is the man who can inspire our mules with a passion to do their work, add their might to building a temple, and follow the procession unled, undriven, with neither curb nor lash, happy in the fond idea that they are part of all the seething life that throbs, pulses, and works for a universal good? England is today a country tied with crape. On the lintels of her doorposts there linger yet the marks of sprinkled blood. The guttural hurrahs of her coronation are mostly evoked by beer. Behind it all are fears and tears and a sorrow that will not be comforted. I never caused a single Athenian to wear mourning, truthfully said Pericles with his dying breath. Can the present prime ministers of earth say as much? That is the kind of leader America most needs today, a man who can do his work and make no man, woman, or child wear crape. The time is ripe for him. We await his coming. We are sick and tired of plutocrats who struggle and scheme but for themselves. We turn from loathing from the concrete selflessness of Newport and Saratoga. The clatter of arms and the blare of battle trumpets in time of peace are hideous to our ears. We want no wealth gained from conquest and strife. Ours is the richest country the world has ever known. Greece was a beggar compared with Iowa and Illinois, where nothing but honest effort is making small cities great. But we need a Pericles who shall inspire us to work for truth, harmony, and beauty, a beauty wrought for ourselves, and a love that shall perform such miracles that they will minister to the millions yet unborn. We need a Pericles. We need a Pericles. End of section 2.
Section 3 of Little Journeys to the Homes of Eminent Orators. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in June 2025. Little Journeys to the Homes of Eminent Orators by Elbert Hubbard. Mark Antony, Part 1. It is not long, my Antony, since with these hands I buried thee. Alas, they were then free, but thy Cleopatra is now a prisoner, attended by guard, lest in the transports of her grief she should disfigure this captive body, which is reserved to adorn the triumph over thee. These are the last offerings, the last honours she can pay thee, for she is now to be conveyed to a distant country. Nothing could part us while we lived, but in death we are to be divided. Thou, though a Roman, liest buried in Egypt, and I, an Egyptian, must be interred in Italy, the only favour I shall receive from thy country. Yet, if the gods of Rome have power or mercy left, for surely those of Egypt have forsaken us, let them not suffer me to be led in living triumph to thy disgrace. No, hide me with thee in the grave, for life, since thou hast left it, has been misery to me. Plutarch. The sole surviving daughter of the great King Ptolemy of Egypt, Cleopatra, was 17 years old when her father died. By his will the king made her joint heir to the throne with her brother Ptolemy, several years her junior. And according to the custom not unusual among royalty at that time, it was provided that Ptolemy should become the husband of Cleopatra. She was a woman, her brother a child. She had intellect, ambition, talent. She knew the history of her own country and that of Assyria, Greece, and Rome, and all the written languages of the world were to her familiar. She had been educated by the philosophers, who had brought from Greece the science of Pythagoras and Plato. Her companions had been men, not women or nurses or pious, pedantic priests. Through the veins of her young body pulsed and leaped life plus. She abhorred the thought of an alliance with her weak-chinned brother, and the ministers of state who suggested another husband, as a compromise, were dismissed with a look. They said she was intractable, contemptuous, unreasonable, and was scheming for the sole possession of the throne. She was not to be diverted even by ardent courtiers who were sent to her, and who lay in wait, ready with amorous sighs. She scorned them all. Yet she was a woman still, and in her dreams she saw the coming prince. She was banished from Alexandria. A few friends followed her, and an army was formed to force from the enemy her rights. But other things were happening. A Roman army came leisurely drifting in with the tide, and disembarked at Alexandria. The great Caesar himself was in command. A mere holiday, he said. He had intended to join the land forces of Mark Antony and help crush the rebellious Pompey, but Antony had done the trick alone, and only a few days before, word had come that Pompey was dead. Caesar knew that civil war was on in Alexandria, and being near, he sailed slowly in, sending messengers ahead warning both sides to lay down their arms. With him was the far-famed, invincible 10th Legion that had ravished Gaul. Caesar wanted to rest his men and, incidentally, to reward them. They took possession of the city without a blow. Cleopatra's troops laid down their arms, but Ptolemy's refused. They were simply chased beyond the walls, and their punishment was for a time deferred. Caesar took possession of the palace of the king, and his soldiers accommodated themselves in the houses, public buildings, and temples as best they could. Cleopatra asked for a personal interview that she might present her cause. Caesar declined to meet her. He understood the trouble. Many such cases he had seen. Claimants for thrones were not new to him. When two parties quarreled, both were right or wrong. It really mattered little. It is absurd to quarrel, still more foolish to fight. Caesar was a man of peace, and to keep the peace he would appoint one of his generals governor, and make Egypt a Roman colony. In the meantime he would rest a week or two, with the kind permission of the Alexandrians, and work upon his commentaries. No, he would not see either Cleopatra or Ptolemy. Any information desired he would get through his trusted emissaries. In the service of Cleopatra was a Sicilian slave who had been her personal servant since she was a little girl. This man's name was Apollodorus, a man of giant stature and imposing mien. 10 years before, his tongue had been torn out as a token that as he was to attend a queen, he should tell no secrets. Apollodorus had but one thought in life, and that was to defend his gracious queen. He slept at the door of Cleopatra's tent, a naked sword at his side, held in his clenched and brawny hand. And now, behold at dusk of day, the grim and silent Apollodorus, carrying upon his giant shoulders a large and curious rug, rolled up and tied round at either end with ropes. He approaches the palace of the king, and at the guarded gate hands a note to the officer in charge. This note gives information to the effect that a certain patrician citizen of Alexandria, being glad that the gracious Caesar had deigned to visit Egypt, sends him the richest rug that can be woven, done, in fact, by his wife and daughters, and held against this day, awaiting Rome's greatest son. The officer reads the note and orders a soldier to accept the gift and carry it within. Presents were constantly arriving. A sign from the dumb giant makes the soldier stand back. The present is for Caesar and can be delivered only in person. Lead and I will follow, were the words done in stern pantomime. The officer laughs, sends the note inside, and the messenger soon returning signifies that the present is acceptable, and the slave bearing it shall be shown in. Apollodorus shifts the burden to the other shoulder, and follows the soldier through the gate, up the marble steps, along the splendid hallway lighted by flaring torches, and lined with reclining Roman soldiers. At a door they pause an instant. There is a whispered word. They enter. The room is furnished as becomes the room that is the private library of the king of Egypt. In one corner, seated at the table, pen in hand, sits a man of middle age, pale, clean-shaven, with hair close cropped. His dress is not that of a soldier, it is the flowing white robe of a Roman priest. Only one servant attends this man, a secretary, seated near, who rises and explains that the present is acceptable and shall be deposited on the floor. The pale man at the table looks up, smiles a tired smile, and murmurs in a perfunctory way his thanks. Apollodorus, having laid his burden on the floor, kneels to untie the ropes. The secretary explains that he need not trouble, pray bear thanks, and again thanks, to his master, he need not tarry. The dumb man on his knees neither hears nor heeds. The rug is unrolled. From out the roll a woman leaps lightly to her feet, a beautiful young woman of 20. She stands there, poised, defiant, gazing at the pale-faced man seated at the table. He is not surprised. He never was. One might have supposed he received all his visitors in this manner. "Well," he says in a quiet way, half-smile parting his thin lips. The woman's breast heaves with tumultuous emotion. Just an instant. She speaks, and there is no tremor in her tones. Her voice is low, smooth, and scarcely audible. "I am Cleopatra." The man at the desk lays down his pen, leans back, and gently nods his head, as much as to say, indulgently, "Yes, my child, I hear. Go on." "I am Cleopatra, Queen of Egypt, and I would speak with thee alone." She paused, then, raising one jeweled arm, motions to Apollodorus that he shall withdraw. With a similar motion, the man at the desk signifies the same to his astonished secretary. Apollodorus went down the long hallway, down the stone steps, and waited at the outer gate amid the throng of soldiers. They questioned him, jibed him, railed at him, but they got no word in reply. He waited. He waited an hour, 2, and then came a messenger with a note written on a slip of parchment. The words ran thus: "Well-beloved Doris, veni vidi vici. Go fetch my maids, also all of our personal belongings." Standing alone by the slashed and stiffened corpse of Julius Caesar, Mark Antony says, "Thou art the ruins of the noblest man that ever lived in the tide of times." Caesar had two qualities that marked a man of supreme power. He was gentle and he was firm. To be gentle, generous, lenient, forgiving, and yet never relinquish the vital thing, this is to be great. To know when to be generous and when firm, this is wisdom. The first requisite in ruling others is to rule one's own spirit. The suavity, moderation, dignity, and wise diplomacy of Caesar led him by sure and safe steps from a lowly clerkship to positions of gradually increasing responsibility. At 37 he was elected Pontifex Maximus, the head of the state religion. Between pagan Rome and Christian paganism there is a small choice. All state religions are very much alike. Caesar was pope, and no state religion since his time has been an improvement on that of Caesar. In his habits Caesar was ascetic, a scholar by nature. He was tall, slender, and in countenance sad. For the intellect nature had given him, she had taken toll by cheating him in form and feature. He was deliberate and of few words. He listened in a way that always first complimented the speaker and then disconcerted him. By birth he was a noble, and by adoption one of the people. He was both plebeian and patrician. His military experience had been but slight, though creditable, and his public addresses were so few that no one claimed he was an orator. He had done nothing of special importance, and yet the feeling was everywhere that he was the greatest man in Rome. The nobles feared him, trembling at thought of his displeasure. The people loved him. He called them "my children." Caesar was head of the church, but politically there were two other strong leaders in Rome, Pompey and Crassus. These two men were rich, and each was at the head of a large number of followers whom he had armed as militia for the defense of state. Caesar was poor in purse and could not meet them in their own way, even if so inclined. He saw the danger of these rival factions. Strife between them was imminent, street fights were common, and it would require only a spark to ignite the tinder. Caesar the pontiff, the man of peace, saw a way to secure safety for the state from these two men who had armed their rival legions to protect it. To secure this end he would crush them both. The natural way to do this would have been to join forces with the party he deemed the stronger and down the opposition. But this done, the leader with whom he had joined forces would still have to be dealt with. Caesar made peace between Pompey and Crassus by joining with them, forming a triumvirate. This was one of the greatest strokes of statecraft ever devised. It made peace at home, averted civil war, cemented rival factions. When three men join forces, make no mistake, power is never equally divided. Before the piping times of peace could pall, a foreign war diverted attention from approaching difficulties at home. The Gauls were threatening. They were always threatening. War could be had with them any time by just pushing out upon them. To the south, Sicily, Greece, Persia, and Egypt had been exploited. Fame and empire lay in the dim and unknown north. Only a Caesar could have known this. He had his colleagues make him governor of Gaul. Gaul was a troublesome place to be, and they were quite willing he should go there. For a priest to go among the fighting Gauls, they smiled and stroked their chins. Gaul had definite boundaries on the south, the Rubicon marked the line, but on the north it was without limit. Real estate owners own as high in the air and as deep in the earth as they wish to go. Caesar alone guessed the greatness of Gaul. Under pretense of protecting Rome from a threatened invasion, he secured the strongest legions of Pompey and Crassus. Combining them into one army, he led them northward to such conquest and victory as the world had never before seen. It is not for me to tell the history of Caesar's Gallic wars. Suffice it to say that in 8 years he had penetrated what is now Switzerland, France, Germany, and England. Everywhere he left monuments of his greatness in the way of splendid highways, baths, aqueducts, and temples. Colonies of settlers from the packed population of Rome followed the victors. An army left to itself after conquest will settle down to riot and mad surfeit, but this man kept his forces strong by keeping them at work. Discipline was never relaxed, yet there was such kindness and care for his men that no mutiny ever made head. Caesar became immensely rich. His debts were now all paid. The treasure returned to Rome did the general coffers fill. His name and fame were blazoned on the Roman streets. When he returned, he knew, and had always known, he would be as a conquering hero. Pompey and Crassus did not wish Caesar to return. He was still governor of Gaul and should stay there. They made him governor. He must do as they required. They sent him his orders. "The die is cast," said Caesar on reading the message. Immediately he crossed the Rubicon. An army fights for a leader, not a cause. The leader's cause is theirs. Caesar had led his men to victory, and he had done it with a comparatively small degree of danger. He never made an attack until every expedient for peace was exhausted. He sent word to each barbaric tribe to come in and be lovingly annexed, or else be annexed willy-nilly. He won, but through diplomacy where it was possible. When he did strike, it was quickly, unexpectedly, and hard. The priest was as great a strategist as he was a diplomat. He pardoned his opposers when they would lay down their arms. He wanted success, not vengeance. But always he gave his soldiers the credit. They were loyal to him. Pompey and Crassus could not oppose a man like this. They fled. Caesar's most faithful and trusted colleague was Mark Antony, 17 years his junior, a slashing, dashing, audacious, exuberant fellow. Caesar became dictator, really king or emperor. He ruled with moderation, wisely and well. He wore the purple robe of authority, but refused the crown. He was honored, revered, beloved. The habit of the pontiff still clung to him. He called the people "my children." The imperturbable calm of the man of God was upon him. His courage was unimpeachable, but caution preserved him from personal strife. That he could ever be approached by one and all was his pride. But clouds were beginning to gather. He had pardoned his enemies, but they had not forgiven him. There were whisperings that he was getting ready to assume the office of emperor. At a certain parade, when Caesar sat upon the raised seat, reviewing the passing procession, Mark Antony, the exuberant, left his place in the ranks and, climbing to the platform, tried to crown his beloved leader with laurel. Caesar had smilingly declined the honor amid the plaudits of the crowd. Some said this whole episode was planned to test the temper of the populace. Another cause of offense was that, some time before, Caesar had spent several months in Alexandria at the court of Cleopatra. And now the young and beautiful queen had arrived in Rome, and Caesar had appeared with her at public gatherings. She had with her a boy, 2 years old, by name Cesario. This Egyptian child, said the conspirators, was to be the future emperor of Rome. To meet this accusation, Caesar made his will and provided that his grandnephew, Octavius Caesar, should be his adopted son and heir. But this was declared a ruse. The murmurings grew louder. 60 senators combined to assassinate Caesar. The high position of these men made them safe. By standing together, they would be secure. Caesar was warned, but declined to take the matter seriously. He neither would arm himself nor allow guards to attend him. On the 15th of March B.C. 44, as Caesar entered the Senate, the rebels crowded upon him under the pretense of handing him a petition, and at a sign fell upon him. 23 of the conspirators got close enough to send their envious daggers home. Brutus dipped his sword in the flowing blood, and waving the weapon aloft, cried, "Liberty is restored." 2 days later, Mark Antony, standing by the dead body of his beloved chief, sadly mused, "Thou art the ruins of the noblest man that ever lived in the tide of times." Caesar died aged 56. Mark Antony, his executor, occupying the office next in importance, was 39. In point of physique, Mark Antony far surpassed Caesar. They were the same height, but Antony was almost heroic in stature and carriage, muscular and athletic. His face was comely, his nose large and straight, his eyes set wide apart, his manner martial. If he lacked in intellect, in appearance he held averages good. Antony had occupied the high offices of quaestor and tribune, the first calling for literary ability, the second for skill as an orator. Caesar, the wise and diplomatic, had chosen Mark Antony as his Secretary of State on account of his peculiar fitness, especially in representing the government at public functions. Antony had a handsome presence, a gracious tongue, and was a skilled and ready writer. Caesar himself was too great a man to be much in evidence. In passing, it is well to note that all the tales as to the dissipation and profligacy of Mark Antony in his early days come from the Philippics of Cicero, who made the mistake of executing Lentulus, the stepfather of Mark Antony, and then felt called upon forever after to condemn the entire family. Philippics are always a form of self-vindication. However, it need not be put forward that Mark Antony was by any means a paragon of virtue, a man who has been successively and successfully soldier, lawyer, politician, judge, rhetorician, and diplomat, is what he is. Rome was the ruler of the world. Caesar was the undisputed greatest man of Rome, and Mark Antony was the right hand of Caesar. At the decisive battle of Pharsalia, Caesar had chosen Mark Antony to lead the left wing, while he himself led the right. More than once Mark Antony had stopped the Roman army in its flight, and had turned defeat into victory. In the battle with Aristobulus he was the first to scale the wall. His personal valor was beyond cavil. He had distinguished himself in every battle in which he had taken part. It was the first intent of the conspirators that Caesar and Antony should die together, but the fear was that the envious hate of the people towards Caesar would be neutralized by the love the soldiers bore both Caesar and Antony. So they counted on the cupidity and ambition of Antony to keep the soldiers in subjection. Antony was kept out of the plot, and when the blow was struck, he was detained at his office by pretended visitors who wanted a hearing. When news came to him that Caesar was dead, he fled, thinking that massacre would follow. But the next day he returned and held audience with the rebels. Antony was too close a follower of Caesar to depart from his methods. Naturally he was hasty and impulsive, but now everything he did was in imitation of the great man he had loved. Caesar always pardoned. Antony listened to the argument of Brutus that Caesar had been removed for the good of Rome. Brutus proposed that Antony should fill Caesar's place as consul or nominal dictator, and in return Brutus and Cassius were to be made governors of certain provinces. Amnesty was to be given to all who were in the plot. Antony agreed, and at once the assembly was called and a law passed tendering pardon to all concerned. Thus was civil war averted. Caesar was dead, but Rome was safe. The funeral of Caesar was to occur the next day. It was to be the funeral of a private citizen. The honor of a public funeral pyre was not to be his. Brutus would say a few words, and Antony, as the closest friend of the dead, would also speak. The body would be buried, and all would go on in peace. Antony had done what he had because it was the only thing he could do. To be successor of Caesar filled his ambition to the brim, but to win the purple by a compromise with the murderers, it turned his soul to gall. At the funeral of Caesar, the forum was crowded to every corner with a subdued, dejected, breathless throng. People spoke in whispers. No one felt safe. The air was stifled and poisoned with fear and fever. Brutus spoke first. We do not know his exact words, but we know the temper of the man and his mental attitude. Mark Antony had kept the peace, but if he could only feel that the people were with him, he would drive the 60 plotting conspirators before him like chaff before the whirlwind. He would then be Caesar's successors because he had avenged his death. The orator must show no passion until he has aroused passions in the hearer. Oratory is a collaboration. The orator is the active principle, the audience the passive. Mark Antony, the practiced orator, begins with simple propositions to which all agree. Gradually he sends out quivering feelers. The response returns. He continues. The audience answers back. He plays upon their emotion, and soon only one mind is supreme, and that is his own. We know what he did and how he did it, but his words are lost. Shakespeare, the man of imagination, supplies them. The plotters have made their defense. It is accepted. Antony too defends them. He repeats that they are honorable men, and to reiterate that a man is honorable is to admit that possibly he is not. The act of defense implies guilt, and to turn defense into accusation through pity and love for the one wronged is the supreme task of oratory. From love of Caesar to hate for Brutus and Cassius is but a step. Panic takes the place of confidence among the conspirators. They slink away. The spirit of the mob is uppermost. The only honor left to Caesar is the funeral pyre. Benches are torn up, windows pulled from their fastenings, every available combustible is added to the pile, and the body of Caesar, he alone calm and untroubled amid all this mad mob, is placed upon this improvised throne of death. Torches flare, and the pile is soon in flames. Night comes on, and the same torches that touch to red the funeral couch of Caesar hunt out the houses of the conspirators who killed him. But the conspirators have fled. One man is supreme, and that man is Mark Antony. End of section 3. Section 4 of Little Journeys to the Homes of Eminent Orators. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in June 2025. Little Journeys to the Homes of Eminent Orators by Elbert Hubbard. Mark Antony, Part 2. To maintain a high position requires the skill of a harlequin. It is an abnormality that any man should long tower above his fellows. For a few short weeks, Mark Antony was the pride and pet of Rome. He gave fêtes, contests, processions, and entertainments of lavish kind. These things are pleasant, but they have to be paid for, said Cicero. Then came from Illyria Octavius Caesar, aged 19, the adopted son of Caesar the Great, and claimed his patrimony. Antony laughed at the stripling, and thought to bribe him with a fête in his honor and a promise, and in the meantime a clerkship where there was no work to speak of, and pay in inverse ratio. The boy was weak in body and commonplace in mind. In way of culture he had been overtrained, but he was stubborn. Mark Antony lived so much on the surface of things that he never imagined there was a strong party pushing the young Augustus forward. Finally Antony became impatient with the importuning young man, and threatened to send him on his way with a guard at his heels to see that he did not return. At once a storm broke over the head of Antony. It came from a seemingly clear sky. Antony had to flee, not Octavius. The soldiers of the great Caesar had been remembered in his will with 75 drachmas to every man, and the will must stand or fall as an entirety. Caesar had provided that Octavius should be his successor. This will must be respected. Cicero was the man who made the argument. The army was with the will of the dead man, rather than with the ambition of the living. Antony fled, but gathered a goodly army as he went, intending to return. After some months of hard times, passion cooled, and Antony, Octavius, and Lepidus, the chief general of Octavius, met in the field for consultation. Swayed by the eloquence of Antony, who was still full of the precedents of the great Caesar, a triumvirate was formed, and Antony, Octavius, and Lepidus coolly sat down to divide the world between them. One strong argument that Antony used for the necessity of this partnership was that Brutus and Cassius were just across in Macedonia, waiting and watching for the time when civil war would so weaken Rome that they could step in and claim their own. Brutus and his fellow conspirators must be punished. In 2 years from that time they had performed their murderous deed. Cassius was killed at his own request by his servant, and Brutus had fallen on his sword to escape the sword of Mark Antony. In the stress of defeat and impending calamity, Mark Antony was a great man. He could endure anything but success. But now there were no more enemies to conquer. Unlike Caesar the Great, he was no scholar, so books were not a solace. To build up and beautify a great state did not occur to him. His camp was turned into a place of mad riot and disorder. Harpers, dancers, buffoons, and all the sodden splendor of the East made the nights echo with shouts, sacrifices, songs, and groans. When Antony entered Ephesus, the women went out to meet him in the undress of bacchanals, while troops of naked boys representing Cupids and men clothed like satyrs danced at the head of the procession. Everywhere were ivy crowns, spears wreathed with green, and harps, flutes, pipes, and human voices sang songs of praise to the great god Bacchus, for such Antony liked to be called. Antony knew that between Cleopatra and Caesar there had been a tender love. All the world that Caesar ruled, Antony now ruled, or thought he did. In the intoxication of success, he too would rule the heart that the great Caesar had ruled. He would rule this proud heart, or he would crush it beneath its heel. He dispatched Dellius, his trusted secretary, to Alexandria, summoning the queen to meet him at Sicilia, and give answer as to why she had given succor to the army of Cassius. The charge was preposterous, and if sincere, shows the drunken condition of Antony's mind. Cleopatra loved Caesar. He was to her the king of kings, the one supreme and godlike man of earth. Her studious and splendid mind had matched his own. This cold, scholarly man of 52 had been her mate, the lover of her soul. Scarcely 5 short years before, she had attended him on his journey as he went away, and there on the banks of the Nile as they parted, her unborn babe responded to the stress of parting, no less than she. Afterward she had followed him to Rome that he might see his son, Caesario. She was in Rome when Brutus and Cassius struck their fatal blows, and had fled, disguised, her baby in her arms, refusing to trust the precious life in the hands of hirelings. And now that she should be accused of giving help to the murderer of her joy? She had execrated and despised Cassius, and now she hated no less the man who had wrongfully accused her. But he was dictator, his summons must be obeyed. She would obey him, but she would humiliate him. Antony waited at Cilicia on the day appointed, but Cleopatra did not appear. He waited 2 days, 3, and very leisurely up the river the galleys of Cleopatra came. But she did not come as suppliant. Her curiously carved galley was studded with nails of gold, the oars were all tipped with silver, the sails were of purple silk. The rowers kept time to the music of flutes. The queen, in the gauzy dress of Venus, reclined under a canopy, fanned by cupids. Her maids were dressed like the Graces, and fragrance of burning incense diffused the shores. The whole city went down the river to meet this most gorgeous pageant, and Antony the Proud was left at the tribunal alone. On her arrival, Cleopatra sent official word of her presence. Antony sent back word that she should come to him. She responded that if he wished to see her, he should call and pay his respects. He went down to the riverside and was astonished at the dazzling, twinkling lights and all the magnificence that his eyes beheld. Very soon he was convinced that in elegance and magnificence he could not cope with this Egyptian queen. The personal beauty of Cleopatra was not great. Many of her maids outshone her. Her power lay in her wit and wondrous mind. She adapted herself to conditions, and on every theme and topic that the conversation might take she was at home. Her voice was marvellously musical, and was so modulated that it seemed like an instrument of many strings. She spoke all languages, and therefore had no use for interpreters. When she met Antony, she quickly took the measure of the man. She fell at once into his coarse soldier ways, and answered him jest for jest. Antony was at first astonished, then subdued, next entranced. A woman who could be the comrade of a man she had never seen before. She had the intellect of a man, and all the luscious weaknesses of a woman. Cleopatra had come hating this man Antony, and to her surprise she found him endurable, and more. Besides that, she had cause to be grateful to him. He had destroyed those conspirators who had killed her Caesar, her King of Kings. She ordered her retinue to make ready to return. The prows were turned toward Alexandria, and aboard the galley of the Queen, beneath the silken canopy, at the feet of Cleopatra, reclined the great Mark Antony. The subject is set forth in Byron's masterly phrase, "Man's love is of man's life a thing apart. 'Tis woman's whole existence." Still, I suppose it will not be disputed that much depends upon the man and the woman. In this instance, we have a strong, willful, ambitious, and masculine man. Up to the time he met Cleopatra, love was of his life a part. After this, it was his whole existence. When they first met there at Cilicia, Antony was past 40, she was 25. Plutarch tells us that Fulvia, the wife of Antony, an earnest and excellent woman, had tried to discipline him. The result was that instead of bringing him over to her way of thinking, she had separated him from her. Cleopatra ruled the man by entwining her spirit with his, mixing the very fibers of their being, fastening her soul to his with hoops of steel. She became a necessity to him, part and parcel of the fabric of his life. Together they attended to all the affairs of state. They were one in all the games and sports. The exuberant animal spirits of Antony occasionally found vent in roaming the streets of Alexandria at dead of night, rushing into houses and pulling people out of bed, and then absconding before they were all well awake. In these nocturnal pranks, Cleopatra often attended him, dressed like a boy. Once they got well pummeled, and deservedly, but they stood the drubbing rather than reveal their identity. The story of their fishing together and Antony making all the catch has been often told. He had a skilful diver go down every now and then and place a fish on his hook. Finally, when he grew beautifully boastful, as successful fishermen are apt to do, Cleopatra had her diver go down and attach a large Newfoundland salt codfish to his hook, which, when pulled up before the company, turned the laugh, and, in the guise of jest, taught the man a useful lesson. Antony should have known better than to try to deceive a woman like that. Other men have tried it before and since. But all this horseplay was not to the higher taste of Cleopatra. With Caesar she would never have done it. It is the man who gives the key to conduct in marriage, not the woman. The partnership is successful only as a woman confirms her life to his. If she can joyfully mingle her life with his, destiny smiles in benediction, and they become necessary to each other. If she grudgingly gives, conforming outwardly with mental reservations, she droops, and spirit flagellates the body until it sickens, dies. If she holds out firmly upon principle, intent on preserving her individuality, the man, if small, sickens and dies. If great, he finds companionship elsewhere, and leaves her to develop her individuality alone, which she never does. One of three things happen to her: she dies, lapses into nullity, or finds a mate whose nature is sufficiently like her own that they can blend. Cleopatra was a greater woman, far, than Antony was a man. But she conformed her life to his and counted it joy. She was capable of better things, but she waived them all, as strong women do and have done since the world began. Love is woman's whole existence. Sometimes. But love was not Cleopatra's whole existence, any more than it is the sole existence of the silken Sarah, whose prototype she was. Cleopatra loved power first, afterward she loved love. By attaching to herself a man of power, both ambitions were realized. 2 years had gone by, and Antony still remained at Alexandria. Importunities, requests, and orders had all failed to move him to return. The days passed in the routine affairs of state, hunting, fishing, excursions, fetes, and games. Antony and Cleopatra were not separated night or day. Suddenly, news of serious import came. Fulvia and Lucius, the brother of Antony, had rebelled against Caesar and had gathered an army to fight him. Antony was sore distressed and started at once to the scene of the difficulty. Fulvia's side of the story was never told, for before Antony arrived in Italy she was dead. Octavius Caesar came out to meet Antony, and they met as friends. According to Caesar, the whole thing had been planned by Fulvia as a scheme to lure her lord from the arms of Cleopatra. And anyway, the plan had worked. The triumvirate still existed, although Lepidus had practically been reduced to the rank of a private citizen. Antony and Caesar would now rule the world as one, and to cement the bond, Antony should take the sister of Octavius to wife. Knowing full well the relationship of Antony and Cleopatra, she consented to the arrangement, and the marriage ceremony was duly performed. Antony was the head of the Roman army, and to a great degree the actual ruler. Power was too unequally divided between him and Caesar for either to be happy. They quarrelled like boys at play. Antony was restless, uneasy, impatient. Octavia tried to keep the peace, but her kindly offices only made matters worse. War broke out between Rome and certain tribes in the east, and Antony took the field. Octavia importuned her liege that she might attend him, and he finally consented. She went as far as Athens, then across to Macedonia, and here Antony sent her home to her brother that she might escape the dangers of the desert. Antony followed the enemy down to Syria, and there sent for Cleopatra, that he might consult with her about joining the forces of Egypt with those of Rome to crush the barbarians. Cleopatra came on, the consultation followed, and it was decided that when Caesar the Great, the godlike man whose memory they mutually revered, said, "War is a foolish business," he was right. They would let the barbarians slide. If they deserved punishment, the gods would look after the case. If the barbarians did not need punishment, then they should go free. Tents were struck, pack-camels were loaded, horses were saddled, and the caravan started for Alexandria. By the side of the camel that carried the queen quietly stepped the proud barb that bore Mark Antony. Cleopatra and Antony ruled Egypt together for 14 years. The country had prospered, even in spite of the extravagance of its governors, and the Egyptians had shown a pride in their Roman ruler, as if he had done them great honor to remain and be one with them. Caesarea was approaching manhood. His mother's heart was centering her ambition in him. She called him her King of Kings, the name she had given to his father. Antony was fond of the young man, and put him forward at public fetes, even in advance of Cleopatra, his daughter, and Alexander and Ptolemy, his twin boys by the same mother. In playful paraphrase of Cleopatra, Antony called her the Queen of Kings, and also the Mother of Kings. Word reached Rome that these children of Cleopatra were being trained as if they were to rule the world. Perhaps it was so to be. Octavius Caesar scowled. For Antony to wed his sister and then desert her, and bring up a brood of barbarians to menace the state, was a serious offense. An order was sent commanding Antony to return, requests and prayer all having proved futile and fruitless. Antony had turned into 50. His hair and beard were whitening with the frost of years. Cleopatra was near 40, devoted to her children, being their nurse, instructor, teacher. The books refer to the life of Antony and Cleopatra as being given over to sensuality, licentiousness, profligacy. Just a word here to state this fact. Sensuality alone sickens and turns to satiety ere a single moon has run her course. Sensuality was a factor in the bond, because sensuality is a part of life. But sensuality alone soon separates a man and a woman. It does not long unite. The bond that united Antony and Cleopatra cannot be disposed of by either the words sensuality or licentiousness. Some other term here applies. Make it what you wish. A copy of Antony's will had been stolen from the Alexandria archives and carried to Rome by traitors in the hope of personal reward. Caesar read the will to Senate. One clause of it was particularly offensive to Caesar. It provided that on the death of Antony, wherever it might occur, his body should be carried to Cleopatra. The will also provided that the children of Cleopatra should be provided for first, and afterward the children of Fulvia and Octavia. The Roman Senate heard the will and declared Mark Antony an outlaw, a public enemy. Ere long Caesar himself took the field, and the Roman legions were pressing down upon Egypt. The renegade Mark Antony was fighting for his life. For a time he was successful, but youth was no longer his, the spring had gone out of his veins, and pride and prosperity had pushed him toward fatty degeneration. His soldiers lost faith in him and turned to the powerful name of Caesar, a name to conjure with. A battle had been arranged between the fleet of Mark Antony and that of Caesar. Mark Antony stood upon a hillside overlooking the sea, and saw the valiant fleet approach, in battle array, the ships of the enemy. The two fleets met, hailed each other in friendly manner with their oars, turned, and together sailed away. On shore the cavalry had done the same as the soldiers on the sea. The infantry were routed. Mark Antony was undone. He made his way back to the city, and as usual sought Cleopatra. The palace was deserted, save for a few servants. They said that the queen had sent the children away some days before, and she was in the mausoleum. To the unhappy man this meant that she was dead. He demanded that his one faithful valet, known by the fanciful name of Eros, should keep his promise and kill him. Eros drew his sword, and Antony bared his breast, but instead of striking the sword into the vitals of his master, Eros plunged the blade into his own body, and fell at his master's feet. At which Mark Antony exclaimed, "This was well done, Eros. Thy heart would not permit thee to kill thy master, but thou hast set him an example." So saying, he plunged his sword into his bowels. The wound was not deep enough to cause immediate death, and Antony begged the gathered attendants to kill him. Word had been carried to Cleopatra, who had moved into her mausoleum for safety. This monument and tomb had been erected some years before. It was made of square blocks of solid stone, and was the stoutest building in Alexandria. While Antony was outside the walls fighting, Cleopatra had carried into this building all of her jewelry, plate, costly silks, gold, silver, pearls, her private records and most valuable books. She had also carried into the mausoleum a large quantity of flax and several torches. The intent was that, if Antony was defeated and the city taken by Caesar, the conqueror should not take the queen alive, neither should he have her treasure. With her 2 women, Iris and Charmian, she entered the tomb, all agreeing that when the worst came, they would fire the flax and die together. When the queen heard that Antony was at death's door, she ordered that he should be brought to her. He was carried on a litter to the iron gate of the tomb, but she, fearing treachery, would not unbar the door. Cords were let down from a window above, and the queen and her 2 women, with much effort, drew the sorely stricken man up and lifted him through the window. Cleopatra embraced him, calling him her lord, her life, her king, her husband. She tried to stanch his wound, but the death rattle was already in his throat. "Do not grieve," he said. "Remember our love. Remember, too, I fought like a Roman and have been overcome only by a Roman." And so, holding him in her arms, Antony died. When Caesar heard that his enemy was dead, he put on mourning for the man who had been his comrade and colleague, and sent messengers of condolence to Cleopatra. He set apart a day for the funeral and ordered that the day should be sacred, and Cleopatra should not be disturbed in any way. Cleopatra prepared the body for burial with her own hands, dug the grave alone, and with her women laid the body to rest, and she alone gave the funeral address. Caesar was gentle, gracious, kind. Assurances came that he would do neither the city nor the queen the slightest harm. Cleopatra demanded Egypt for her children, and for herself she wished only the privilege of living with her grief in obscurity. Caesar would make no promises for her children, but as for herself she should still be queen. They were of one age. Why should not Caesar and Cleopatra still rule, just as, indeed, a Caesar had ruled before? But this woman had loved the great Caesar, and now her heart was in the grave with Mark Antony. She scorned the soft, insinuating promises. She clothed herself in her most costly robes, wearing the pearls and gems that Antony had given her, and upon her head was the diadem that proclaimed her queen. A courier from Caesar's camp knocked at the door of the mausoleum, but he knocked in vain. Finally, a ladder was procured, and he climbed to the window through which the body of Antony had been lifted. In the lower room he saw the queen seated in her golden chair of state, robed and serene, dead. At her feet lay Iris, lifeless. The faithful Charmian stood as if in waiting at the back of her mistress's chair, giving a final touch to the diadem that sat upon the coils of her lustrous hair. The messenger from Caesar stood in the door aghast. Order had been given that Cleopatra should not be harmed, neither should she be allowed to harm herself. Now she had escaped. "Charmian," called the man in stern rebuke, "how was this done?" "Done, sir," said Charmian, "as became a daughter of the king of Egypt." As the woman spoke the words, she reeled, caught at the chair, fell, and was dead. Some said these women had taken a deadly poison invented by Cleopatra and held against this day. Others still hold of how a countryman had brought a basket of figs by appointment, covered over with green leaves, and in the basket was hidden an asp, the deadliest of serpents. Cleopatra had placed the asp in her bosom, and the other women had followed her example. Caesar, still wearing mourning for Mark Antony, went into retirement, and for 3 days refused all visitors. But first he ordered that the body of Cleopatra, clothed as she had died, in her royal robes, should be placed in the grave beside the body of Mark Antony. And it was so done. End of section 4.
Section 5 of Little Journeys to the Homes of Eminent Orators. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Little Journeys to the Homes of Eminent Orators by Elbert Hubbard. Savonarola, Part 1. Some have narrowed their minds and so fettered them with the chains of antiquity that not only do they refuse to speak save as the ancients spake, but they refuse to think save as the ancients thought. God speaks to us too, and the best thoughts are those now being vouchsafed to us. We will excel the ancients. Savonarola. The wise ones say with a sigh, genius does not reproduce itself. But let us take heart and remember that mediocrity does not always do so either. Men of genius have often been the sons of commonplace parents. No hovel is safe from it. The father of Girolamo Savonarola was a trifler, a spendthrift, and a profligate. Yet he proved a potent teacher for his son, pressing his lessons home by the law of antithesis. The sons of dissipated fathers are often temperance fanatics. The character of Savonarola's mother can be best gauged by the letters written to her by her son. Many of these have come down to us, and they breathe a love that is very gentle, very tender, and yet very profound. That this woman had an intellect which went to the heart of things is shown in these letters. We write for those who understand, and the person to whom a letter is written gives the key that calls forth its quality. Great love letters are written only to great women. But the best teacher young Girolamo had was Dr. Michael Savonarola, his grandfather, who was a physician of Padua, and a man of much wisdom and common sense besides. Between the old man and his grandchild there was a very tender sentiment that soon formed itself into an abiding bond. Together they rambled along the banks of the Po, climbed the hills in springtime looking for the first flowers, made collections of butterflies, and caught the sunlight in their hearts as it streamed across the valleys as the shadows lengthened. On these solitary little journeys they usually carried a copy of St. Thomas Aquinas, and seated on a rock the old man would read to the boy lying on the grass at his feet. In a year or two the boy did the reading and would expound the words of the saint as he went along. The old grandfather was all bound up in this slim, delicate youngster with the olive complexion and sober ways. There were brothers and sisters at home, big and strong, but this boy was different. He was not handsome enough to be much of a favourite with girls, nor strong enough to win the boys, and so he and the grandfather were chums together. This thought of aloofness, of being peculiar, was first fostered in the lad's mind by the old man. It wasn't exactly a healthy condition. The old man taught the boy to play the flute, and together they constructed a set of pipes, the pipes a pan, and out along the river they would play when they grew tired of reading and listened for the echo that came across the water. "There are voices calling to me," said the boy, looking up at the old man one day as they rested by the bank. "Yes, I believe it. You must listen for the voice," said the old man. And so the idea became rooted in the lad's mind that he was in touch with another world and was a being set apart. "Lord, teach me the way my soul should walk," was his prayer. Doubt and distrust filled his mind, and his nights were filled with fear. This child without sin believed himself to be a sinner. But this feeling was all forgotten when another companion came to join them in their walks. This was a girl about the same age as Girolamo. She was the child of a neighbour, one of the Strozzi family. The Strozzi belonged to the nobility, and the Savonarolas were only peasants, yet with children there is no caste. So this trinity of boy, girl, and grandfather was very happy. The old man taught his pupils to observe the birds and bees, to make tracings of the flowers, and to listen to the notes he played on the pipes so as to call them all by name. And then there was always the St. Thomas Aquinas to fall back upon should outward nature fail. But there came a day when the boy and the girl ceased to walk hand in hand, and instead of the delight and abandon of childhood, there was hesitation and aloofness. When the parents of the girl forbade her playing with the boy, reminding her of the difference in their station, and she came by stealth to bid the old man and her playmate Girolamo goodbye, the pride in the boy's heart flamed up. He clenched his fist, and feeling spent itself in tears. When he looked up, the girl was gone. They were never to meet again. The grief of the boy pierced the heart of the old man, and he murmured, "Joy liveth yet for a day, but the sorrow of man abideth forever." Doubt and fear assailed the lad. The efforts of his grandfather to interest him in the study of his own profession of medicine failed. Religious brooding filled his days, and he became pale and weak from fasting. He had grown in stature, but the gauntness of his face made his coarse features stand out so that he was almost repulsive. But this homeliness was relieved by the big, lustrous brown eyes that challenged and beseeched in turn. The youth was now a young man. 18 summers lay behind when he disappeared from home. Soon came a letter from Bologna in which Girolamo explained at length to his mother that the world's wickedness was to him intolerable, its ambition ashes, and its hopes not worth striving for. He had entered the monastery of St. Domenico, and to save his family the pain of parting, he had stolen quietly away. "I have hearkened to the voice," he said. Savonarola remained in the monastery at Bologna for 6 years, scarcely passing beyond its walls. These were years of ceaseless study, writing, meditation, work. He sought the most menial occupations, doing tasks that others cautiously evaded. His simplicity, earnestness, and austerity won the love and admiration of the monks, and they sought to make life more congenial to him by advancing him to the office of teacher to the novitiates. He declared his unfitness to teach, and it was an imperative order and not a suggestion that forced him to forsake the business of scrubbing corridors on hands and knees and array himself in the white robe of a teacher and reader. The office of teacher and that of orator are not far apart. It is all a matter of expression. The first requisite in expression is animation. You must feel in order to impart feeling. No drowsy, lazy, disinterested, half-hearted, preoccupied, selfish, trifling person can teach. To teach, you must have life, and life in abundance. You must have abandon. You must project yourself and inundate the room with your presence. To infuse life and a desire to remember, to know, to become into a class of 12 pupils is to reveal the power of an orator. If you can fire the minds of a few with your own spirit, you can probably also fuse and weld 1,000 in the same way. Savonarola taught his little class of novitiates, and soon the older monks dropped in to hear the discourse. A larger room was necessary, and in a short time the semi-weekly informal talk resolved itself into a lecture, and every seat was occupied when it was known that Brother Girolamo would speak. This success suggested to the prior that Savonarola be sent out to preach in the churches round about, and it was so done. But outside the monastery, Savonarola was not a success. He was precise, exact, and laboured to make himself understood. Freedom had not yet come to him. But let us wait. One of America's greatest preachers was well past 40 before he evolved abandon, swung himself clear, and put out for open sea. Uncertainty and anxiety are death to oratory. In every monastery, there are 2 classes of men, the religious, the sincere, the earnest, the austere, and the fat, lazy, profligate, and licentious. And the proportion of the first class to the second changes just in proportion as the monastery is successful. To succeed in nature is to die. The fruit much loved by the sun rots first. The early monasteries were mendicant institutions, and for mendicancy to grow rich is an anomaly that carries a penalty. A successful beggar is apt to be haughty, arrogant, dictatorial. From a humble request for alms to a demand for your purse is but a step. In either case, the man wants something that is not his. There are 3 ways to get it: earn it, beg it, seize it. The first method is absurd. To dig I am ashamed. The second easy. The last is best of all, provided objection is not too strenuous. Beggars a horseback are knights of the road. That which comes easy goes easy, and so it is the most natural thing in the world for a monk to become a connoisseur of wines, an expert gourmet, a sensualist who plays the limit. The monastic impulse begins in the beautiful desire for solitude, to be alone with God, and ere it runs its gamut, dips deep into license and wallows in folly. The austere monk leaves woman out. The other kind enslaves her. Both are wrong, for man can never advance and leave woman behind. God never intended that man, made in his image, should be either a beast or a fool. And here we are wiser than Savonarola. Noble, honest, and splendid man that he was. He saw the wickedness of the world and sought to shun it by fleeing to a monastery. There he saw the wickedness of the monastery, and there being no place to flee, he sought to purify it. And at the same time he sought to purify and better the world by standing outside of the world. The history of the Church is a history of endeavour to keep it from drifting into the thing it professes not to be, concrete selfishness. The Church began in humility and simplicity, and when it became successful, behold, it became a thing of pomp, pride, processional, crowns, jewels, rich robes, and a power that used itself to subjugate and subdue, instead of to uplift and lead by love and pity. Oh, the shame of it! And Savonarola saw these things, saw them to the exclusion of everything else, and his cry continually was for a return to the religion of Jesus the carpenter, the man who gave his life that others might live. The Christ spirit filled the heart of Savonarola. His soul was wrung with pity for the poor, the unfortunate, the oppressed, and he had sufficient insight into economics to know that where greed, gluttony, and idleness abound, there too stalk oppression, suffering, and death. The palaces of the rich are built on the bones of the poor. Others, high in church authority, saw these things too and knew, no less than Savonarola, the need of reform. They gloried in his ringing words of warning, and they admired no less his example of austerity. They could not do the needed work. Perhaps he could do a little at least. And so he was transferred to St. Mark's Monastery at Florence, the place that needed him most. Florence was the acknowledged seat of art and polite learning of all Italy, and St. Mark's was the chief glory of the church in Florence. Florence was prosperous, and so was St. Mark's. And have we not said that there is something in pure prosperity that taints the soul? Savonarola was sent to St. Mark's merely as a teacher and lecturer. Bologna was full of gloom and grime. The bestiality there was untamed. Here everything was gilded, gracious, and good to look upon. The cloister walks were embowered in climbing roses, the walls decorated fresh from the brush of Fra Angelico, and the fountains in the gardens, adorned by naked cupids, sent their sparkling beads aloft to greet the sunlight. Brother Girolamo had never seen such beauty before. Its gracious essence enfolded him round, and for a few short hours lifted that dead weight of abiding melancholy from his soul. When he lectured, he was surprised to find many fashionable ladies in his audience. Learning was evidently a fad. He saw that it was expected that he should be amusing, diverting, and incidentally instructive. He had only one mode of preaching. This was earnest exhortation to a higher life, the life of austerity, simplicity, and nearness to God, by laboring to benefit his children. He mumbled through his lecture and retired, abashed and humiliated. It was the year 1482, and the whole world was athrill with thought and feeling. Lorenzo the Magnificent was at the very height of his power and popularity. Printing presses gave letters an impetus. Art flourished. The people were dazzled by display and were dipping deep into the love of pleasure. The austerity of Christian religion had glided off by imperceptible degrees into pagan pageantry, and the song of bacchanals filled the streets at midnight. Lorenzo did for the world a great and splendid work. For one thing, he discovered Michelangelo, and the encouragement he gave to the arts made Florence the beautiful dream in stone that she is even to this day. The world needs the Lorenzos, and the world needs, too, the Savonarolas. They form an opposition of forces that holds the balance true. Power left to itself attains a terrific impetus. A governor is needed, and it was Savonarola who tempered and tamed the excesses of the Medici. In 1483, Savonarola was appointed Lenten preacher at the church of St. Lorenzo in Florence. His exhortations were plain, homely, blunt, his voice uncertain, and his ugly features at times inclined his fashionable auditors to unseemly smiles. When ugliness forgets itself and gives off the flash of the spirit, it becomes magnificent, takes upon itself a halo, but this was not yet to be. The orator must subdue his audience, or it will subdue him. Savonarola retired to his cloister cell, whipped and discouraged. He took no part in the festivals and fetes. The gardens of Lorenzo were not for him. The society of the smooth and cultured lovers of art and literature was beyond his pale. Being incapable by temperament of mixing in the whirl of pleasure, he found a satisfaction in keeping out of it, thus proving his humanity. Not being able to have a thing, we scorn it. Men who cannot dance are apt to regard dancing as sinful. Savonarola saw things as a countryman sees them when he goes to a great city for the first time. There is much that is wrong, very much that is wasteful, extravagant, absurd, and pernicious, but it is not all base, and the visitor is apt to err in his conclusions, especially if he be of an intense and ascetic type. Savonarola was sick at heart, sick in body. Fasts and vigils had done their sure and certain work for nerves and digestion. He saw visions and heard voices, and in the book of Revelation he discovered the symbols of prophecy that foretold the doom of Florence. He felt that he was divinely inspired. In the outside world he saw only the worst, and this was well. He believed that he was one sent from God to cleanse the church of its iniquities, and he was right. These madmen are needed. Nature demands them, and so God makes them to order. They are ignorant of what the many know, and this is their advantage. They are blind to all but a few things, and therein lies their power. The belief in his mission filled the heart of Savonarola. Gradually he gained ground, made head, and the prior of St. Mark's did what the prior of St. Domenico's had done at Bologna. He sent the man out on preaching tours among the churches and monasteries. The austerity and purity of his character, the sublimity of his faith, and his relentless war upon the extravagance of the times made his presence valuable to the church. Then in all personal relationships the man was most lovable, gentle, sympathetic, kind. Wherever he went, his influence was for the best. Power Plus came to him for the first time at Brescia in 1486. The sermon he gave was one he had given many times. In fact, he never had but one theme: flee from the wrath to come and accept the pardon of the gentle Christ ere it is too late. Ere it is too late. Much of what passes for oratory is merely talk, lecture, harangue, and argument. These things may all be very useful, and surely they have their place in the world of work and business, but oratory is another thing. Oratory is the impassioned outpouring of a heart full to bursting. It is the absolute giving of soul to soul. Every great speech is an evolution. It must be given many times before it becomes a part of the man himself. Oratory is the ability to weld a mass of people into absolutely one mood. To do this, the orator must lose himself in his subject. He must cast expediency to the winds. And more than this, his theme must always be an appeal for humanity. Invective, threat, challenge, all play their parts. But love is the great recurring theme that winds in and out through every great sermon or oration. Pathos is only possible where there is great love, and pathos is always present in the oration that subdues, that convinces, that wins and sends men to their knees in abandonment of their own wills. The audience is the female element, the orator the male, and love is the theme. The orator comes in the name of God to give protection, freedom. Usually, the great orator is on the losing side, and this excites on the part of the audience the feminine attribute of pity, and pity fused with admiration gives us love. Thus does love act and react on love. Oratory supplies the most sublime gratification which the gods have to give. To subdue the audience and blend mind with mind affords an intoxication beyond the ambrosia of Elysium. When Sophocles pictured the god Mercury seizing upon the fairest daughter of earth and carrying her away through the realms of space, he had in mind the power of the orator, which through love lifts up humanity and sways men by a burst of feeling that brooks no resistance. Oratory is the child of democracy. It pleads for the weak, for the many against the few, and no great speech was ever yet made save in behalf of mankind. The orator feels their joys, their sorrows, their hopes, their desires, their aspirations, their sufferings and pains. They may have wandered far, but his arms are open wide for their return. Here alone does soul respond to soul, and it is love alone that fuses feeling so that all are of one mind and mood. Oratory is an exercise of power. But oratory, like all sublime pleasures, pays its penalty. This way madness lies. The great orator has ever been a man of sorrows and acquainted with grief. Oratory points the martyr's path. It leads by the thorn road, and those who have trod the way have carried the cross with bleeding feet, and deep into their side has been thrust the spear. End of section 5. Section 6 of Little Journeys to the Homes of Eminent Orators. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Little Journeys to the Homes of Eminent Orators by Elbert Hubbard. Savonarola, Part 2. It was not until his 40th year that Savonarola attained that self-sufficiency and complete self-reliance that marks a man who is fit for martyrdom. Courage comes only to those who have done the thing before. By this time, Savonarola had achieved enemies, and several dignitaries had done him the honor of publicly answering him. His invective was against the sins of church and society, but his enemies, instead of defending their cause, did the very natural thing of inveighing against Savonarola. Thus did they divert attention from the question at issue. Personal abuse is often more effective than argument, and certainly much more easy to wield. Savonarola was getting himself beautifully misunderstood. Such words as fanatic, pretender, agitator, heretic, renegade, and dangerous were freely hurled at him. They said he was pulling down the pillars of society. He seriously considered retiring entirely from the pulpit, and as a personal vindication and that his thoughts might live, he wrote a book, The Triumph of the Cross. This volume contains all his philosophy and depicts truth as he saw it. Let a reader, ignorant of the author, peruse this book today, and he will find in it only the oft-repeated appeal of a believer in primitive Christianity. Purity of life, sincerity, simplicity, earnestness, loyalty to God, and love to man. These are very old themes, yet they can never die. Zeal can always fan them into flame. Savonarola was an unconscious part of the great humanist movement. Savonarola, John Knox, the Wesleys, Calvin, Luther, the Puritans, Huguenots, Quakers, Shakers, Mennonites, and Dunkards, all are one. The scientist sees species under all the manifold manifestations of climate, environment, and local condition. Florence was a republic, but it is only eternal vigilance that can keep a republic a republic. The strong man who assumes the reins is continually coming to the fore, and the people diplomatically handled are quite willing to make him king, provided he continues to call himself citizen. Lorenzo de' Medici ruled Florence, yet occupied no office and assumed no title. He dictated the policy of the government, filled all the offices, and ministered the finances. Incidentally, he was a punctilious churchman, obeying the formula, and the church at Florence was within his grasp no less than the police. The secret of this power lay in the fact that he handled the sinews of war. No man ever yet succeeded largely in a public way who was not a financier, or else one who owned a man who was. Public power is a matter of money, wisely used. To divert, amuse, and please the people is a necessity to the ruler, for power at the last is derived from the people, and no government endures that is not founded on the consent of the governed. If you would rule either a woman or a nation, you had better gain consent. To secure this consent, you must say please. The gladiatorial shows of Greece, the games, contests, displays, all the barbaric splendor of processions, music, fetes, festivals, chants, robes, and fantastic folderol of Rome, ancient and modern, the boom of guns in sham battles, coronations, thrones and crowns are all manifestations of this great game of power. The people are children and must be pleased. But eventually the people reach adolescence. Knowledge comes to them, to a few at least, and they perceive that they themselves foot all bills and pay in sweat and tears and blood for all this pomp of power. They rise in their might, like a giant aroused from sleep, and the threads that bound them are burst asunder. They themselves assume the reins of government, and we have a republic. And this republic endures until some republican, coming in the name of the people, waxes powerful and evolves into a plutocrat who assumes the reins, and the cycle goes its round and winds itself up on the reel of time. Savonarola thundered against the extravagance, moral riot, and pomp of the rich, and this meant the Medici and all those who fed at the public trough and prided themselves on their patriotism. Lorenzo grew uneasy and sent requests that the preacher moderate his tone in the interests of public weal. Savonarola sent back words that were unbecoming in one addressing a ruler. Then it was that Lorenzo the Magnificent, also the wise and wily, resolved on a great diplomatic move. He had the fanatical and troublesome monk Fra Girolamo Savonarola made priory of the monastery of St. Mark's. Success was the weapon that would undo him. Of course, Lorenzo did not act directly in the matter. Personally, he did not appear at all. Now the prior of St. Mark's had the handling of large sums of money. The place could really be the home of a prince if the prior wished to be one, and all he had to do was to follow the wishes of the magnificent Lorenzo. "Promote him," said Lorenzo, "and his zeal will dilute itself, and culture will come to take the place of frenzy. Art is better than austerity, and silken robes and broidered chasubles are preferable to horsehair and rope. A crown looks better than a tonsure." And Savonarola became prior of St. Mark's. Now the first duty, according to established custom, of a newly appointed prior was to call in official robes and pay his respects to Lorenzo, the nominal governor of Florence. It was just a mere form, you know, simply showing the people that St. Mark's was still loyal to the state. Lorenzo appointed a day and sent word that at a certain hour he would be pleased to welcome the prior and congratulate him upon his elevation. At the same time, the prior was expected to say mass in the private chapel of the governor and bestow his blessing upon the house of the Medici. But Savonarola treated the invitation to call with disdain and turned the messengers of Lorenzo away with scant courtesy. Instead of joining hands with Lorenzo, he preached a sermon at the cathedral, bitterly arraigning the aristocracy, prophesying their speedy downfall, and beseeching all men who wished to be saved to turn, repent, make restitution, and secure the pardon of God ere it was too late. The sermon shook the city, and other addresses of the same tenor followed daily. It was a revival, of the good old Methodist kind, and religious emotion drifting into frenzy is older far than history. The name of Lorenzo was not mentioned personally, but all saw it was a duel to the death between the plain people and the silken and perfumed rulers. It was the same old fight, personified by Savonarola on one side and Lorenzo on the other. Lorenzo sunk his pride and went to St. Mark's for an interview with a prior. He found a man of adamant and iron, one blind and deaf to political logic, one who scorned all persuasion and in whose lexicon there was no such word as expediency. Lorenzo turned away, whipped and disappointed. The prophecies of impending doom had even touched his own stout heart. He was stricken with fever, and the extent of his fear is shown that in his extremity he sent for the prior of St. Mark's to come to his bedside. Even there, Savonarola was not softened. Before granting absolution to the sick man, he demanded 3 things. First, you must repent and feel a true faith in God, who in his mercy alone can pardon. Lorenzo assented. Second, you must give up your ill-gotten wealth to the people. Lorenzo groaned and finally reluctantly agreed. Third, you must restore to Florence her liberty. Lorenzo groaned and moaned and turned his face to the wall. Savonarola grimly waited half an hour, but no sign coming from the stricken man, he silently went his way. The next day, Lorenzo the Magnificent, aged 42, died unabsolved. Lorenzo left 3 sons. The eldest was Pietro, just approaching his majority, who was the recognized successor of his father. The second son was Giuliano, who had already been made a cardinal at 13 years of age, and who was destined to be the powerful Pope Leo X. The death of Lorenzo had been indirectly foretold by Savonarola, and now some of his disciples were not slow in showing an ill-becoming exultation. They said, "I told you so." The intensity of the revival increased, and there was danger of its taking on the form of revolution. Savonarola saw this mob spirit at work, and for a time moderated his tone, but there were now occasional outbreaks between his followers and those of the Medici. A guard was necessary to protect Savonarola as he passed from St. Mark's to the different churches where he preached. The police and soldiers were on the side of the aristocracy who supported them. The Pope had been importuned to use his influence to avert the threatened harm to true religion. Savonarola should be silenced, said the aristocrats, and that speedily. A letter came from Pope Alexander, couched in most gentle and gracious words, requesting Savonarola to come to Rome and there give exhibition of his wondrous gifts. Savonarola knew that he was dealing with a Borgia, a man who cajoled, bought, and bribed. And when these failed, there were noose, knife, and poison close at hand. The prior of St. Mark's could deal with Lorenzo in Florence, but with Alexander at Rome he would be undone. The iniquities of the Borgia family far exceeded the sins of the Medici, and in his impassioned moments Savonarola had said as much. At Rome he would have to explain these things, and to explain them would be to repeat them. Alexander stood for nepotism, which is the sugared essence of that time-honoured maxim, "To the victor belong the spoils." The world has never seen so little religion and so much pretense as during the reign of the Borgias. At this time, when offenders were called to Rome, it sometimes happened that they were never again heard from. Beneath the castle St. Angelo were dungeons, no records were kept, and the stories told of human bones found in walled-up cells are no idle tales. An iron collar circling the neck of a skeleton that was once a man is a sight these eyes have seen. Prison records open to the public are a comparatively new thing, and the practice of doctoring a record has, until recently, been quite in vogue. Savonarola acknowledged the receipt of the Pope's request, but made excuses and asked for time. Alexander certainly did all he could to avoid an open rupture with the prior of St. Mark's. He was inwardly pleased when Savonarola affronted the Medici. It was a thing he dared not do, and if the religious revival could be localized and kept within bounds, all would have been well. It had now gone far enough. If continued, and Rome should behold such scenes as Florence had witnessed, the Holy See itself would not be safe. Alexander accepted the excuses of Savonarola with much courtesy. Soon word came that the prior of St. Mark's was to be made a cardinal, but the gentle hint went with the message that the red hat was to be in the nature of a reward for bringing about peace at Florence. Peace, peace. How could there be peace unless Savonarola bowed his head to the rule of the aristocrats? His sermons were often interrupted. Stones were thrown through the windows when he preached. The pulpit where he was to speak had been filled with filth, and the skin of an ass tacked over the sacred desk. Must he go back? To the offer of the cardinal's hat he sent this message: "No hat will I have but that of a martyr, reddened with my own blood." The tactics of the Pope now changed. He sent an imperative order that Savonarola should present himself at Rome and give answer to the charges there made against him. Savonarola silently scorned the message. The Pope was still patient. He would waive the insult to himself, if Florence would only manage to take care of her own troubles. But importunities kept coming that Savonarola should be silenced. The power of the man had grown until Florence was absolutely under his subjection. Bonfires of pictures, books, and statuary condemned by him had been made in the streets, and the idea was carried to Rome that there was danger of the palaces being pillaged. Florence could deal with the man, but would not so long as he was legally a part of the church. Then it was that the Pope issued his bull of excommunication and the order removing Savonarola from his office as prior of St. Mark's. The answer of Savonarola was a sermon in the form of a defiance. He claimed, and rightly, that he was no heretic, No obligations that the Church asked had he ever disregarded, and therefore the Pope had no right to silence him. He made his appeal to the rulers of the world and declared that Alexander was no Pope because he had deliberately bought his way to the Vatican. There was now a brief struggle between the authorities of the Pope and those of Florence as to who should have the man. The Pope wanted him to be secretly captured and taken to Rome for trial. Alexander feared the publicity that Florence would give to the matter. He knew a shorter way. But Florence stood firm. Savonarola had now retired to St. Mark's, and his followers barricaded the position. The man might have escaped, and the authorities hoped he would, but there he remained, holding the place, and daily preaching to the faithful few who stood by him. Finally, the walls were stormed, and police, soldiers, and populace overran the monastery. Savonarola remained passive, and he even reproved several of the monks who, armed with clubs, made stout resistance. The warrants for arrest called only for Fra Girolamo, Fra Domenico, and Fra Silvestro, these last being his most faithful disciples, preaching often in his pulpit and echoing his words. The prisoners were bound and hurried through the streets toward the Piazza Signoria. The soldiers made a guard of spears and shields around them, but this did not prevent their being pelted with mud and stones. They were lodged in separate cells in the prison portion of the Palazzo Vecchio, and each was importuned to recant the charges made against the Pope and the Medici. All refused, even when told that the others had recanted. Savonarola's judges were chosen from among his most bitter foes. He was brought before them and ordered to take back his accusations. He remained silent. Threatened, he answered in parable. He was then taken to the torture cell, stripped of all clothing, and a thin, strong rope passed under his arms. He was suddenly drawn up and dropped. This was repeated until the cord around the man's body cut the skin and his form was covered with blood. The physically sensitive nature of the man gave way, and he recanted. Being taken to his cell, he repeated all he had said against the Pope and called aloud, "Lord Jesus, pardon me that I forsook thy truth. It was the torture. I now repeat all I ever said from my pulpit. Lord Jesus, pardon." Again he was taken to the torture chamber, and all was gone over as before. He and his 2 companions were now formally condemned to death and their day of execution set. To know the worst is peace. It is uncertainty that kills. A great calm came over Savonarola. He saw the gates of heaven opening for him. He was able now to sleep and eat. The great brown eyes beamed with love and benediction, and his hands were raised only in blessing to friend and foe alike. The day of execution came, and the Piazza Signoria was filled with a vast concourse of people. Every spare foot of space was taken. Platforms had been erected, and seats sold for fabulous prices. Every window was filled with faces. An elevated walk had been built out from the 2nd story of the prison to the executioner's platform. From this high scaffold rose a great cross with ropes and chains dangling from the arms. Below were piled high heaps of faggots saturated with oil. There was a wild, exultant yell from the enemies of the men on their appearance, but others of their adversaries appeared dazed at their success, and it seemed for a few moments as if pity would take the place of hate, and the mob would demand the release of the men. The prisoners walked firmly and conversed in undertone, encouraging each other to stand firm. Each held a crucifix and pressed it to his lips, repeating the creed. Halfway across to the gibbet, they were stopped. The crucifixes torn from their hands and their priestly robes stripped from them. There they stood, clad only in scant underclothes, in sight of the mob that seethed and mocked. Sharp sticks were thrust up between the crevices of the boardwalk, so blood streamed from their bare feet. Having advanced so that they stood beneath the gibbet, their priestly robes were again thrown over them, and once more torn off by a bishop who repeated the words, "Thus do I sever you from the church militant and the church triumphant." "Not the church triumphant," answered Savonarola in a loud voice. "You cannot do that." In order to prolong the torture of Savonarola, his companions were hanged first, before his eyes. When his turn came, he stepped lightly to his place between the dead and swinging bodies of his brethren. As the executioner was adjusting the cord about his neck, his great tender eyes were raised to heaven, and his lips moved in prayer as the noose tightened. The chains were quickly fastened about the bodies to hold them in place, and scarcely had the executioner upon the platform slid down the ladders than the waiting torches below fired the pile, and the flames shot heavenward and licked the great cross where the 3 bodies swayed. The smoke soon covered them from view. Then suddenly there came a gust of wind that parted the smoke and flames, and the staring mob, now silent, saw that the fire had burned the thongs that bound the arms of Savonarola. One hand was uplifted in blessing and benediction. So died Savonarola. End of section 6. Read by Belinda McReynolds, Melbourne, 30th October 2024. Section 7 of Little Journeys to the Homes of Eminent Orators. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Little Journeys to the Homes of Eminent Orators by Elbert Hubbard. Martin Luther, Part 1. Only slaves die of overwork. Work a weariness, a danger forsooth. Those who say so can know very little about it. Labour is neither cruel nor ungrateful. It restores the strength we give it 100-fold, and unlike financial operations, the revenue is what brings in the capital. Put soul into your work, and joy and health will be yours. Luther. The idea of the monastery is as old as man, and its rise is as natural as the birth and death of the seasons. We need society and we need solitude, but it happens again and again that man gets a surfeit of society. He is thrown with those who misunderstand him, who thwart him, who contradict his nature, who bring up the worst in his disposition. He is sapped of his strength, and then he longs for solitude. He would go alone up into the mountain. What is called the monastic impulse comes over him. He longs to be alone with God. The monastic impulse can be traced back 1,000 years before Christ. The idea is neither Christian, Jewish, Philistine, nor Buddhist. Every people of which we know have had their hermits and recluses. The communal thought is a form of monasticism. It is a getting away from the world. Monasticism does not necessarily imply celibacy, but as unrequited or misplaced love is usually the precursor of the monastic impulse, celibacy or some strange idea on the sex problem usually is in evidence. Monasticism has many forms: college settlements, Zionism, deaconesses' homes, faith cottages, Shakerism, Mormonism are all manifestations of the impulse to get away from the world and still benefit the world by standing outside of it. This desire to get away from the world and still mix in it shows that monasticism is not quite sincere. We want society no less than we want solitude. Very seldom indeed has a monk ever gone away and remained. He comes back to the world occasionally to beg or sell things and to do good. The rise of the Christian monastery begins with Paul the Hermit, who in the year 250 withdrew to an oasis in the desert and lived in a cave before which was a single palm tree and a spring. Other men, worn with strife, tired of stupid misunderstanding, persecution, and unkind fate, came to him, and there they lived in common. The necessity of discipline and order naturally presented itself, so they made rules that governed conduct. The day was divided up into periods when the inmates of this first monastery prayed, communed with the silence, worked, and studied. Within 100 years, there were similar religious communities at 50 or more places in Upper Egypt. Women have always imitated men, and soon nunneries sprang up here and there. In fact, the nunnery has a little more excuse for being than the monastery. In a barbaric society, an unattached woman needs protection, and this she gets in the nunnery. Even so radical a thinker as Max Muller regarded the nunnery as a valuable agent in giving dignity to woman's estate. If she was mistreated and desired protection, she could find refuge in this sanctuary. She became a bride of Christ, and through the protection of the convent, man was forced to be civil, and chivalry came to take the place of force. Most monasteries have been mendicant institutions. As early as the year 500, we read of the monks going abroad a-questing, a bag on their backs. They begged as a business, and some became very expert at it, just as we have expert evangelists and expert debt raisers. They took anything that anybody had to give. They begged in the name of the poor, and as they travelled, they undertook to serve those who were poorer than themselves. They were distributing agents. They ceased to do manual labour and scorned those who did. They traversed the towns and highways by trios and asked alms and houses or of travellers. Occasionally they carried cudgels, and if such a pair asked for alms, it was usually equal to a demand. These monks made acquaintances. They had their friends among men and women, and often being far from home, they were lodged and fed by the householders. In some instances, the alms given took the form of a tax, which the sturdy monks collected with startling regularity. We hear of their dividing the country up into districts, and each man having a route that he jealously guarded. They came in the name of the Lord. They were supposed to have authority. They said, "He who giveth to the poor lendeth to the Lord." They blessed those who gave and cursed those who refused. Some of them presumed to forgive the sins of those who paid, and soon the idea suggested itself of forgiving in advance or granting an indulgence. They made promises of mansions in the skies to those who conformed, and threatened with the pains of hell those who declined their requests. So the monks occasionally became rich. And when they grew rich, they often became arrogant, dictatorial, selfish, gluttonous, and licentious. They undertook to manage the government, which they had before in their poverty renounced. They hired servants to wait upon them. The lust of power and the lust of the flesh and the pride of the heart all became manifest. However, there were always a few men, pure of heart and earnest in purpose, who sought to stem the evil tendencies. And so the history of monasticism and the history of the church is the record of a struggle against idleness and corruption. To shave a man's head, give him a new name, and clothe him in strange garments does not change his nature. Monks grown rich and powerful will become idle, and the vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience are then mere jokes and jests. No one knew this better than Benedict, who lived in the 6th century. The profligacy, ignorance, and selfishness of the fat and idle monks appalled him. With the aid of Cassiodorus, he set to work to reform the monasteries by interesting the inmates in beautiful work. Cassiodorus taught men to write, illumine, and bind books. Through Italy, France, and Germany, he travelled and preached the necessity of manual labour and the excellence of working for beauty. The art impulse in the nunneries and monasteries began with Benedict and Cassiodorus, who worked hand in hand for beauty, purity, and truth. Benedict had the greater executive ability, but Cassiodorus had the more far-reaching and subtle intellect. He anticipated all that we have to say today on the new education, the necessity of playing off one faculty of the mind against another through manual labour, play, and art creation. He even anticipated the primal idea of the kindergarten, for he said, "The pleasurable emotion that follows the making of beautiful forms with one's hands is not a sin, like unto the pleasure that is gained for the sake of pleasure. Rather, to do good and beautiful work is incense to the nostrils of God." In all Benedictine monasteries, flagellation ceased, discipline was relaxed, and the inmates were enjoined to use their energies in their work and find peace by imitating God and, like him, creating beautiful things. Beautiful bookmaking traces its genesis almost directly to Benedict and Cassiodorus. But 100 years after the death of these great men, the necessity of reform was as great as ever, and other men took up the Herculean task. And so it has happened that every century men have arisen who protested against the abuses inside the church. The church has tried to keep religion pure, but when she has failed and scandalized society at large, monasteries were wiped out of existence and their property confiscated. Since the 15th century, regularly once every 100 years, France has driven the monks from her borders, and in this year of our Lord, 1903, she is doing what Napoleon did 100 years ago, what Cromwell did in England in 1645, what has been done time and again in every corner of Christendom. Martin Luther's quarrel with the church began simply as a protest against certain practices of the monks, and that his protests should develop into something called Protestantism was a thing he never for a moment anticipated or desired. He had no thought of building an institution on negation, and that he should be driven from the church because he loved the church and was trying to purify and benefit it was a source to him of deepest grief. Martin Luther was 35 years old. He was short in stature, inclining to be stout, strenuous and bold. His faults and his virtues were all on the surface. He neither deceived nor desired to deceive. The distinguishing feature of his character was frankness. He was an Augustinian monk, serving as a teacher in the University of Wittenberg. Up to this time, his life had been uneventful. His parents had been very poor people, his father a day labourer working in the copper mines. In his boyhood, Martin was stubborn and intractable, which means that he had life plus. His teachers had tried to repress him by flogging him 15 times in a forenoon, as he himself has told us. In childhood, he used to beg upon the streets, and so he could the better beg he was taught to sing. This rough early experience wore off all timidity and put stage fright forever behind. He could not remember a time when he could not sing a song or make a speech. That he developed all the alertness and readiness of tongue and fist of the street urchin, there is no doubt. When he was taken into a monastery at 18 years of age, the fact that he was a good singer and a most successful beggar were points of excellence that were not overlooked. That the young man was stubbornly honest in his religious faith, there is not a particle of doubt. The strength of his nature and the extent of his passion made his life in the monastery most miserable. He had not yet reached the point that many of the older monks had, and learned how to overcome temptation by succumbing to it. So he fasted for days until he became too weak to walk, watched the night away in vigils, and whipped his poor body with straps until the blood flowed. We now think it is man's duty to eat proper food, to sleep at night, and to care for his body, so as to bring it to the most perfect condition possible. All this that he may use his life to its highest and best. Life is a privilege and not a crime. But Martin Luther never knew of these things, and there was none to teach him, and probably he would have rejected them stoutly if they had been presented, arguing the question 6 nights and days together. The result of all that absurd flying in the face of nature was indigestion and its concomitant nervous irritability. These demons fastened upon him for life, and we have his word for it in 1,000 places that he regarded them as veritable devils. Thus does man create his devil in his own image. Luther had visions, he saw things, and devils, witches, and spirits were common callers to the day of his death. In those early monastery days, he used to have fits of depression when he was sure that he had committed the unpardonable sin, and over in his mind he would recount his shortcomings. He went to confession so often that he wore out the patience of at least one confessor, who once said to him, "Brother Martin, you are not so much a sinner as a fool." Still another gave him this good advice: "God is not angry with you, but he will be if you keep on, for you are surely angry with him. You had better think less about yourself and more of others. Go to work." This excellent counsel was followed. Luther began to study the scriptures and the writings of the saints. He took part in the disputes which were one of the principal diversions of all monasteries. Now, a monk had the privilege of remaining densely ignorant, or he could become learned. Life in a monastery was not so very different from what it was outside. A monk gravitated to where he belonged. The young man showed such skill as a debater, and such commendable industry at all of his tasks, from scrubbing the floor to expounding the scripture, that he was sent to the neighbouring University of Erfurt. From there he was transferred to the University of Wittenberg. In the classes at these universities, the plan obtained, which is still continued in all theological schools, of requiring a student to defend his position on his feet. Knotty propositions are put forth, and logical complications fired at the youth as a necessary part of his mental drill. Beside this, there were societies where all sorts of abstrusities and absurdities were argued to a standstill. At this wordy warfare, none proved more adept than Martin Luther. He became senior wrangler, secured his degree, remained at the college as a postgraduate and sub-lecturer, finally was appointed a teacher, then a professor, and when 29 years old, became a doctor of theology. He took his turn as preacher in the Schlosskirche, which was the school chapel, and when he preached, the place was crowded. He was something more than a monotonous mumbler of words. He made his addresses personal, direct, critical. His allusions were local and contained a deal of wholesome criticism put with pith and point, well seasoned with a goodly dash of rough and surprising wit. Soon he was made district vicar, a sort of presiding elder, and preached in a dozen towns over a circuit of 100 miles. On these tours he usually walked, bareheaded, wearing the monk's robe. Often he was attended by younger monks and students who considered it a great privilege to accompany him. His courage, his blunt wit, his active ways all appealed to the youth, and often delegations would go out to meet him. Every college has his kind, whom the bantlings fall down and worship. Fisticuffs and books are both represented, and a touch of irreverence for those in authority is no disadvantage. Luther's lack of reverence for his superiors held him back from promotion, and another thing with his imperious temper. He could not bear contradiction. The orator's habit of exaggeration was upon him, and occasionally he would affront his best friends in a way that tested their patience to the breaking point. "You might become an abbot, and even a bishop, were it not for your lack of courtesy," wrote his superior to him on one occasion. But this very lack of diplomacy, this indifference to the opinions of others, this boldness of speech, made him the pride and pet of the students. Whenever he entered the lecture room, they cheered him, and often they applauded him even in church. Luther was a sensational preacher, and he was an honest preacher. No doubt the applause of his auditors urged him on to occasional unseemliness. He acted upon his audience, and the audience reacted upon him. He thundered against the profligacy of the rich, the selfishness of society, the iniquities of the government, the excesses of the monks, the laxity of discipline in the schools, and the growing tendency in the church to worship the golden calf. In some instances, priests and monks had married, and he thundered against these. All of the topics he touched had been treated by Savonarola in Italy, Wycliffe in England, Brentz at Heidelberg, Huss in Bohemia, Erasmus in Holland, and Butzer in Switzerland, and they had all paid the penalty of death or exile. It is well to be bold, but not too bold. Up to a certain point, the church and society will stand criticism. First it is diverting, next amusing, then tiresome, finally heretical, that is to say, criminal. There had been a good deal of heresy. It was in the air. Men were thinking for themselves. The printing presses were at work, and the spirit of the Renaissance was abroad. Martin Luther was not an innovator. He simply expressed what the many wished to hear. He was caught in the current of the time. He was part and parcel of the Renaissance, and he was a loyal churchman. None of his diatribes were against the church itself. He wished to benefit the church by freeing it from the faults that he feared would disintegrate it. And so it happened that on the 31st day of October, 1517, Martin Luther tacked on the church door at Wittenberg his 95 Theses. The church door was the bulletin board for the university. The university consisted of about 500 students. Wittenberg was a village of 3,000 or 4,000 people, all told. The theses were simply questions for discussion, and the proposition was that Martin Luther and his pupils would defend these questions against all comers in public debate. Challenges of this sort were very common. Public debates were of weekly occurrence, and little did Martin Luther realize that this paltry half-sheet of paper was to shake the world. The immediate cause of Luther's challenge was the presence of a Dominican monk by the name of John Tetzel. This man was raising money to complete St. Peter's Church at Rome, and he was armed with a commission direct from Pope Leo X. The brother John was an expert in his line, no one has ever denied. He had been in this business of raising money for about 10 years, and had built monasteries, asylums, churches, and convents. Beginning as a plain, sturdy beggar, this enterprising monk had developed a system, not entirely new, but he had added valuable improvements. There is a whole literature on the subject of the indulgence, and I surely have no thought of adding to the mighty tomes on this theme. But just let me briefly explain how John worked. When he approached a town, he sent his agents ahead and secured the cooperation of some certain priest, under the auspices of whose church the place was to be worked. This priest would gather a big delegation of men, women, and children, and they would go out in a body to meet the representative of God's vice-regent on earth. The Pope couldn't come himself, and so he sent John Tetzel. Tetzel was carried on a throne borne on the shoulders of 25 men. His dress outshone any robe ever worn by mortal pope. Upon his head was a crown, and in his hand a hollow golden scepter that enclosed his commission from the Pope. In advance of this throne was carried an immense cross painted red. As the procession entered a village, people would kneel or uncover as the agent of the Pope passed by. All traffic would cease. Stores and places of business would be closed. In the public square or marketplace, a stage would be erected, and from this pulpit Tetzel would preach. The man had a commanding presence and a certain rough and telling eloquence. He was the foremost evangelist of his day. He had a chorus of chanters who wore bright robes and sang and played harps. It will thus be seen that moody and Sankey methods are no new thing. Crowds flocked to hear him, and people came for many miles. Tetzel reasoned of righteousness and judgment to come. He told of the horrors of sin, its awful penalties. He pictured purgatory, hell, and damnation. Men cried aloud for mercy, women screamed, and the flaming cross was held aloft. Men must repent, and they must pay. If God had blessed you, you should show your gratitude. The sacrament of penance consists of 3 parts: repentance, confession, satisfaction. The intent of penance is educational, disciplinary, and medicinal. If you have done wrong, you can make restitution to God, whom you have angered, by paying a certain sum to his agent for a good purpose. The Church has never given men the privilege of wronging other men by making a payment. That is one of the calumnies set afloat by infidels who pretend that Catholics worship images. You can, however, show penitence, sincerity, and gratitude by giving. Anyone can see that this is quite a different thing from buying an indulgence. This gift you made was similar to the Wergeld, or money compensation made to the injured or kinsmen of those who had been slain. By giving, you wiped out the offence, and better still, you became participant in all the prayers of those to whom you gave. If you helped rebuild St. Peter's, you participated in all the masses said there for the repose of the dead. This would apply to all your kinsmen now in purgatory. If you gave, you could get them out, and also insure yourself against the danger of getting in. Repent and show your gratitude. Tetzel had 6 secretaries in purple robes who made out receipts. These receipts were printed in red and gold and had a big seal and ribbon attached. The size of the receipt and seal were proportioned according to the amount paid. if you had a son or a daughter in purgatory, it was wise to pay a large amount. The certificates were in Latin and certified in diffuse and mystical language many things, and they gave great joy to the owners. The money flowed in on the secretaries in heaps. Women often took their jewelry and turned it over with their purses to Tetzel, and the secretaries worked far into the night issuing receipts, or what some called letters of indulgence. That many who secured these receipts regarded them as a license to do wrong and still escape punishment, there is no doubt. Before Tetzel left a town, his secretaries issued, for a sum equal to 25 cents, a little certificate called a butterbriefe, which allowed the owner to eat butter on his bread on fast days. Then in the night Tetzel and his cavalcade would silently steal away to continue their good work in the next town. This program was gone through in hundreds of places, and the amount of money gathered no one knew, and what became of it all no one could guess. Pope, electors, bishops, priests, and Tetzel all shared in the benefits. To a great degree, the same plans are still carried on. In Protestant churches, we have the professional debt raiser and the evangelist who recruits by hypnotic Tetzel methods. In the Catholic Church, receipts are still given for money paid, vouching that the holder shall participate in masses and prayers, his name be put in a window or engrossed on a parchment to be placed beneath a cornerstone. Trinkets are sold to be worn upon the person as a protection against this and that. The Church does not teach that the Pope can forgive sin, or that by mere giving you can escape punishment for sin. Christ alone forgives. However, the Pope does decide on what constitutes sin and what not, and this being true, I, for myself, do not see why he cannot decide that under certain conditions and with certain men an act is not a sin, which with other men is so considered. And surely, if he decides it is not a sin, the act thereby carries no penalty. Thus does the Pope have the power to remit punishment. Either the Pope is supreme or he is not. Luther thought he was. The most that Luther objected to was Tetzel's extreme way of putting the thing. Tetzel was a Dominican, Luther was an Augustinian, and between these two orders was continual friction. Tetzel was working Luther's territory, and Luther told what he thought of him, and issued a challenge to debate him on 95 propositions. That priests in their zeal should overstep their authority, and that people should read into the preaching much more than the preacher intended, is not to the discredit of the Church. The Church cannot be blamed for either the mistakes of Moses or for the mistakes of her members. We have recently had the spectacle of a noted evangelist in Vermont preaching prohibition, indulging in strong drink, and making a bet with a Jebusite that he would turn all his clothing wrong side out, socks, drawers, trousers, undershirt, shirt, vest, and coat, and preach with his eyes shut. The feat was carried out, and the preacher won the bet, but it would hardly be fair to charge this action up against either the Prohibition party or the Protestant religion. Revolution never depended on any one man. A strong man is acted upon by the thought of others. He is a sensitive plate upon which impressions are made, and his vivid personality gathers up these many convictions, concentrates them into one focus, and then expresses them. The great man is the one who first expresses what the many believe. He is a voice for the voiceless, and gives in trumpet tones what others would if they could. Throughout Germany there was a strong liberal movement. To obey blindly was not sufficient. To go to church, perform certain set acts at certain times, and pay were not enough. These things were all secondary. Repentance must come first. And along comes John Tetzel with his pagan processions, supplying salvation for silver. Martin Luther, the strenuous, the impulsive, the bold, quickly writes a challenge in wrath to public disputation. "If God wills," said Martin to a friend, "I'll surely kick a hole in his drum." Within 2 weeks after the 95 Theses were nailed to the church door, copies had been carried all over Germany, and in a month the Theses had gone to every corner of Christendom. The local printing press at Wittenberg had made copies for the students, and some of these prints were carried the next day to Leipzig and Mainz, and at once recognized by publishers as good copy. Luther had said the things that thousands had wanted to say. Tame enough are the propositions to us now. Let us give a few of them. The whole life of the faithful disciple should be an act of repentance. Punishment remains as long as the sinner hates himself. The Pope neither can nor will remit punishment for sin. God must forgive first, and the Pope through his priests can then corroborate the remission. No one is sure of his own forgiveness. Every sinner who truly repents has a plenary remission of punishment due him without payment of money to anyone. Every Christian, living or dead, has a full share in all the wealth of the Church, without letters of pardon or receipts for money paid. Christians should be taught that the buying of pardons is in no wise to be compared to works of mercy. To give to a poor man is better than to pay money to a rich priest. Because of charity and the works of charity, man becomes better, whether he pays money to build a church or not. Pardon for sin is from Christ and is free. The Pope needs prayers for himself more than ready money. Christians should be taught that the Pope does not know of the exactions of his agents who rob the poor by threat. Otherwise, he would prefer that St. Peter's should lie in ashes than be built upon the skin, bones, and flesh of his sheep. If the Pope can release souls from purgatory, why does he not empty the place for love and charity? Since the Pope is the richest man in Christendom, why indeed does he not build St. Peter's out of his own pocket? Such are the propositions that leaped hot from Luther's heart, but they are not all of one spirit, for as he wrote, he bethought himself that Tetzel was a Dominican, and the Dominicans held the key to the Inquisition. Luther remembered the fate of Huss, and his inward eye caught the glare of faggots of fire. So, changing his tone, to show that he was still a Catholic, he said, God forgives no man his sin until the man first presents himself to his priestly vicar. Were it not for such expressions as this last, one must assume that man had no need of the assistance of priests or sacraments, but might go to God direct and secure pardon. But this would do away with even Martin Luther's business, so Brother Martin affirms. The Church is necessary to man's salvation, and the Church must have a Pope in whom is vested supreme authority. The Church is not to blame for the acts of its selfish, ignorant, and sinful professors. One immediate effect of the theses was that they put a quietus on the work of Brother John Tetzel. Instead of the people all falling prostrate on his approach, many greeted him with jeers and mud balls. He was only a few miles away from Wittenberg, but news reached him of what the students had in store, and immediately he quit business and went south. But although he did not appear in person, Tetzel prepared a counter set of theses to the appalling number of 113 and had them printed and widely distributed. His agent came to Wittenberg and peddled the documents on the streets. The students got word of what was going on, and in a body captured the luckless Tetzelite, led him to the public square, and burned his documents with much pomp and circumstance. They then cut off the man's coat-tails, conducted him to the outskirts of the town, turned him loose, and cheered him lustily as he ran. It will thus be seen that the human heart is ever the same, and among college students there is small choice. The following Sunday, Luther devoted his whole sermon to a vigorous condemnation of the act of his students, admonishing them in stern rebuke. The sermon was considered the biggest joke of the season. Tetzel seemed to sink out of sight. Those whom he had sought to serve repudiated him, and bishops, electors, and pope declined to defend his cause. As for Luther, certain bishops made formal charges against him, sending a copy of his theses to Pope Leo X. The Holy Father refused to interfere in what he considered a mere quarrel between Dominicans and Augustinians, and so the matter rested. But it did not rest long. End of section 7, read by Belinda McReynolds, Melbourne, 29th of April, 2024. Section 8 of Little Journeys to the Homes of Eminent Orators. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Little Journeys to the Homes of Eminent Orators by Elbert Hubbard. Martin Luther, Part 2. The general policy of the Church in Luther's time was not unlike what it is now. Had he gone to Rome, he would not have been humiliated. The intent would have been to pacify him. He might have been transferred to a new territory with promise of a preferment, even to a bishopric if he did well. To silence men, excommunicate them, degrade them, has never been done except when it was deemed that the safety of the Church demanded it. The Church, like governments, all governments, is founded upon the consent of the governed. So every religion and every government changes with the people. Rulers study closely the will of the people and endeavor to conform to their desire. Priests and preachers give people the religion they wish for. It is a question of supply and demand. The Church has constantly changed as the intelligence of the people has changed. And this change is always easy and natural. Dogmas and creeds may remain the same, but progress consists in giving a spiritual or poetic interpretation to that which once was taken literally. The scheme of the esoteric and the exoteric is a sliding, self-lubricating, self-adjusting, non-copyrighted invention, perfect in its workings, that all wise theologians fall back upon in time of stress. Had Luther obeyed the mandate and gone to Rome, that would have been the last of Luther. Private interpretation is all right, of course. The Church has always taught it. The mistake is to teach it to everybody. Those who should know, do know. Spiritual adolescence comes in due time, and then all things are made plain. Be wise. But Luther was not to be bought off. His followers were growing in numbers. The howls of his enemies increased. Strong men grow through opposition. The plummet of feeling goes deeper. Thoughts soar higher. Vivid and stern personalities make enemies because they need them. Otherwise they drowse. Then they need friends too, to encourage. Opposition and encouragement. Thus do we get the alternating current. That Luther had not been publicly answered, except by Tetzel's weak rejoinders, was a constant boast in the liberal camp, and that Tetzel was only fit to address an audience of ignorant peasantry was very sure. Someone else must be put forward worthy of Martin Luther's steel. Then comes John Eck, a priest and lawyer, a man in intimate touch with Rome, and the foremost public disputant and orator of his time. He proposed to meet Luther in public debate. In social station, Eck stood much higher than Luther. Luther was a poor college professor in a poor little university, a mere pedagogue, a nobody. That Eck should meet him was a condescension on the part of Eck, as Eck explained. They met at the University of Leipzig, an aristocratic and orthodox institution, Eck having refused to meet Luther either at Erfurt or at Wittenberg, wherein Eck was wise. The bishop at Leipzig posted notices forbidding the dispute. This, it is believed, on orders from Rome, as the Church did not want to be known as having mixed in the matter. The bishop's notices were promptly torn down, and Duke George decided that, as the dispute was not under the auspices of the Church, the bishop had no business to interfere. The audience came for many miles. A gallery was set apart for the nobility. Thousands who could not gain admittance remained outside and had to be content with a rehearsal of the proceedings from those who were fortunate enough to have seats. The debate began June 27, 1519, and continued daily for 13 days. Eck was commanding in person, deep of voice, suave and terrible in turn. He had all the graces and the power of a great trial lawyer. Luther's small figure and plain clothes put him at a disadvantage in this brilliant throng, yet we are told that his high and piercing voice was heard much farther than Eck's. Duke George of Saxony sat on a throne in state and acted as master of ceremonies. Wittenberg was in the minority, and the 100 students who had accompanied Luther were mostly relegated to places outside, under the windows. Their ardour to cut off coattails had quite abated. The proceedings were orderly and dignified, save for the marked prejudice against Luther displayed by Duke George and the nobility. Luther held his own. His manner was self-reliant, with a touch of pride that perhaps did not help his cause. Eck led the debate along by easy stages and endeavoured to force Luther into anger and unseemliness. Luther's friends were pleased with their champion. Luther stated his case with precision, and Eck was seemingly vanquished. But Eck knew what he was doing. He was leading Luther into a defence of the doctrines set forth by Huss. And when the time was ripe, Eck, in assumed astonishment, cried out, "Why, this is exactly that for which Huss the heretic was tried and rightly condemned." He very skillfully and slyly gave Luther permission to withdraw certain statements, to which Luther replied with spirit that he took back nothing. "And if this is what Huss taught, why, God be praised for Huss." Eck had gotten what he wanted, a defence of Huss, who had been burned at the stake for heresy. Eck put his reports in shape and took them to Rome in person, and a demand was made for a formal bull of excommunication against Martin Luther. Word came from Rome that if Luther would amend his ways and publicly disavow his defence of Huss, further proceedings would cease. The result was a volley of Wittenberg pamphlets restating in still bolder language what had already been put forth. Luther was still a good Catholic, and his quarrel was with the abuses in the Church, not with the Church itself. Had the Pope and his advisers been wise enough, they would have paid no attention to Luther, and thus allowed opinion inside the Church to change, as it has changed in our day. Priests and preachers everywhere now preach exactly the things for which Huss, Wycliffe, Ridley, Latimer, and Tyndale forfeited their lives. But the Pope did not correctly gauge the people. He did not know that Luther was speaking for 51% of all Germany. Orders were given out in Leipzig from pulpits that on a certain day all good Catholics should bring such copies of Martin Luther's books as they had in their possession to the public square, and the books would there be burned. On October 9th, the bull of excommunication mentioning Luther and 6 of his chief sympathizers reached Wittenberg, cutting them off from the Church forever. Luther still continued to preach daily and declared that he was still a Catholic, and that as popes had made mistakes before, so had Pope Leo erred this time. With the bull came a notice that if Luther would recant, the bull would be withdrawn and Luther would be reinstated in the Church. To which Luther replied, "If the bull is withdrawn, I will still be in the Church." Bonfires of Luther's books now burned bright in every town and city of Christendom, even in London. Then it was that Wittenberg decided to have a bonfire of its own. A printed bill was issued calling upon all students and other devout Christians to assemble at 9 o'clock on the morning of December 10th, 1520, outside the Elster Gate, and witness a pious and religious spectacle. A large concourse gathered. A pyre of faggots was piled high, the Pope's bull of excommunication was solemnly placed on top, and the fire was lighted by the hand of Martin Luther. The theses prepared by Tetzel had small sale. People had heard all these arguments before, but Luther's propositions were new. Everything that Luther said in public now was taken down, printed, and passed along. His books were sold in the marketplaces and at the fairs throughout the empire. Luther glorified Germany and referred often to the Deutsche Theologie, and this pleased the people. The jealousy that existed between Italians and Germans was fanned. He occasionally preached in neighbouring cities and always was attended by an escort of several hundred students. Once he spoke at Nuremberg and was entertained by that great man and artist, Albert Dürer. Everywhere crowds hung upon his words, and often he was cheered and applauded, even in churches. He denounced the extravagance and folly of ecclesiastical display, the wrong of robbing the poor in order to add to the splendour of Rome. He pleaded for the right of private interpretation of the Scriptures and argued the need of repentance and a deep personal righteousness. Not only was Luther the most popular preacher of that day, but his books outsold all other authors. He gave his writings to whoever would print them and asked for no copyright nor royalties. A request came from the Pope that he should appear at Rome. Such a summons is considered mandatory, and usually this letter, although expressed in the gentlest and most complimentary way, strikes terror to the heart of the receiver. It means that he has offended or grieved the head of the Church, God's vice-regent on earth. In my own experience, I have known several offending priests to receive this summons. I never knew of one who dared disregard the summons. I never knew of one who received it who was not filled with dire foreboding, and I never knew an instance where the man was humiliated or really punished. A few years ago, the American newspapers echoed with the name of a priest who had been particularly bold in certain innovations. He was summoned to Rome, and this was the way he was treated, as told me with his own lips, and he further informed me that he ascertained it was the usual procedure. The offender arrives in Rome full of the feeling that his enemies have wrongfully accused him. He knows charges have been filed against him, but what these charges are, he is not aware. He is very much disturbed and very much in a fog. His reputation and character, aye, his future, is at stake. Before the dust of travel is off his clothes, before he shaves, washes his face or eats, he appears at the Vatican and asks for a copy of the charges that have been brought against him. One of the Pope's numerous secretaries, a cardinal possibly, receives him graciously, almost affectionately, and welcomes him to Rome in the name of the Pope. As for any matter of business, why, it can wait. The man who has it in charge is out of the city for a day or so. Rest and enjoy the splendor of the eternal city. Where is the traveller's lodging? What? Not that. Here. A bell is rung, a messenger is called, the pilgrim's luggage is sent for, and he is given a room in the Vatican itself, or in one of the nearby colleges. A brother is called in, introduced and duly instructed to attend personally on his Grace the Pilgrim. Show him the wonders of Rome, the churches, art galleries, the Pantheon, the Appian Way, the Capitol, the castle. He is one of the Church's most valued servants. He has come from afar. See that he has the attention accorded him that is his due. The pilgrim is surprised, a trifle relieved, but not happy. He remembers that those condemned to die are given the best of food, but he tries to be patient, and so he accepts the brother's guidance to see Rome and then die if he must. The days are crowded full. Visitors come and go. He attends this congregation and that. Fetes, receptions, pilgrimages follow fast. The cloud is still upon him. He may forget it for an hour, but each day begins in gloom. Uncertainty is the only hell. At last he boldly importunes and asks that a day shall be set to try his case. Nobody knows anything about his case. Charges? What charges? However, a committee of cardinals wish to see him. Why, yes, Thursday at 10 o'clock. He passes a sleepless night and appears at the time appointed, haggard yet firm, armed with documents. He is ushered into the presence of the cardinals. They receive him as an equal. A little speech is made, complimenting him on his good work, upon his uprightness, and ends with a gentle caution concerning the wisdom of making haste slowly. Charges? There are no charges against the pilgrim. Why should there be? And moreover, what if there are? Good men are always maligned. He has been summoned to Rome that the cardinals might have his advice. The Pope will meet him tomorrow in order to bestow his personal blessing. It is all over. The burden falls from his back. He gasps in relief and sinks into a chair. The greatness of Rome and the kindness and courtesy he has received have subdued him. Possibly there is a temporary, slight reduction of position. He is given another diocese or territory, but there is a promise of speedy promotion. There is no humiliation. The man goes home subdued, conquered by kindness, happy in the determination to work for the church as never before. Rome binds great men to her. She does not drive them away. Her policy is wise, superbly, splendidly wise. Luther was now beyond the pale. The church had no further power to punish him, but agents of the church, being a part of the government, might proceed against him as an enemy of the state. Word came that if Luther would cease writing and preaching and quietly go about his teaching in the university, he would not be troubled in any way. This only fired him to stronger expression. He issued a proclamation to the German nation, appealing from the sentence of the Pope, stating he was an Augustinian monk, a doctor of theology, a preacher of truth, with no stain upon his character. He declared that no man in Italy or elsewhere had a right to order him to be silent, and no man or set of men could deprive him of a share in God's kingdom. He called upon all lovers of liberty who hoped for heaven to repudiate the Babylonish captivity. Only by doing so could the smile of God be secured. Thus did Martin Luther excommunicate the Pope. Frederick, the Elector of Saxony, preserved a strictly neutral attitude. Martin Luther was his subject, and he might have proceeded against him on a criminal charge, and was hotly urged to do so, but his reply was, "Hands off." The city of Worms was at this time the political capital of Germany. A yearly congress or diet was held by the emperor and his electors to consider matters of special import to the state. As Frederick refused to proceed against Luther, an appeal was made to the Emperor Charles V, asking that Luther be compelled to appear before the Diet of Worms and make answer to the charges that would there be brought against him. It was urged that Luther should be arrested and carried to Worms, and there be confined in the castle until the Diet should meet. But Charles had too much respect for Frederick to attempt any such high-handed procedure. It might mean civil war. Gladly would he have ignored the whole matter, but a cardinal from Rome was at his elbow, sent purposely to see that Luther should be silenced as Huss was, if necessary. Charles was a good Catholic, and so for that matter was the Elector Frederick. The latter was consulted and agreed that if the emperor would issue a letter of safe conduct, and sent a herald to personally accompany the Reverend Dr. Luther to Worms, the elector would consent to the proceedings. The letter sent summoning Luther to Worms was an exceedingly guarded document. It addressed the excommunicated heretic as honourable, beloved, and pious, and begged him to accept the company and safe conduct of the bearer to Worms, and there kindly explain to the emperor the import of his books and doctrines. This letter might have been an invitation to a banquet, but Luther said it was an invitation to a holocaust, and many of his friends so looked upon it. He was urged to disregard it, but his reply was, "Though the road to Worms were lined with devils, I'd go just the same." No more vivid description of Luther's trial at Worms has been given than that supplied by Dr. Charles Beard. This man was neither Catholic nor Protestant, so we cannot accuse him of hand-illumining the facts to suit his fancy. Says Dr. Beard, "Towards noon, on the 16th of April, 1521, the watchers on the tower gate of Worms gave notice, by sound of trumpet, that Luther's cavalcade was drawing near. First rode Deutschland the herald, next came the covered carriage with Luther and 3 friends, last of all Justice Jonas on horseback, with an escort of knights who had ridden out from Worms to meet them. The news quickly spread, and though it was dinner time, the streets were thronged, and 2,000 men and women accompanied the heretic to his lodging in the house of the Knights of St. John. Here he was close to the elector, while his companions in his lodging were 2 Saxon councillors. Aleandro, the papal nuncio, sent out one of his servants to bring him news. He returned with a report that as Luther alighted from his carriage, a man had taken him into his arms, and having touched his coat 3 times, had gone away glorifying as if he had touched a relic of the greatest saint in the world. On the other hand, Luther looked round about him with his demoniac eyes and said, 'God will be with me.' The audience to which Luther was summoned was fixed for 4 p.m., and the fact was announced to him by Ulrich von Pappenheim, the hereditary marshal of the empire. When the time came, there was a great crowd assembled to see the heretic, and his conductors, Pappenheim and Deutschland, were obliged to take him to the hall of audience in the bishop's palace, through gardens and by back ways. There he was introduced into the presence of the estates. He was a peasant and a peasant's son, who, though he had written bold letters to pope and prelate, had never spoken face to face with the great ones of the land, not even with his own elector, of whose good will he was assured. Now he was bidden to answer, less for himself than for what he believed to be the truth of God, before the representatives of the double authority by which the world is swayed. The young emperor looked at him with impassive eyes, speaking no word either of encouragement or rebuke. Aleandro represented the still greater, the intrinsically superior power of the successor of Peter, the vicar of Christ. At the emperor's side stood his brother Ferdinand, the new founder of the House of Austria, while round them were grouped 6 out of the 7 electors, and a crowd of princes, prelates, nobles, delegates of free cities, who represented every phase of German and ecclesiastical feeling. It was a turning point of modern European history, at which the great issues which presented themselves to men's consciences were greater still than they knew. The proceedings began with an injunction given by Pappenheim to Luther that he was not to speak unless spoken to. Then John von Eck, official general of the Archbishop of Trier, champion of the Leipzig deputation, first in Latin, then in German, put by imperial command 2 questions to Luther. First, did he acknowledge these books here present, showing a bundle of books which were circulated under his name, to be his own? And secondly, was he willing to withdraw and recall them and their contents, or did he rather adhere to and persist in them? At this point, Scherf, who acted as Luther's counsel, interposed with the demand, "Let the titles be read." The official, in reply, recited one by one the titles of the books, comprised in the collected edition of Luther's works published at Basel, among which were the Commentaries on the Psalms, the Sermon of Good Works, the Commentary on the Lord's Prayer, and besides these, other Christian books not of a contentious kind. Upon this, Luther made answer, first in German, then in Latin, that the books were his. The form of procedure had been committed by the emperor to Eck, Glapian, and Aleandro, and it may have been by their deliberate intention that Luther was now asked whether he wished to defend all the books which he had acknowledged as his own, or to retract any part of them. He began his answer in Latin by an apology for any mistakes that he might make in addressing personages so great as a man versed not in courts but in monks' cells. Then, repeating his acknowledgment of the books, proceeded to divide them into 3 classes. There were some in which he had treated the piety of faith and morals so simply and evangelically that his very adversaries had been compelled to confess them useful, harmless, and worthy of Christian reading. How could he condemn these? There were others in which he attacked the papacy and the doctrine of the papists, who both by their teachings and their wretched examples had wasted Christendom with both spiritual and corporal evil. Nor could anyone deny or dissimulate this, since the universal experience and complaint bear witness that, by the laws of the Pope and the doctrines of men, consciences are miserably ensnared and vexed, especially in this illustrious German nation. If he should revoke these books, what would it be but to add force to tyranny, and to open not merely the windows but the doors to so great impiety? In that case, good God, what a cover of wickedness and tyranny would he not become? A 3rd class of his books had been written against private persons, those, namely, who had laboured to protect the Roman tyranny and to undermine the piety which he had taught. In these he confessed that he had been more bitter than became his religion and profession. Even these, however, he could not recall, because to do so would be to throw his shield over tyranny and impiety, and to augment their violence against the people of God. From this he proceeded to ask for evidence against himself and a fair trial, adducing the words of Christ before Annas, "If I have spoken evil, bear witness of the evil." Then, with a touch of his native boldness, he told his audience that it needed to beware lest the reign of this most excellent youth, Prince Charles, should become unhappy and of evil omen. "I might," he continued, "illustrate the matter more copiously by scriptural example, as Pharaoh, the king of Babylon, the kings of Israel, who most completely ruined themselves at the moment when by wisest counsels they were zealous to strengthen and pacify their kingdoms. For it is he who taketh the wise in their own craftiness, and overturns the mountains before they know it. Therefore it is needful to fear God. I do not say these things because my teaching or admonition is necessary to persons of such eminence, but because I ought not to withhold from Germany my due obedience. And with these things I commend myself to your most serene majesty and to your lordships, humbly asking that you will not suffer me to be brought into ill repute by the efforts of my adversaries. I have spoken." This speech, spoken as it was, with steady composure and a voice that could be clearly heard by the whole assembly, did not satisfy the official. His first demand was that, like the question to which it was in answer, it should be repeated in German. Next, Eck proceeded to point out that Luther's errors, which were the errors of former heretics, Wycliffe, Huss, and the like, had been sufficiently condemned by the Church, and particularly by the Council of Constance. If Luther were willing to recant them, the emperor would engage that his other works, in which they were not contained, should be tenderly handled. If not, let him recollect the fate of other books condemned by the Church. Then, with the customary exhortation to all theological innovators not to set their own opinions against those of apostles, saints, and martyrs, the official said that what he wanted was a simple and straightforward answer. Was Luther willing to recant or not? To which Luther replied, "Since your most serene majesty and your lordships ask for a simple answer, I will give it after this fashion. Unless I am convinced by witness of Scripture or plain reason, for I do not believe in the Pope or in councils alone, since it is agreed that they have often erred and contradicted themselves. I am overcome by the Scriptures, which I have adduced, and my conscience is caught in the word of God. I neither can nor will recant anything, for it is neither safe nor right to act against one's conscience." Then, having given this answer in both languages, he added in German, "God help me. Amen." The semblance of trial, which alone was allowed to Luther, was now over. It only remained to pass sentence. Early on the morning of the 19th of April, the emperor summoned the Diet once more to take counsel upon the matter. The estates asked for time to deliberate, on which the emperor, replying that he would first give them his own opinion, produced a document written in his own hand. Beginning with the statement of his descent from emperors, kings of Spain, archdukes of Austria, and dukes of Burgundy, all of whom had lived and died faithful sons of the Church and defenders of the Catholic faith, it announced the identity of his policy with theirs. Whatever his predecessors had decreed in matters ecclesiastical, whatever had been decided by the Council of Constance and other councils, he would uphold. Luther had set himself against the whole of Christendom, alleging it to be, both now and for 1,000 years past, in error, and only himself in possession of the truth. The estates had heard the obstinate answer which he had made the day before. Let him be no further heard, and let him be taken back whence he came, the terms of his safe conduct being carefully observed. But let him be forbidden to preach, nor suffer to corrupt the people with his vile doctrine. And as we have before said, it is our will that he should be proceeded against as a true and evident heretic. The difference between heresy and treason at one time was very slight. One was disloyalty to the Church, the other disloyalty to the state. Luther's peril was very great. The coils had been deliberately laid for him, and he had as deliberately placed his neck in the noose. Surely his accusers had been very patient. Every opportunity had been given to him to recant. Aleandro, the papal nuncio, argued that, in the face of such stubborn contumacy and insult to both Pope and Emperor, the Emperor would be justified in cancelling his safe conduct and arresting Luther then and there. His offence in refusing to retract was committed at Worms, and his trial should be there, and there he should be executed. The Elector Frederick was a stronger man far in personality than was the Emperor Charles. The promise of safe conduct must be kept, said Frederick, and there he rested, refusing to argue the merits of the case by a word, one way or the other. Frederick held the life of Luther in his hand, a waver, a tremor, and the faggots would soon crackle. For the man who pleads guilty and refuses pardon, there is short shrift. Luther started back for Saxony. All went well until he reached the Black Forest within the bounds of the domain of Frederick, when, behold, the carriages and little group of horsemen were surrounded by an armed force of silent and determined men. Luther made a stout defence and was handled not over gently. He was taken from his closed carriage and placed upon a horse. His friends and guard were ordered to be gone. The darkness of the forest swallowed Luther and his captors. News soon reached Wittenberg, and the students mourned him as dead. His enemies gloried in his disappearance, and everywhere told that he had been struck by the vengeance of God. Luther was lodged in the castle of Wartburg, and all communication with the outside world cut off. The whole scheme was a diplomatic move on the part of the Elector. He expected a demand would be made for the arrest of the heretic. To anticipate this demand, he arrested the man himself, and thus placed the matter in position to legally resist should the prisoner be demanded. The Elector was the governor, and the estate was what would be to us a state, the terms state and estate being practically the same word. It was the old question of state rights, the same question that Hayne and Webster debated in 1830, and Grover Cleveland and John P. Altgeld fought over in 1894. The Elector Frederick prepared for a legal battle and would defy the federal arm by force if worse came to worst. Luther remained a prisoner for 7 months, and so closely guarded was he that he only knew by inference that his keepers were his friends. The Elector was discreet. He held no personal communication with Luther. In December 1521, the prisoner was allowed to go to Wittenberg on a 3 days' parole. When he appeared at the university, he came as one from the dead. The event was too serious for student jollification. Many were struck dumb with astonishment, and glad tears of joy were upon every cheek, and by common consent all classes were abandoned, and a solemn service of thanksgiving held in the church, upon the door of which, 4 years before, this little college professor had tacked his theses. All understood now that Luther was a prisoner. He must go back to his prison. He admonished his hearers to be patient, but to be firm. Cleave to what they believed to be right, even though it led to the scaffold. He administered the sacrament, and through that congregation, and throughout Saxony, and throughout all Germany, ran the vow, silent, solemn, and serious, that Martin Luther's defiance of papal authority was right. The church was made for man, and not man for the church, and come what may, this man Luther must be protected even though the gutters ran with blood. When would his trial occur? Nobody knew, but there would be no haste. Luther went back to prison, but not to remain there. His little lease of liberty had been given just to see which way the wind lay. He was a prisoner still, a prisoner on parole, and if he was taken out of Saxony, it could only be by illegal means. The action of the Elector was as wise and as successful a bit of legal procedure as ever mortal lawyer worked. That it was all done without the advice, consent, or connivance of the prisoner makes it doubly admirable. Luther set himself to work as never before, writing and preaching. He kept close to Wittenberg, and from there sent forth his thunders of revolt. Outside of Saxony, at regular intervals, edicts were read from pulpits ordering any and all copies of Luther's writings to be brought forward that they might be burned. This advertised the work and made it prized. It was read throughout all Christendom. that gentle and ascetic Henry VIII of England issued a book denouncing Luther and telling what he would do with him if he came to England. Luther replied a trifle too much in kind. Henry put in a pious rejoinder to the effect that the devil would not have Luther in hell. In their opinion of Luther, the Pope and King Henry were of one mind. So lived Martin Luther, execrated and beloved. At first he sought to serve the Church, and later he worked to destroy it. After 300 years, the Catholic Church still lives, with more communicants than it had in the days of Luther. The fact that it still exists proves its usefulness. It will still live, and it will change as men change. The Church and the Pope are not the detestable things that Martin Luther pictured them, and Protestantism is not the sweet and lovely object that he would have us believe. All formal and organized religions will be what they are, as long as man is what he is. Labels count for little. In 1525, Martin Luther married Catherine the Nun, a most excellent woman, and one whom rumour says had long encouraged and upheld him in his works. Children came to bless them, and the picture of the great heretic sitting at his wooden table with little Johnny Luther on his knee, his loving wife by his side, and kind neighbours entering for a friendly chat, shows the great reformer at his best. He was the son of a peasant. All his ancestors were peasants, as he is so often told, and he lived like a peasant to the last. For himself he wanted little. He sided with the people, the toilers, with those who struggled in the bonds of slavery and fear. For them he was an eye, an ear, a trumpet voice. There never lived a braver man. There never lived one more earnest and sincere. He fought freedom's fight with all the weapons God had given him, and for the liberty we now enjoy, in great degree, we are debtors to Martin Luther. End of section 8. Read by Belinda McReynolds, Melbourne, 3rd of May, 2024.
Section 9. Of Little Journeys to the Homes of Eminent Orators. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Little Journeys to the Homes of Eminent Orators by Elbert Hubbard. Chapter 9. Edmund Burke. I was not, like His Grace of Bedford, swaddled and rocked and dandled into a legislator. Nitor in adversum is the motto for a man like me. I possessed not one of the qualities, nor cultivated one of the arts, that recommend men to the favour and protection of the great. I was not made for a minion or a tool. As little did I follow the trade of winning the hearts by imposing on the understandings of the people. At every step of my progress in life, for in every step I was traversed and opposed, and at every turnpike I met, I was obliged to show my passport, and again to prove my sole title to the honour of being useful to my country, by a proof that I was not wholly unacquainted with its laws and the whole system of its interests, both abroad and at home. Otherwise, no rank, no toleration even, for me. Edmund Burke. In the American Encyclopedia, a work I cheerfully recommend, will be found a statement to the effect that Edmund Burke was one of the 15 children of his parents. Aside from the natural curiosity to know what became of the 14, the matter is of small moment, and that its truth or falsity should divide men is most absurd. Of this, however, we know. The parents of Burke were plain people, rescued from oblivion only through the excellence of this one son. The father was a lawyer, and fees being scarce, he became chief clerk for another barrister, and so lived his life and did his work. When Edmund Burke was born at Dublin in the year 1729, that famous city was at its flood tide of prosperity. It was a metropolis of commerce, art, wit, oratory, and literary culture. The one name that looms large to us out of that time is that of Dean Swift, but then there were dozens just as great as he, so said. Edmund must have been a bright, fine, attractive boy, for we hear that certain friends of his parents combined with his father, and they bent themselves to the task of sending the lad to Trinity College. Before this, however, he had spent some time at a private school kept by one Abraham Shackleton, an Englishman and a member of the Society of Friends. Shackleton was a rare, sweet soul and a most excellent teacher, endowed with a grave, tranquil nature, constant and austere. Between his son Richard and young Mr. Burke there sprang up a close and affectionate friendship which neither time nor circumstance was able to dim. Now, the elder Burke was a lawyer, but not a great lawyer. What more natural, therefore, than that the boy Edmund should follow in his father's footsteps and reap the fame and high honours which an unkind fate had withheld from his worthy parent. There was another boy destined for fame at Trinity College while Burke was there, but they did not get acquainted then. Some years later they met in London, though, and talked it over. In countenance these two young men had a certain marked resemblance. Reynolds painted pictures of both Burke and Goldsmith, and when I looked at these portraits this morning side by side, I said, Sir Joshua hadn't quite got the Burke out of his brush before he painted the Goldsmith. Burke is Goldsmith grown big. Each had a weak chin, which was redeemed by the fine, full forehead and brilliant eye. In face and features taken as a whole, Burke had a countenance of surpassing beauty. Note the full, sensuous lips, the clear, steady, lustrous, beaming eye, the splendid head. There is nothing small, selfish, mean, or trifling about the man. He is open, frank, sympathetic, gentle, generous, and wise. He is a manly man. No wonder that even the staid and chilly Hannah More loved him, and little Miss Burney worshipped at his shrine even in spite of his friendship for those detested rebels, the Americans, and the other grievous sin of persecuting that good man, Warren Hastings. Goldsmith was small in stature, apologetic in manner, hesitating, and at times there was a lisp in speech, which might have been an artistic and carefully acquired adjunct of wit, but it was not. Burke was commanding in stature, dignified, suave, and in speech direct, copious, and elegant. Goldsmith overworked the minor key, but Burke merely suggests that it had not been omitted. At college, young Burke did not prove a brilliant student. His intellect and aptitude, it seems, were a modest mouse colour that escaped attention. His reading was desultory and pretty general, with spasms of passion for this study or that, this author or the other. And he has remarked, most regretfully, that these passions were all short-lived, none lasting more than 6 weeks. It is a splendid sign to find a youth with a passion for any branch of work or study, or for any author. No matter how brief the love, it adds a ring of growth to character, and if you have loved a book once, it is easy to go back to it. In all these varying moods of likes and dislikes, Burke was gathering up material for use in after years. But his teachers did not regard it so. Neither did his father. He got through college after a 5 years course, aged 20, by the grace of his tutors. He knew everything except what was in the curriculum. Tall, handsome, with hair black as the raven's wing, and eyes that looked away off into space, dreamy and unconcerned, was Edmund Burke at 20. His father was a business lawyer, with a sharp nose for technicalities, quirks, and quillets. But the son studied law as a literary curiosity. Occasionally there were quick chidings, answered with irony, needlessly calm. Then the good wife and mother would intervene with her tears, and the result was that Burke the elder would withdraw to the open air to cool his coppers. Be it known that no man can stand out against his wife and son when they in love combine. Finally, it was proposed that Edmund go to London and take a course of law at the Middle Temple. The plan was accepted with ill-concealed alacrity. Father and son parted with relief, but the goodbye between mother and son tore the hearts of both. They were parting forever, and something told them so. It evidently was the intention of Burke the elder, who was a clear-headed, practical person, competent in all petty plans, that if the son settled down to law and got his call, then he would be summoned back to Dublin and put in a way to achieve distinction. But if the young man still pursued his desultory reading and scribbling on irrelevant themes, why then the remittances would be withdrawn, and Edmund Burke, being 21 years of age, could sink or swim. Burke pater would wash his hands in innocency, having fully complied with all legal requirements, and God knows that is all any man can do. There! In London town since time began, no embryo coke ever rapped at the bar for admittance. Lawyers are summoned, just as clergymen are called, while other men find a job. In England, this pretty little illusion of receiving a call to practice law still obtains. Burke never received the call, for the reason that he failed to fit himself for it. He read everything but law books. He might have assisted a young man by the name of Blackstone in compiling his commentaries, as their lodgings were not far apart, but he did not. They met occasionally, and when they did, they always discussed Spenser or Milton, and waxed warm over Shakespeare. Burke gave old Father Antic the law as lavish a letter of recommendation as the legal profession ever received, and he gave it for the very natural reason that he had no use for the law himself. The remittances from Dublin were always small, but they grew smaller, less frequent, and finally ceased. It was sink or swim, and the young man simply paddled to keep afloat upon the tide of the times. He dawdled at Dodsley's, visited with the callers, and browsed among the books. There was only one thing the young man liked better to do than read, and that was to talk. Once he had read a volume nearly through, when Dodsley up and sold it to a customer. "A rather ungentlemanly trick to play on an honest man," says Burke. It was at Dodsley's that he first met his countryman Goldsmith, also Garrick, Boswell, and Johnson. It was then that Johnson received that lasting impression of Burke, of whom he said, "Sir, if you met Edmund Burke under a gateway, where you had taken shelter for 5 minutes to escape a shower, you would be so impressed by his conversation that you would say, 'This is a most extraordinary man.' If one knows how, or has to, he can live in a large city at a small expense. For 9 years, Burke's London life is a tale of a garret, with the details almost lost in the fog. Of this time in after years he seldom spoke, not because he was ashamed of all the straits and shifts he had to endure, but because he was endowed with that fine dignity of mind which does not dwell on hardships gone and troubles past, but rather fixes itself on blessings now at hand and other blessings yet to come. Then, better still, there came a time when work and important business filled every moment of the fast-flying hours. And so he himself once said, 'The sure cure for all private griefs is a hearty interest in public affairs.'" The best searchlight through the mist of those early days comes to us through Burke's letters to his friend Richard, the son of his old Quaker teacher. Shackleton had the insight to perceive his friend was no common man, and so preserved every scrap of Burke's writing that came his way. About that time there seems to have been a sort of meteoric shower of chipmunk magazines, following in the luminous pathway of the Spectator and the Tatler. Burke was passing through his poetic period, and supplied various stanzas of alleged poetry to these magazines for a modest consideration. For one poem he received 18 pence, as tearfully told by Shackleton, but we have Hawkins for it that this was a trifle more than the poem was worth. Of this poetry we know little, happily, but glimpses of it are seen in the Shackleton letters. For instance, when he asks his friend's criticism of such lines as these: "The nymphs that haunt the dusky wood, which hangs recumbent o'er the crystal flood." He speaks of his delight in ambient sunsets, when gilded oceans, ghostly ships, and the dull, dark city vanish for the night. Of course, such things never happen except in books, but the practice of writing about them is a fine drill, in that it enables the writer to get a grasp on his vocabulary. Poetry is for the poet. And if Burke wrote poetry in bed, having to remain there in the daytime, while his landlady was doing up his singled ruffled shirt for an evening party, whose business was it? When he was invited out to dinner, he did the meal such justice that he needed nothing the following day. And the welcome discovery was also made that fasting produced an exaltation of the spiritual essence that was extremely favourable to writing good poetry. Burke had wit, and what Johnson called a mighty affluence of conversation, so his presence was welcome at the Turk's Head. Burke and Johnson were so thoroughly well matched as talkers that they respected each other's prowess, and never with each other clinched in wordy warfare. Johnson was an arch Tory, Burke the leader of the Whigs, but Ursa was wise enough to say, "I'll talk with him on any subject but politics." This led Goldsmith to remark, "Dr. Johnson browbeats us little men, but makes quick peace with those he cannot down." Then there were debating societies, from one of which he resigned because the limit of a speech was 7 minutes. But finally the time was extended to 15 minutes in order to get the Irish orator back. During these 9 years, once referred to by Burke as the Dark Ages, he had 4 occupations: book browsing at Dodsley's, debating in the clubs, attending the theatre on tickets probably supplied by Garrick, who had taken a great fancy to him, and his writing. No writing man could wish a better environment than this. The friction of mind with strong men, books, and the drama stirred his emotions to the printing point. Burke's personality made a swirl in the social sea that brought the best straight to him. One of the writers that Burke most admired was Bolingbroke, that man of masterly mind and mighty tread. His paragraphs move like a phalanx, and in every sentence there is an argument. No man in England influenced his time more than Bolingbroke. He was the inspirer of writers. Burke devoured Bolingbroke, and when he took up his pen, wrote with the same magnificent, stately, minuet step. Finally, he was full of the essence of Bolingbroke to the point of saturation, and then he began to criticise him. Had Bolingbroke been alive, Burke would have quarrelled with him. They were so much alike. As it was, Burke contented himself by writing a book after the style of Bolingbroke, carrying the great man's arguments one step further, with intent to show their fallacy. The paraphrase is always a compliment, and is never well done except by a man who loves the original and is a bit jealous of him. If Burke began his Vindication of Natural Society with intent to produce a burlesque, he missed his aim and came very near convincing himself of the truth of his proposition. And in fact, the book was hailed by the rationalists as a vindication of Rousseau's philosophy. Burke was a conservative rationalist, which is something like an altruistic pessimist. In the society of rationalists, Burke was a conservative, and when with the conservatives, he was a rationalist. That he was absolutely honest and sincere, there is not a particle of doubt, and we will have to leave it to the psychologists to tell us why men hate the thing they love. The Vindication of Natural Society is a great book, and the fact that in the second edition Burke had to explain that it was an ironical paraphrase does not convince us it was. The things prophesied have come about, and the morning stars still sing together. Wise men are more and more learning by inclining their hearts toward nature. Not only is this true in pedagogics, but in law, medicine, and theology as well. Dogma has less place now in religion than ever before. Many deeply religious men eschew the creed entirely, and in all pulpits may be heard that the sublime truths of simple honesty and kindness are quite enough basis for a useful career. That is good which serves. Religions are many and diverse, but reason and goodness are one. Burke's attempts to prove that without revealed religion, mankind would sit in eternal darkness, makes us think of the fable of the man who planted potatoes, hoed them, and finally harvested the crop. Every day while this man toiled, there was another man who sat on the fence, chewed a straw, and looked on. And the author of the story says that if it were not for the Bible, no one would ever have known to whom the potatoes belonged. Burke wrote and talked as all good men do, just to clear up the matter in his own mind. Our wisest moves are accidents. Burke's first book was of a sort so striking that both sides claimed it. Men stopped other men on the street and asked if they had read the Vindication. At the coffee houses they wrangled and jangled over it, and all the time Dodsley smiled and rubbed his hands in glee. Burke soon blossomed out in clean ruffled shirt every morning, and shortly moved to a suite of rooms, where before he had received his mail and his friends at a coffee house. Then came William Burke, a distant cousin, and together they tramped off through rural England, loitering along flowering hedgerows and stopping at quaint inns where the villagers made guesses as to whether the two were gentlemen out for a lark, smugglers, or Jesuits in disguise. One of these trips took our friends to Bath, and there we hear they were lodged at the house of a Dr. Nugent, an excellent and scholarly man. William Burke went back to London and left Edmund at Bath, deep in the pursuit of the sublime. Dr. Nugent had a daughter, aged 20, beautiful, gentle, and gracious. The reader can guess the rest. That Burke's wife was a most amiable and excellent woman there is no doubt. She loved her lord, believed in him, and had no other gods before him. But that she influenced his career directly, or through antithesis, there is no trace. Her health was too frail to follow him. His stride was terrific. So she remained at home, and after every success he came back and told her of it, and rested his great shaggy head in her lap. Only one child was born to them, and this boy closely resembled his mother in intellect and physique. This son passed out early in life, and so with Edmund died the name. The next book Burke launched was the one we know best, On the Sublime. The original bore the terrifying title, A Philosophical Inquiry into the Origin of Our Ideas Concerning the Sublime and Beautiful. This book consisted of 117 chapters, each chapter dealing with some special phase of the subject. It is the most searching and complete analysis of an abstract theme of which I know. It sums the subject up like an essay by Herbert Spencer, and disposes of the case once and forever. It is so learned that only a sophomore could have written it, and we quite forgive the author when we are told that it was composed when he was 19. The book proved Burke's power to follow an idea to its lair, and its launching also launched the author upon the full tide of polite society. Goldsmith said, "We will lose him now," but Burke still stuck by his coffee-house companions and used them as a pontoon to bridge the gulf twixt Bohemia and Piccadilly. In the meantime, he had written a book for Dodsley on English settlements in North America, and this did Burke more good than anyone else, as it caused him to focus his inquiring mind on the new world. After this man began to write on a subject, his intellect became luminous on the theme, and it was his for evermore. At routs and fêtes and 4 o'clocks, Burke was sought as an authority on America. He had never been there. He had but promised himself that he would go, for a sick wife held him back. In the meantime, he had seen every man of worth who had been to America, and had sucked the orange dry. Macaulay gives the idea when he describes Burke's speech at the Warren Hastings trial. Burke had never been to India. Macaulay had, but that is nothing. Says Macaulay, "When Burke spoke, the burning sun, the strange vegetation of the palm and cocoa tree, the rice field, the tank, the huge trees, older than the Mogul Empire, under which the village crowds assemble, the thatched roof of the peasant's hut, the rich tracery of the mosque where the imam prays with his face to Mecca, the drums, the banners and gaudy idols, the devotees swinging in the air, the graceful maiden with the pitcher on her head descending the steps to the riverside, the black faces, the long beards, the yellow streaks of sect, the turbans and the flowing robes, the spears and silver maces, the elephants with their canopies of state, the gorgeous palanquin of the prince, and the close litter of the noble lady. All these things were to him as familiar as the subjects which lay on the road between Beaconsfield and St. James's Street. All India was present to the eye of his mind, from the halls where suitors laid gold and perfumes at the feet of the sovereign, to the wild moor where the gypsy camp was pitched, from the bazaar humming like a beehive with the crowd of buyers and sellers, to the jungle where the lonely courier shakes his bunch of iron rings to scare away the hyenas. He had just as lively an idea of the insurrection at Benares as of Lord George Gordon's riots, and of the execution of Nucomar as of Dr. Dodd. Oppression in Bengal was to him the same thing as oppression in the streets of London. The wide encompassing quality of Burke's mind made him a man among men. Just how much he lent his power in those early days to assist those in high places who needed him, we do not know. Such services were sacred to him, done in friendship and in confidence, and held as steadfast as a good lawyer holds the secrets of his client. No doubt, though, that the one speech which gave glory and a nickname to single speech Hamilton was written by Burke. It was wise, witty, and profound, and never again did Hamilton do a thing that rose above the dull and deadly mediocre. It was a rival of Burke's who said, "He is the only man since Cicero who is a great orator, and who can write as well as he can talk." That Burke wrote the lectures of Sir Joshua Reynolds is now pretty generally believed. In fact, that he received the goodly sum of £4,000 for writing these lectures has been proved to the satisfaction of a jury. Burke never said he wrote the Reynolds lectures, and Sir Joshua left it to his valet to deny it. But read the lectures now, and you will see the stately step of Bolingbroke, and the insight, wit, and gravity of the man who said, "Mr. Speaker, I rise to a question of privilege. If it is the pleasure of the House that all the heaviest folios known to us should be here read aloud, I am in honour bound to graciously submit, but only this I ask, that proceedings shall be suspended long enough for me to send home for my nightcap." Presently Burke graduated from doing hack work for William Gerard Hamilton to the position of his private secretary. Hamilton had been appointed Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, and so highly did he prize Burke's services that he had the government vote him a pension of £300 a year. This was the first settled income Burke had ever received, and he was then well past 30 years of age. But though he was in sore straits financially, when he perceived that the intent of the income was to bind him into the exclusive service of his patron, he resigned his office and refused the pension. Without knowing how wisely he was acting, Burke, by declining the pension and affronting Lord Hamilton, had done the very thing that it was most expedient to do. When Hamilton could not buy his man, he foolishly sought to crush him, and this brought Burke for the first time into the white light of publicity. I suppose it is fully understood that the nobility of England are not necessarily either cultured or well read. Literature to most of the titled gentry is a blank, my lord. It is so now and always has been so. Burke's brilliant books were not sufficient to make him famous, except among the elect few. But the episode with Lord Hamilton set the gossips by the ears, and all who had never read Burke's books now pretended they had. Burke was a national character. Such a man merely needs to be known to be wanted. Strong men are always needed. The House of Commons opened its doors to him, several boroughs competing with each other for the favour of being represented by him. A political break-up with opportunity came along, and we find the Marquis of Rockingham made Premier and Edmund Burke his secretary. It was Fitzherbert who recommended Burke to Rockingham, and Fitzherbert is immortal for this and for the fact that Johnson used him to point a moral. Said Dr. Johnson, "A man is popular more through negative qualities than positive ones. Fitzherbert is the most acceptable man in London because he never overpowers anyone by the superiority of his talents, makes no man think worse of himself by being his rival, seems always ready to listen, does not oblige you to hear much from him, and never opposes what you say." With Rockingham and Burke it was a case of the tail wagging the dog, but Burke and Rockingham understood each other and always remained firm friends. I believe it was John J. Ingalls who said America had never elected but one first-class man for president, and he was chosen only because he was unknown. Rockingham could neither make a speech nor write a readable article, but he was kindly disposed, honest and intelligent, and had a gracious and winning presence. He lives in history today chiefly because Edmund Burke was associated with him. Burke was too big a man for Premier. Such men have to be kept in subjection. The popular will is wise. Men like Burke make enemies. Common folks cannot follow them in their flight, and in their presence we feel like a farmer in the presence of a sleight-of-hand man. To have life, and life in abundance, is the prayer of every strong and valiant soul. But men are forever running away from life, getting into positions, monasteries, communities, and now and again cutting the cable of existence by suicide. The man who commits suicide usually leaves a letter giving a reason. Almost any reason is sufficient. He was looking for a reason, and when he thought he had found it, he seized upon it. Life to Edmund Burke was the gracious gift of the gods, and he was grateful for it. He ripened slowly. Arrested development never caught him. All the days of his life his mind was expanding and reaching out, touching every phase of human existence. Nothing was foreign to him. Nothing that related to human existence was small or insignificant. When the home thrust was made that Ireland had not suffered more through the absenteeism of her landlords than through the absenteeism of her men of genius, Burke made the reply that Ireland needed friends in the House of Commons more than at home. Burke loved Ireland to the last, and his fine loyalty for her people doubtless cost him a seat in the cabinet. In moments of passion his tongue took on a touch of the old sod, which gave Fox an opportunity of introducing a swell bull. Burke's brogue is worth going miles to see. And once, when Burke was speaking of America, he referred to the wondrous forests, where the hand of man had never trod. Fox arose to a point of order. and this was a good deal easier on the part of Fox than to try to meet his man in serious debate. Burke's was not the primrose path of dalliance. He fought his way inch by inch. Often it was 12 against him. In one speech he said, "The minister comes down in state attended by beasts, clean and unclean. He opens his budget and edifies us with a speech. One half the house goes away. A second gentleman gets up, and another half goes, and a third gentleman launches a speech that rids the house of another half." A loud laugh here came in, and Burke stopped, and said he was most happy if a small dehorned Irish bull of his could put the house in such good humour, and went on with his speech. Soon, however, there were cries of "Shame!" from the Tories, who thought Burke was speaking disrespectfully of the king. Burke paused and said, "Mr. Speaker, I have not spoken of the king except in high esteem. I prize my head too well for that. But I do not think it necessary that I should bow down to his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass." And he fixed his intrepid gaze upon the chief offender. Nature's best use for genius is to make other men think, to stir things up so sedimentation does not take place, to break the ankylosis of self-complacency, and start the stream of public opinion running so it will purify itself. Burke was an agitator, not a leader. He had the great gift of exaggeration, without which no man can be a great orator. He painted the picture large and put the matter in a way that compelled attention. For 30 years he was a most prominent figure in English politics. No great measure could be passed without counting on him. His influence held dishonesty in check and made oppression pause. History is usually written from one of 3 points of view: political, literary, or economic. Macaulay stands for the first, Taine the second, Buckle the third. Each writer considers his subject supreme. When we speak of the history of a country, we usually refer to its statesmen. Politicians live the lives of moths as compared with the lasting influence of commerce that feeds, houses, and clothes, says Buckle. Rulers govern, but it is literature that enlightens, says Taine. Literature and commerce are made possible only through the wisdom of statesmen, says Macaulay. Edmund Burke's business was statecraft. His play was letters, but he lives for us through letters. He had 2 sets of ardent friends, his political associates, and that other little group of literary cronies made up of Johnson, Goldsmith, Boswell, Reynolds, and Garrick. With these his soul was free. His sense of sublimity then found wings. The vocabulary of Johnson, the purling poetry of Goldsmith, the grace of Garrick's mimicry, the miracle of Reynolds' pencil and brush, these ministered to his hungry heart. They were forms of expression. All life is an expression of spirit. Burke's life was dedicated to expression. He expressed through speech, personal presence, and written words. Who ever expressed in this way so well? And, stay, who ever had so much that was worthwhile to express? End of section 9. Section 10 of Little Journeys to the Homes of Eminent Orators. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Little Journeys to the Homes of Eminent Orators by Elbert Hubbard. William Pitt. Time was when slaves were exported like cattle from the British coast and exposed for sale in the Roman market. These men and women who were thus sold were supposed to be guilty of witchcraft, debt, blasphemy, or theft. Or else they were prisoners taken in war. They had forfeited their right to freedom, and we sold them. We said they were incapable of self-government and so must be looked after. Later, we quit selling British slaves, but began to buy and trade in African humanity. We silenced conscience by saying, "It's all right, they are incapable of self-government." We were once as obscure, as debased, as ignorant, as barbaric as the African is now. I trust that the time will come when we are willing to give to Africa the opportunity, the hope, the right to attain to the same blessings that we ourselves enjoy. William Pitt, on Abolition of Slavery in England. The law of heredity has been described as that law of our nature which provides that a man shall resemble his grandmother, or not, as the case may be. What traits are inherited and what acquired? Who shall say? Married folks who resort to the happy expedient of procuring their children at orphan asylums can testify to the many times they have been complimented on the striking resemblance of father to daughter or son to mother. Possibly that is all there is of it. We resemble those with whom we associate. Far be it from me to say the final word on this theme. I would not, if I could, deprive men of a problem they can never solve. When all questions are answered, it will be time to telephone the undertaker. That men of genius do not reproduce themselves after the flesh is an axiom, but that William Pitt, Earl of Chatham, did, is brought forth as an exception, incident, accident, or circumstance, just according to one's mood at the moment. Great men do have great sons, we cry. Look at the Pitts, the Adamses, the Walpoles, the Beechers, the Booths, the Bellinis, the Disraelis. And here we begin to falter. And then the opposition takes it up and rattles off a list of great men whose sons were spendthrifts, gamblers, ne'er-do-wells, and jackanapes. When Pitt the Younger made his first speech in the House of Commons, he struck 13. The members of the House were amazed. "He's a chip off the old block," they said. "He's the block itself," said Burke. Lord Rosebery, who had the felicity to own a Derby winner, once said of Pitt, "He was bred for speed, but not for endurance." Since the subject of heredity always seems to come up when the Pitts are mentioned, it may be proper for us to go back and trace pedigree a bit to see if we have here the formula for producing a genius. The grandfather of William Pitt the elder was Thomas Pitt, a sea captain, trader, and gentleman adventurer. In fact, he was a bold buccaneer, but not too bold, for he gave large sums to church and charity, and showed his zeal for virtue by once hanging 3 smugglers in chains high up on a gibbet overlooking the coast of Cornwall, and there the bodies were left until the birds of prey and the elements had bleached their bones. Thomas Pitt was known as Diamond Tom, through bringing from India and selling to the Regent Orleans the largest diamond, I believe, ever owned in England. For this diamond, Tom received £135,000, a sum equal to $1 million. That Diamond Tom received this money there is no doubt, but where and how he got the diamond nobody seems to know, and in his own time it was deemed indelicate to inquire. Tom might have wasted that money right shortly. There are several ways of dissipating a fortune, but he wisely decided to found a house. That is to say, he bought a borough, the borough of Old Sarum, the locality that was to become famous as the rotten borough of the Reform Bill. He bought this borough and all the tenants outright from the government, just as we bought the Filipinos at $2 a head. All the people who lived in the borough had to pay tribute, taxes, or rent to Tom, for Tom owned the tenures. They had to pay, hike, or have their heads cut off. Most of them paid. If the time were at our disposal, it might be worthwhile to let this story extend itself into a picture of how all the land in England once belonged to the Crown, and how this land was transferred at will to Thomas, Richard, and Henry for cash or as reward for services rendered. It was much the same in America. The government once owned all the land, and then this land was sold, given out to soldiers or to homesteaders who would clear the land of trees. And later we reversed the proposition and gave the land to those who would plant trees. There was this similarity, too, between English and American land laws. The Indians on the land in America had to pay, move, or be perforated. For them to pay rent or work out a road tax was quite out of the question. Indians, like the Irish, will not pay rent, so we were compelled to evict them. But there was this difference in America. The owner of the land could sell it. In England, he could not. The law of entail has been much modified, but as a general proposition, the landowner in England has the privilege of collecting the rent and warning off poachers, but he cannot mortgage the land and eat it up. This keeps the big estates intact and is a very good scheme. Under a similar law in the United States, Uncle Billy Bushnell or Ali Baba might live in Hot Springs, Arkansas, and own every foot of East Aurora, and all of us would then vote as Baron Bushnell or Sir Ali dictated, thus avoiding much personal animus at town meeting time. But no tenure can be made with death. He can neither be bought, bribed, cajoled, nor intimidated. Diamond Tom died, and his eldest son Robert came into possession of the state. Now Robert was commonplace and beautifully mediocre. It is one of nature's little ironies, at the expense of the law of entail, that she will occasionally send out of the spirit realm into a place of worldly importance a man who is a regular chibot, chitterling and chump. Robert Pitt, son of Diamond Tom, escaped all censure and unkind criticism by doing nothing, saying nothing, and being nothing. But he proved procreant and reared a goodly brood of sons and daughters, all much like himself, save one, the youngest son. This son, by name William Pitt, very much resembled Diamond Tom, his illustrious grandfather. Nature bred back. William was strong in body, firm in will, active, alert, intelligent. Times had changed, or he might have been a bold buccaneer too. He was all his grandfather was, only sandpapered, buffed, and polished by civilization. He was sent to Eton, and then to Trinity College, Oxford, where buccaneer instincts broke out, and he left without a degree. 2 careers were open to him, as to all aspiring sons of noble beef-eaters. He could enter the church or the army. He chose the army and became in due course the first cornet of his company. His elder brother Thomas was very naturally a member of the House of Commons for Old Sarum, and later sat for Okehampton. Another of nature's little ironies here outcrops. Thomas, who was named for his illustrious grandfather, he of the crystallized carbon, didn't resemble his grandfather nearly so much as did his younger brother William. So Thomas, with surprising good sense, named his brother for a seat in the House of Commons from Old Sarum. William was but 27 years of age when he began his official career, but he seemed one who had leapt into life full-armed. He absorbed knowledge on every hand. Demosthenes was his idol, and he too declaimed by the seashore with his mouth full of pebbles. His splendid command of language was acquired by the practice of translation and retranslation. Whether Greek or Latin ever helped any man to become a better thinker is a mooted question, but the practice of talking off in your own tongue a page of a foreign language is a mighty good way to lubricate your English. William Pitt had all the graces of a great orator. He was deliberate, self-possessed, positive. In form he was rather small, but he had a way of carrying himself that gave an impression of size. He was one of the world's big little men, the type of Aaron Burr, Alexander Hamilton, Benjamin Harrison, and John D. Long. In the House of Commons he lost no time in making his presence felt. He was assertive, theatrical, declamatory. Still, he usually knew what he was talking about. His criticisms of the government so exasperated Sir Robert Walpole that Walpole used to refer to him as that terrible cornet of horse. Finally, Walpole had him dismissed from the army. This, instead of silencing the young man, really made matters worse, and George II, who patronised the opposition when he could not down it, made him groom of the bedchamber to the Prince of Wales. This was an office lined with adipose, with no work to speak of. The feeling is that Pitt revealed his common clay by accepting the favour. He was large enough to get along without such things. In most of the good old school speakers was an extract from a speech supposed to have been delivered by Pitt on the occasion of his being taunted by Horace Walpole on account of his youth. Pitt replied in language something like this: "It is true that I am young, yet I'll get over that. But the man who is a fool will probably remain one all his days." The speech was reported by a lout of a countryman, Samuel Johnson by name, who had come up to London to make his fortune and found his first work in reporting speeches in the House of Commons. Pitt did not write out his speeches for the press weeks in advance, according to latter-day methods. The man who reported them had to have a style of his own, and certainly Johnson had. Pitt was much pleased with Johnson's reports of his speeches, but on one occasion mildly said, Mr. Johnson, you know, I do not exactly remember using that expression." And Samuel Johnson said, "Sir, it is barely possible that you did not use the language as I have written it out, but you should." Just how much Johnson we get in Pitt's printed speeches is still a topic for debate. Pitt could think on his feet, while Samuel Johnson never made but one speech and broke down in that. But Johnson could write, and the best of Pitt's speeches are those reported by Ursa Major in a style superbly Johnsonese. The member from Old Sarum once sent Johnson 2 butts of canary and a barrel of whitebait as a token of appreciation for his skill in accurate reporting. Pitt followed the usual course of successful reformers, and in due time lined up on the side of the Conservatives, and gradually succumbed to a strictly aristocratic disease, gout. Whether genius is transmissible or not is a question, but all authorities agree as to gout. Pitt's opposition to the Walpoles was so very firmly rooted that it continued for life, and for this he was rewarded by the Duchess of Marlborough with a legacy of £10,000. Her Grace was the mother of the lady who had the felicity to have her picture painted by Gainsborough, which picture was brought to America and secreted here for many years, and finally was purchased for $65,000 by Pierpont Morgan through the kind offices of my friend TriciaG, Philistine at large. The Duchess in her will said she gave the money to Pitt as an acknowledgment of the noble defence he has made for the support of the laws of England. But the belief is that it was her hatred for Walpole that prompted her admiration for Pitt. And her detestation of Walpole was not so much political as sentimental, a woman's love affairs being much more to her than patriotism. But the Duchess, being a woman, deceived herself as to reasons. Our acts are right, but our reasons seldom are. I leave this Marlborough matter with those who are interested in the psychology of the heart, merely calling attention to the fact that although the Duchess was 90 when she passed out, the warm experiences of her early womanhood were very vivid in her memory. If you wish to know when love dies out of a woman's brain, you will have to ask someone who is older than was the Duchess of Marlborough. When George II died and his grandson George III came into power, Pitt resigned his office in the cabinet and abandoned politics. At last he found time to get married. He was then 46 years of age. Men retire from active life, but seldom remain upon the shelf. Either life or death takes them down. In 5 years' time we find the king offering Pitt anything in sight, and Mr. Pitt, the great commoner, became Viscount Pitt, Earl of Chatham. By this move, Pitt lost in popularity more than he had gained in dignity. There was a complete revulsion of feeling toward him by the people, and he never again attained the influence and power he had once known. Burke once referred to a certain proposed bill as insignificant, irrelevant, pompous, creeping, explanatory and ambiguous, done in the true Chathamic style. But the disdain of Burke was really complimentary. It took a worthy foe to draw his fire. Chatham's faults were mostly on the surface and were more a matter of manner than of head or heart. America has cause to treasure the memory of Chatham. He opposed the Stamp Act with all the vigour of his tremendous intellect, and in the last speech of his life he prophesied that the Americans would never submit to taxation without representation, and that all the power of England was not great enough to subdue men who were fighting for their country. Yet his appeal to George III and his minions was like bombarding a fog. But all he said proved true. On the occasion of this last great speech, Chatham was attended by his favourite son William, then 19 years old. Proud as was this father of his son, he did not guess that in 4 short years this boy would, through his brilliancy, cast his own splendid efforts into the shadow, and that Burke, the querulous, would give the son a measure of approbation he never vouchsafed to the father. William Pitt the younger is known as the Great Pitt, to distinguish him from his father, who in his day was known as the greatest man in England. William Pitt, the second son of the Earl of Chatham, was born of poor but honest parents in the year 1759. That was the year that gave us Robert Burns, between whom and Pitt, in some respects, averages were held good. The same year was born William Wilberforce, philanthropist and emancipator, father of Canon Wilberforce. At this time, the fortunes of William Pitt the elder were at full flood. England was in a fever of exultation, drunk with success. Just where the thought got abroad that the average Englishman is moderate in success and in defeat not cast down, I do not know. But this I have seen, all London mad, howling, exultant, savage drunk, because of the report that the redcoats had subjugated this colony or that. To subdue, crush, slay, and defeat has caused shrieking shouts of joy in London since London began, unless the slain were Englishmen. This is patriotism, concerning which Samuel Johnson, reporter in the House of Commons, once made a remark slightly touched with acerbity. In the years 1758 and 1759, not a month passed but bonfires burned bright from Cornwall to Scotland in honour of English victories on land and sea. In Westphalia, British infantry defeated the armies of Louis XV. Boscawen had sunk a French fleet. Hawke put to flight another. Amherst took Ticonderoga. Clive destroyed a Dutch armament. Wolfe achieved victory and a glorious death at Quebec. English arms had marched triumphant through India and secured for the tight little island an empire, while another had been gained on the shores of Ontario. For all this, the great commoner received most of the glory, and that this tremendous popularity was too great to last is but a truism. But in such a year it was that William Pitt was born. His father was 50 years old, his mother about 30. This mother was a woman of rare grace, intellect, and beauty, the only sister of 2 remarkable brothers, George Grenville, the obstinate adviser of George III, the man who did the most to make America free, unintentionally, and the other brother was Richard Earl Temple, almost equally potent for right or wrong. That the child of a sensitive mother, born amid such a crash of excitement, should be feeble, was to be expected. No one at first expected the baby to survive. But tenderness and care brought him through, and he grew into a tall, spindling boy whose intellect far outmatched his body. He was too weak to be sent to take his place at a common school, and so his father and mother taught him. Between the father and the son there grew up a fine bond of affection. Whenever the father made a public address, the boy was there to admire and applaud. The father's declining fortunes drove him back to his family for repose, and all of his own ambitions became centred in his son. With a younger man this might not have been the case, but the baby boy of an old man means much more to him than a brood coming early. Daily this boy of 12 or 14 would go to his father's study to recite. Oratory was his aim, and the intent was that he should become the greatest parliamentarian of his time. This little mutual admiration society, composed of father and son, speaks volumes for both. Boys reaching out toward manhood, when they are neither men nor boys, often have little respect for their fathers. They consider the pater to be both old-fashioned and tyrannical. And the father, expecting too much of the son, often fails in faith and patience. But there was no such failure here. Chatham personally superintended the matter of offhand translation, and this practice was kept up daily from the time the boy was 8 years old until he was 19, when his father died. Then there was the tutor Prettyman, who must not be left out. He was a combination valet and teacher, and the most pedantic and idolatrous person that ever moused through dusty tomes. With a trifle more adipose and a little less intellect, he would have made a most successful and awful butler. He seemed a type of the English waiter who by some chance had acquired a college education and never said a wrong thing, nor did a right one during his whole life. Prettyman wrote a life of Pitt, and according to Macaulay, it enjoys the distinction of being the worst biography ever written. Lord Rosebery, however, declares the book is not so bad as it might be. I believe there are 2 other biographies equally stupid, Weem's Life of Washington and the book on Gainsborough by Thicknesse. Weem's book was written to elevate his man into a demigod. Thicknesse was intent on lowering his subject and exalting himself. While Prettyman extols himself and his subject equally, revealing how William Pitt could never have been William Pitt were it not for his tutor. Prettyman emphasizes trifles, slights important matters, and waxes learned concerning the irrelevant. A legacy coming to Prettyman, he changed his name to Tomline, as women change their names when they marry or enter a convent. Religion to Pitt was quite a perfunctory affair, necessary of course, but a bishop in England was one who could do little good and, fortunately, not much harm. With an irony too subtle to be seen by but very few, Pitt, when 27 years of age, made his old tutor Bishop of Winchester. Tomline proved an excellent and praiseworthy bishop, and his obsequious loyalty to Pitt led to the promise that if the primacy should become vacant, Tomline was to be made Archbishop of Canterbury. This promise was told by the unthinking Tomline and reached the ears of George III, a man who at times was very much alert. There came a day when the primacy was vacant, and to head off the nomination by Pitt, the king one morning at 8 o'clock walked over to the residence of Bishop Manners Somers and plied the knocker. The servant who answered the summons explained that the bishop was taking his bath and could not be seen until he had had breakfast. But the visitor was importunate. The servant went back to his master and explained that the stout man at the door would neither go away nor tell his name, but must see his lordship at once. When the bishop appeared in his dressing gown and saw the king, he nearly had apoplexy. But the king quickly told his errand and made his friend primate on the doorstep, with the butler and the housemaid for witnesses. Later in the day, when Pitt appeared at the palace, he was told that a primate had been appointed. The king was very sorry, but the present incumbent could not be removed unless charges were preferred. Pitt smilingly congratulated the king on the wisdom of his choice. but afterward referred to the transaction as a rather scurvy trick. At 23 years of age, William Pitt entered the House of Commons from the same borough that his father had represented at 27. His elder brother made way, just as had the elder brother of his father. The first speech he made in Parliament fixed his place in that body. His fame had preceded him, and when he arose, every seat was taken to hear the favourite son of the Earl of Chatham, the greatest orator England had ever seen. The subject was simply a plan of finance, and lacked all excuse for fine phrasing or flavour of sentiment. And what should a boy of 23 know about a nation's financial policy? Yet this boy knew all about it. Figures, statistics, results, conclusions were shown in a steady, flowing, accurate, lucid manner. The young man knew his theme, every byway, highway, and tracing of it. By that speech he proved his mathematical genius, and blazed the way straight to the office of Chancellor of the Exchequer. Not only did he know his theme, but he had the ability to explain it. He spoke without hesitation or embarrassment, and revealed the same splendid dignity that his father had shown, all flavoured by the same dash of indifference for the auditor. But the discerning one saw that he surpassed his father, in that he carried more reserve and showed a suavity that was not the habit of Chatham. And the man was there, mighty and self-reliant. The voice is the index of the soul. The voice of the two Pitts was the same voice, we have been told, a deep, rich, cultivated, lyric baritone. It was a trained voice, a voice that came from a full column of air, that never broke into a screech, rasping the throat of the speaker and the ear of the listener. It was the natural voice carefully developed by right use. The power of Pitt lay in his cold, calculating intellect, but the instrument that made manifest this intellect was his deep, resonant, perfectly controlled voice. Pitt never married, and according to the biting phrase of Fox, all he knew of love was a description of it he got from the Iliad. That is to say, he was separated from it about 3,000 years. This is a trifle too severe, for when 21 years of age he met the daughter of Necker at Paris, she who was to give the world of society a thrill as Madame de Staël. And if the gossips are right, it was not the fault of Pitt that a love match did not follow. But the woman gauged the man, and she saw that love to him would be merely an incident, not a consuming passion, and that she was not the woman to write a book on farthest north. She dallied with the young man a day, and then sent him about his business, exasperated and perplexed. He could strike fire with men as flint strikes on steel, but women were outside his realm. Yet he followed the career of Madame de Staël, and never managed to quite get her out of his life. Once, in his later years, he referred to her as that cold and trifling daughter of France's greatest financier. He admired the father more than he loved the daughter. For 24 years, Pitt piloted England's ship of state. There were constant headwinds, and now and again shifting gales of fierce opposition, and all the time a fat captain to pacify and appease. This captain was stupid, sly, obstinate, and insane by turns, and to run the ship and still allow the captain to believe that he was in command was the problem that confronted Pitt. And that he succeeded as well as any living man could, there is no doubt. During the reign of Pitt, England lost the American colonies. This was not a defeat for England, it was destiny. England preserved her independence by cutting the cable that bound her to us. The life of Pitt was a search for power. To love, wealth, and fame he was indifferent. He was able to manage successfully the finances of a nation, but his own were left in a sorry muddle. At his death it took £40,000 to cause him to be worth nothing. His debts were paid by the nation, and this indifference to his own affairs was put forth at the time as proof of his probity and excellence. We think now that it marked his limitations. His income for 20 years preceding his death was about $50,000 a year. 1 hour a day in auditing accounts with his butler would have made all secure. He had neither wife, child, nor dependent kinsman. Yet it was found that his household consumed 900 pounds of meat a week and enough beer to float a ship. For a man to waste his own funds in riotous living is only a trifle worse than to allow others to do the same. Literature, music and art owe little to Pitt. Only lovers care for beauty. The sensuous was not for him. He knew the classics, spoke French like a Parisian, revelled in history, had no confidants, and loved one friend, Wilberforce. Pictures of Pitt by Reynolds and Gainsborough reveal a face commonplace in feature save for the eye. The most brilliant eye ever seen in a human face. In describing the man, one word always seems to creep in, the word haughty. That the man was gentle, kind, and even playful among the few who knew him best, there is no doubt. The austerity of his manner was the inevitable result of an ambition, the sole aim of which was to dictate the policy of a great nation. All save honour was sacrificed to this end, and that the man was successful in his ambition there is no dispute. When he died, aged 47, he was by popular acclaim the greatest Englishman of his time, and the passing years have not shaken that proud position. End of section 10.
Section 11 of Little Journeys to the Homes of Eminent Orators. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Little Journeys to the Homes of Eminent Orators by Elbert Hubbard. Paul Marat. Citizens, you see before you the widow of Marat. I do not come here to ask your favors, such as cupidity would covet, or even such as would relieve indigence. Marat's widow needs no more than a tomb. Before arriving at that happy termination to my existence, however, I come to ask that justice may be done in respect to the reports recently put forth in this body against the memory of at once the most intrepid and the most outraged defender of the people, Simon Everard Marat, to the Convention. The French Revolution traces a lineal descent direct from Voltaire and Jean-Jacques Rousseau. These men were contemporaries. They came to the same conclusions, expressing the same thought, each in his own way, absolutely independent of the other. And as genius seldom recognizes genius, neither knew the greatness of the other. Voltaire was an aristocrat, the friend of kings and courtiers, the brilliant cynic, the pet of the salons, and the center of the culture and brains of his time. Rousseau was a man of the people, plain and unpretentious, a man without ambition, a dreamer. His first writings were mere debating society monologues done for his own amusement and the half-dozen or so cronies who cared to listen. But as he wrote, things came to him. The significance of his words became to him apparent. Opposition made it necessary to define his position, and threat made it wise to amplify and explain. He grew through exercise, as all men do who grow at all. The spirit of the times acted upon him, and knowledge unrolled as a scroll. The sum of Rousseau's political philosophy found embodiment in his book, The Social Contract, and his ideas on education and Emile. The Social Contract became the Bible of the Revolution, and as Emerson says, all of our philosophy will be found in Plato. So, in a more exact sense, can every argument of the men of the Revolution be found in The Social Contract. But Rousseau did not know what firebrands he was supplying. He was essentially a man of peace. He launched these children of his brain, indifferently like his children of the flesh, upon the world and left their fate to the god of chance. Out of the dust and din of the French Revolution, now seen by us on the horizon of time, there emerge 4 names: Robespierre, Mirabeau, Danton, and Marat. Undaunted men, all hated and loved, feared and idolized, despised and deified. Even yet we find it hard to gauge their worth and give due credit for the good that was in each. Oratory plays a most important part in bringing about the explosion. Oratory arouses passion, fear, vengeance, hate, and draws a beautiful picture of peace and plenty just beyond. Without oratory, there would have been no political revolution in France nor elsewhere. Politics, more than any other function of human affairs, turns on oratory. Orators make and unmake kings, but kings are seldom orators, and orators never secure thrones. Orators are made to die. The cross, the torch, the noose, the guillotine, the dagger awaits them. They die through the passion that they fan to flame. The fear they generate turns upon themselves, and they are no more. But they have their reward. Their names are not writ in water, rather are they traced in blood on history's page. We know them, while the ensconced, smug, and successful have sunk into oblivion. And if now and then a name like that of Pilate, or Caiaphas, or Judas comes to us, it is only because fate has linked the man to his victim, like unto that Roman soldier who thrust his spear into the side of the unselfish man. In the qualities that mark the 4 chief orators of the French Revolution there is much alloy, much that seems like clay. Each had undergone an apprenticeship to fate, each had been preparing for his work, and in this preparation who shall say what lessons could have been omitted and what not? Explosions require time to prepare. Revolutions, political and domestic, are a long time getting ready. Orators, like artists, must go, as did Dante, down into the nether regions and get a glimpse of hell. Jean-Paul Marat was exactly 5 feet high, and his weight, when at his best, was 120 pounds, just the weight of Shakespeare. Jean-Paul had a nose like the beak of a hawk, an eye like an eagle, a mouth that matched his nose, and a chin that argued trouble. Not only did he have red hair, but Carlyle refers to him as red-headed. His parents were poor and obscure people, and his relationship with them seems a pure matter of accident. He was born at the village of Boudry, Switzerland, in 1743. His childhood and boyhood were that of any other peasant boy born into a family where poverty held grim sway and toil and hardship never relaxed their chilling grasp. His education was of the chance kind, but education anyway depends upon yourself. Colleges only supply a few opportunities, and it lies with the student whether he will improve them or not. The ignorance of his parents and the squalor of his surroundings acted upon Jean-Paul Marat as a spur, and from his 14th year the idea of cultivating his mental estate was strong upon him. Switzerland has ever been the refuge of the man who dares to think. It was there that John Calvin lived, demanding the right to his own belief, but occasionally denying others that precious privilege. A few miles away, at beautiful Coppet, resided Madame de Staël, the daughter of a Necker. At Geneva, Rousseau wrote, and to name that beautiful little island in the Rhone after him was not necessary to make his fame endure. But a little way from Boudry lived Voltaire, pointing his bony finger at every hypocrite in Christendom. But as in Greece, in her days of glory, the thinkers were few, so in Switzerland, the land of freedom, the many have been and are chained to superstition. Jean-Paul Marat saw their pride was centered in a silver crucifix that keeps a man from harm. Their conscience committed to a priest, their labors for the rich, their days the same, from the rising of the sun to its going down. They did not love, and their hate was but a peevish dislike. They followed their dull routine and died the death, hopeful that they would get the reward in another world which was denied them in this. And Jean-Paul Marat grew to scorn the few who would thus enslave the many. For priest and publican he had only aversion. Jean-Paul Marat, the bantam, read Voltaire and steeped himself in Rousseau, and the desire grew strong upon him to do, to dare, and to become. Tourists had told him of England, and like all hopeful and childlike minds, he imagined the excellent to be far off, and the splendid at a distance. Great Britain was to him the land of promise. In the countenance of young Marat there was a strange mixture of the ludicrous and the terrible. This, with his insignificant size and a bodily strength that was a miracle of surprise, won the admiration of an English gentleman, and when the tourists started back for Albion, the lusty dwarf rode on the box, duly articled without consent of his parents as a valet. As a servant he was active, alert, intelligent, attentive. He might have held his position indefinitely and been handed down to the next generation with the family plate, had he kept a civil tongue in his red head and not quoted Descartes and Jean-Jacques. He had ideas and he expressed them. He was a central sun below stairs and passed judgment upon the social order without stint, even occasionally to argufying economics with his master, the Baron, as he brushed his breech. This Baron is known to history through 2 facts. First, that Jean-Paul Marat brushed his breeches, and second, that he evolved a new breed of vices. Now the master was rich, with an entail of 6,000 acres and an income of 5,000 pounds, and very naturally he was surprised, amazed to hear that anyone should question the divine origin of the social order. Religion and government being at that time not merely second cousins but Siamese twins, Jean-Paul had expressed himself on things churchly as well as secular. And now, behold, one fine day he found himself confronted with a charge of blasphemy, not to mention another damning count of contumacy and contravention. In fact, he was commanded not to think and was cautioned as to the sin of having ideas. The penalties were pointed out to Jean-Paul, and in all kindness he was asked to make choice between immediate punishment and future silence. Thus was the wee philosopher raised at once to the dignity of a martyr, and the sweet satisfaction of being persecuted for what he believed was his. The city of Edinburgh was not far away, and thither by night the victim of persecution made his way. There is a serio-comic touch to this incident that Marat was never quite able to appreciate. The man was not a humorist. In fact, men headed for the noose, the block, or destined for immortality by the assassin's dagger very seldom are jokers. John Brown and his like do not jest. Of all the emancipators of men, Lincoln alone stands out as one who was perfectly sane. An ability to see the ridiculous side of things marks the man of perfect balance. The martyr type, whose blood is not only the seed of the church but also of heresy, is touched with madness. To get the thing done, nature sacrifices the man. Arriving at Edinburgh, Marat thought it necessary for a time to live in hiding, but finally he came out and was duly installed as barkeep at a tavern, and a student in the medical department of the University of St. Andrews, a rather peculiar combination. Marat's sister and biographer, Albertine, tells us that Jean-Paul was never given to the use of stimulants, and in fact, for the greater part of his career was a total abstainer. And the man who knows somewhat of the eternal paradox of things can readily understand how this little tapster, proud and defiant, had a supreme contempt for the patrons who gulped down the stuff that he handed out over the bar. He dealt in that for which he had no use, and the American bartender today who wears his Kohinoor and draws the pay of a bank cashier is one who never touches a drop of anything. The security with which he holds his position is on that very account. Marat was hungry for knowledge and thirsty for truth, and in his daily life he was as abstemious as was Benjamin Franklin, whom he was to meet, know, and reverence shortly afterward. Jean-Paul was studying medicine at the same place where Oliver Goldsmith, another exile, studied some years before. Each got his doctor's degree, just how we do not know. No one ever saw Goldsmith's diploma. Dr. Johnson once hinted that it was an astral one, but Marat's is still with us, yellow with age, but plain and legible with all of its signatures, and the big seal with a ribbon that surely might impress the chance sufferers waiting in an outer room to see the doctor, who was busy enjoying his siesta on the other side of the partition. If it is ever your sweet privilege to clap your eyes upon a diploma issued by the ancient and honorable University of St. Andrews, Edinburgh, you will see that it reads thus: Whereas, since it is just and reasonable that one who has diligently attained a high degree of knowledge in some great and useful science should be distinguished from the ignorant vulgar, etc., etc. The intent of the document, it will be observed, is to certify that the holder is not one of the ignorant vulgar, and the inference is that those who are not possessed of like certificates probably are. A copy of the diploma issued to Dr. Jean-Paul Marat is before me, wherein, in most flattering phrase, is set forth the attainments of the holder in the science of medicine. And even before the ink was dry upon that diploma, the science of which it boasted had been discarded as inept and puerile, and a new one inaugurated. And in our day, within the last 25 years, the entire science of healing has shifted ground, and the materia medica of the centennial is now considered obsolete. In view of these things, how vain is a college degree that certifies, as the diplomas of St. Andrews still certify, that the holder is not one of the ignorant vulgar. Isn't a man who prides himself on not belonging to the ignorant vulgar apt to be atrociously ignorant and outrageously vulgar? Wisdom is a point of view, and knowledge for the most part is a shifting product depending upon environment, atmosphere, and condition. The eternal verities are plain and simple, known to babes and sucklings, but often unseen by men of learning who focus on the difficult, soar high, and dive deep, but seldom pay cash. In the sky of truth the fixed stars are few, and the shepherds who tend their flocks by night are quite as apt to know them as are the professed and professional wise men of the East and Edinburgh. But never mind our little digression. The value of study lies in study. The reward of thinking is the ability to think. Whether one comes to right conclusions or wrong matters little, says John Stuart Mill in his essay on Liberty. Thinking is a form of exercise, and growth comes only through exercise, that is to say, expression. We learn things only to throw them away. No man ever wrote well until he had forgotten every rule of rhetoric, and no orator ever spake straight to the hearts of men until he had tumbled his elocution into the Irish Sea. To hold on to things is to lose them. To clutch is to act the part of the late Mullah Bah, the Turkish wrestler who came to America and secured through his prowess a pot of gold. Going back to his native country, the steamer upon which he had taken passage collided in mid-ocean with a sunken derelict. Mullah Bah, hearing the alarm, jumped from his berth and strapped to his person a belt containing $5,000 in gold. He rushed to the side of the sinking ship, leaped over the rail, and went to Davy Jones's locker like a plummet, while all about frail women and weak men and life-preservers bobbed on the surface, and were soon picked up by the boats. The fate of Mullah Bah is only another proof that athletes die young, and that it is harder to withstand prosperity than its opposite. But knowledge did not turn the head of Marat. His restless spirit was reaching out for expression, and we find him drifting to London for a wider field. England was then as now the refuge of the exile. There is today just as much liberty and a little more free speech in England than in America. We have hanged witches and burned men at the stake since England has, and she emancipated her slaves long before we did ours. Over against the home thrust that respectable women drink at public bars from John O'Groats to Land's End. Can be placed the damning count that in the United States more men are lynched every year than Great Britain legally executes in double the time. A too ready expression of the Rousseau philosophy had made things a bit unpleasant for Marat in Edinburgh, but in London he found ready listeners, and the coffee houses echoed back his radical sentiments. These underground debating clubs of London started more than one man off on the oratorical transverse. Swift, Johnson, Reynolds, Goldsmith, Garrick, Burke, all sharpened their wits at the coffee houses. I see the same ideas now being revived in New York and Chicago. Little clubs of a dozen or so will rent a room in some restaurant, and fitting it up for themselves will dine daily and discuss great themes, or small, according to the mental caliber of the members. During the latter part of the 18th century, these clubs were very popular in London. Men who could talk or speak were made welcome, and if the new member generated caloric, so much the better. Excitement was at a premium. Marat was now able to speak English with precision, and his slight French accent only added a charm to his words. He was fiery, direct, impetuous. He was a fighter by disposition, and care was taken never to cross him beyond a point where the sparks began to fly. The man was immensely diverting, and his size was to his advantage. Orator should be very big or very little, anything but commonplace. The Duke of Mantua would have gloried in Jean Paul, and later might have cut off his head as a precautionary measure. Among the visitors at one of the coffee-house clubs was one B. Franklin, big, patient, kind. He weighed twice as much as Marat, and his years were 60 while Marat's were 30. Franklin listened with amused smiles at the little man, and the little man grew to have an idolatrous regard for the big un. Franklin carried copies of a pamphlet called Common Sense, written by one T. Paine. Paine was born in England, but was always pleased to be spoken of as an American, yet he called himself a citizen of the world. Paine's pamphlet, The Crisis, was known by heart to Marat, and the success of Franklin and Paine as writers had fired him to write as well as to orate. As a result, we have The Chains of Slavery. The work today has no interest to us except as a literary curiosity. It is a composite of Rousseau and Paine done by a sophomore in a mood of exultation, and might serve acceptably well as a graduation essay done in F major. It lacks the poise of Paine and the reserve of Rousseau, and all the fine indifference of Franklin is noticeable by its absence. They say that Marat's name was Mara, and his ancestors came from County Down. But never mind that, his heart was right. Of all the inane imbecilities and stupid untruths of history, none is worse than the statement that Jean-Paul Marat was a demagogue, hotly intent on the main chance. In this man's character there was nothing subtle, secret, nor untrue. He was simplicity itself, and his undiplomatic bluntness bears witness to his honesty. In London he lived as the mayor of Boston, said William Lloyd Garrison, lived in a hole in the ground. His services as a physician were free to all. If they could pay, all right. If not, it made no difference. He looked after the wants of political refugees, and head, heart, and pocketbook were at the disposal of those who needed them. His lodging place was a garret, a cellar, anywhere. He was homeless, and his public appearances were only at the coffee-house clubs or in the parks, where he would stand on a barrel and speak to the crowd on his one theme of liberty, fraternity, and equality. His plea was for the individual. In order to have a strong and excellent society, we must have strong and excellent men and women. That phrase of Paine's, "The world is my country, to do good is my religion," he repeated over and over again. In the year 1779, Marat moved to Paris. He was then 36 years old. In Paris, he lived very much the same life that he had in London. He established himself as a physician and might have made a decided success had he put all his eggs in one basket and then watched the basket. But he didn't. Franklin had inspired him with a passion for invention. He rubbed amber with wool, made a battery, and applied the scheme in a crude way to the healing art. He wrote articles on electricity and even foreshadowed the latter-day announcement that electricity is life. And all the time he discussed economics and gave out, through speech and written word, his views as to the rights of people. He saw the needs of the poor. He perceived how through lack of nourishment there developed a craving for stimulants, and observed how disease and death fastened themselves upon the ill-fed and the ill-taught. To alleviate the suffering of the poor, he opened a dispensary as he had done in London, and gave free medical attendance to all who applied. At this dispensary he gave lectures on certain days upon hygiene, at which times he never failed to introduce his essence of Rousseau and Voltaire. Someone called him the people's friend. The name stuck. He liked it. In August 1789, this terrible dwarf was standing on his barrel in Paris, haranguing crowds with an oratory that was tremendous in its impassioned quality. Men stopped to laugh and remained to applaud. Not only did he denounce the nobility, but he saw danger in the liberal leaders, and among others, Mirabeau came in for scathing scorn. Of all the insane paradoxes, this one is the most paradoxical, that men will hate those who are most like themselves. Family feuds and the wrangles of denominations that, to outsiders, hold the same faith are common. When churches are locked in America, it is done to keep Christians out. Christians fight Christians much more than they fight the devil. Marat had grown to be a power among the lower classes. He was their friend, their physician, their advocate. He had no fear of interruption and never sought to pacify. At his belt, within easy reach and in open sight, he carried a dagger. The crowds that hung upon his words were swayed to rank unreason by his impassioned eloquence. Marat fell a victim to his own eloquence, and the madness of the mob reacted upon him. Like the dyer's hand, he became subdued to that in which he worked. Suspicion and rebellion filled his soul. Wealth to him was an offense. He had not the prophetic vision to see the rise of capitalism and all the splendid industrial evolution which the world is today working out. Society to him was all founded on wrong premises, and he would uproot it. In bitter words, he denounced the Assembly and declared that all of its members, including Mirabeau, should be hanged for their inaction in not giving the people relief from their oppressors. Mirabeau was very much like Marat. He, too, was working for the people, only he occupied a public office, while Marat was a private citizen. Mirabeau and his friends became alarmed at the influence Marat was gaining over the people, and he was ordered to cease public speaking. As he failed to comply, a price was put upon his head. Then it was that he began putting out a daily address in the form of a tiny pamphlet. This was at first called the Publiciste, but was soon changed to the People's Friend. Marat was now in hiding, but still his words were making their impress. In 1791, Mirabeau, the Terrible, died peacefully in his bed. Paris went into universal mourning, and the sky of Marat's popularity was darkened. Marat lived in hiding until August of 1792, when he again publicly appeared and led the riots. The people hailed him as their deliverer. The insignificant size of the man made him conspicuous. His proud defiance, the haughtiness of his countenance, his stinging words, formed a personality that made him the pet of the people. Danton, the minister of justice, dared not to kill him, and so he did the next best thing. He took him to his heart and made him his right-hand man. It was a great diplomatic move, and the people applauded. Danton was tall, powerful, athletic, and commanding, just past his 30th year. Marat was approaching 50, and his sufferings while in hiding in the sewers had told severely on his health, but he was still the fearless agitator. When Marat and Danton appeared upon the balcony of the Hôtel de Ville, the hearts of the people were with the little man. But behold, another man had forged to the front, and this was Robespierre, and so it was that Danton, Marat, and Robespierre formed a triumvirate, and ruled Paris with hands of iron. Coming in the name of the people proclaiming peace, they held their place only through a violence that argued its own death. Marat was still full of the desire to educate, to make men think. Deprivation and disease had wrecked his frame until public speaking was out of the question. The first requisite of oratory is health. But he could write, and so his little paper, The People's Friend, went fluttering forth with its daily message. So scrupulous was Marat in money matters that he would accept no help from the government. He neither drew a salary, nor would he allow any but private citizens to help issue his paper. He lived in absolute poverty with his beloved wife, Simone Everard. They had met about 1788, and between them had grown up a very firm and tender bond. He was 20 years older than she, but Danton said of her, "She has the mind of a man." Simone had some property and was descended from a family of note. When she became the wife of Marat, her kinsman denounced her, refused to mention her name, but she was loyal to the man she loved. The psalmist speaks of something that passeth the love of woman, but the psalmist was wrong. Nothing does. Simone Everard gave her good name, her family position, her money, her life, her soul into the keeping of Jean-Paul Marat. That his love and gratitude to her was great and profound, there is abundant proof. She was his only servant, his secretary, his comrade, his friend, his wife. Not only did she attend him in sickness, but in banishment and disgrace she never faltered. She even set the type, and at times her arm pulled the lever of the press that printed the daily message. Let it stand to the eternal discredit of Thomas Carlyle that he contemptuously disposes of Simone Everard, who represents undying love and unflinching loyalty, by calling her a washerwoman. Carlyle, with a savage strain of Scotch Calvinism in his cold blood, never knew the sacredness of the love of man and woman. To him, sex was a mistake on the part of God. Even for the sainted Mary of Galilee, he has only a grim and patronizing smile, removing his clay pipe long enough to say to the Milburn, the blind preacher, "Oh yes, a country lass elevated by Catholics into a wooden image and worshipped as a deity." Carlyle never held in his arms a child of his own and saw the light of love reflected in a baby's eyes. And nowhere in his 40-odd volumes does he recognize the truth that love, art, and religion are one. And this limitation gives Taine excuse for saying, "He writes splendidly, but it is neither truth nor poetry." When Charlotte Corday, that poor deluded rustic, reached the rooms of Marat under a friendly pretense and thrust her murderous dagger to the sick man's heart, his last breath was a cry freighted with love, "À moi, cher ami." And death choked that proud head drooped, and Simone, seeing the terrible deed was done, blocked the way and held the murderess at bay until help arrived. Hardly had Marat's tired body been laid to rest in the Pantheon before Charlotte Corday's spirit had gone across the border to meet his, gone to her death by the guillotine that was so soon to embrace both Danton and Robespierre, the men who had inaugurated and popularized it. All Paris went into mourning for Marat. The public buildings were draped with black, and his portrait was displayed in the Pantheon with the great ones gone. A pension for life was bestowed upon his widow, and lavish resolutions of gratitude were laid at her feet in loving token of what she had done in upholding the hands of this strong man. But Paris the fickle, in 2 short years, repudiated the pension. The portrait of Marat was removed from the Pantheon, and his body taken by night to another resting place. Simone the widow and Albertine the sister, sisters now in sorrow, uniting in a mutual love for the dead, lived but in memory of him. But Carlyle was right. This was a washerwoman. She spent all of her patrimony in aiding her husband to publish and distribute his writings, and after his death, when friends proved false and even the obdurate kinsman still considered her name pollution, she took in washing to earn money that she might defend the memory of the man she loved. She was a washerwoman. I uncover in her presence and stand with bowed head in admiration of the woman who gave her life for liberty and love, and who chose a life of honest toil rather than accept charity or all that selfishness and soft luxury had to offer. She was a washerwoman, but she was more. She was a woman. Let Carlyle have the credit of using the word washerwoman as a term of contempt, as though to do laundry work were not quite as necessary as to produce literature. The sister and the widow wrote his life, republished very much that he had written and lived but to keep the name and fame of Jean-Paul Marat, whose sole crime seemed to be that he was a sincere and honest man, and was throughout his life, often unwisely, the people's friend. End of section 11. Section 12 of Little Journeys to the Homes of Eminent Orators. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Little Journeys to the Homes of Eminent Orators by Elbert Hubbard. Robert Ingersoll, Part 1. Love is the only bow on life's dark cloud. It is the morning and the evening star. It shines upon the babe and sheds its radiance on the quiet tomb. It is the mother of art, inspirer of poet, patriot, and philosopher. It is the air and light to tired souls, builder of every home, kindler of every fire on every hearth. It was the first to dream of immortality. It fills the world with melody, for music is the voice of love. Love is a magician, the enchanter that changes worthless things to joy, and makes right royal kings and queens of common clay. It is the perfume of that wondrous flower, the heart, and without that sacred passion, that divine swoon, we are less than beasts, but with it earth is heaven, and we are gods. Robert G. Ingersoll. He was 3 years old, was Robert Ingersoll. There was a baby boy 1 year old, Eben by name. Then there were John, 5 years, and 2 elder sisters. Little Robert wore a red linsey-woolsey dress, and was a restless, active youngster with a big head, a round face, and a pug nose. No one ever asked, "What is it?" There was "boy" written large in every baby action and every feature, from chubby bare feet to the 2 crowns of his close-cropped tow head. It was a morning in January, and the snow lay smooth and white over all those York State hills. The winter sun sent long gleams of light through the frost-covered plains upon which the children were trying to draw pictures. Visitors began to arrive, visitors in stiff Sunday clothes, although it wasn't Sunday. There were aunts and uncles and cousins, and then just neighbors. They filled the little house full. Some of the men went out and split wood and brought in big armfuls and piled it in the corner. They moved on tiptoe and talked in whispers, and now and then they would walk softly into the little parlor by 2s and 3s and close the door after them. This parlor was always a forbidden place to the children. On Sunday afternoons only were they allowed to go in there, or on prayer meeting night. In this parlor were 6 haircloth chairs and a sofa to match. In the center was a little marble-top table, and on it were 2 red books and a blue one. On the mantel was a plaster of Paris cat at one end and a bunch of crystallized flowers at the other. There was a whatnot in that corner covered with little shells and filled with strange and wonderful things. There was a store carpet, bright red. It was a very beautiful room, and to look into it was a great privilege. Little Robert had tried several times to enter the parlor this cold winter morning, but each time he had been thrust back. Finally he clung to the leg of a tall man and was safely inside. It was very cold. One of the windows was open. He looked about with wondering baby eyes to see what the people wanted to go in there for. On 2 of the haircloth chairs rested a coffin. The baby hands clutched the side. He drew himself up on tiptoe and looked down at the still white face, the face of his mother. Her hands were crossed just so, and in her fingers was a spray of flowers. He recognized them as the flowers she had always worn on her Sunday bonnet, a rusty black bonnet, not real flowers, just made flowers. But why was she so quiet? He had never seen her hands that way before. Those hands were always busy, knitting, sewing, cooking, weaving, scrubbing, washing. "Mamma, Mamma," called the boy. "Hush, little boy, hush. Your mamma is dead," said the tall man, and he lifted the boy in his arms and carried him from the room. Out in the kitchen in a crib in the corner lay the other baby, and thither little Robert made his way. He patted the sleeping baby brother and called aloud in lisping words, "Wake up, baby, your mamma is dead." And the baby in the crib knew quite as much about it as the toddler in the linsey-woolsey dress, and the toddler knew as much about death as we do today. This wee youngster kept thinking how good it was that mamma could have such a nice rest, the first rest she had ever known, and just lie there in the beautiful room and hold her flowers. 50 years pass. These children, grown to manhood, are again together. One, his work done, is at rest, standing by his bier. The other voices these deathless words. Life is a narrow veil between the cold and barren peaks of 2 eternities. We strive in vain to look beyond the heights. We call aloud, and the only answer is the echo of our wailing cry. From the voiceless lips of the unreplying dead there comes no word. But in the night of death, hope sees a star, and listening love can hear the rustle of a wing. He who sleeps here when dying, mistaking the approach of death for the return of health, whispered with his latest breath, I am better now. Let us believe, in spite of doubts and dogmas of fears and tears, that these dear words are true of all the countless dead. The mother of Ingersoll was a Livingston of right royal lineage, tracing to that famous family of Revolutionary fame. To a great degree, she gave up family and social position to become the wife of the Reverend John Ingersoll of Vermont, a theologue from the Academy at Bennington. He was young and full of zeal. He was called a powerful preacher. That he was a man of much strength of intellect there is ample proof. He did his duty, said his say, called sinners to repentance, and told what would be their fate if they did not accept salvation. His desire was to do good, and therefore he warned men against the wrath to come. He was an educated man, and all of his beliefs and most of his ideas were gathered and gleaned from his college professors and Jonathan Edwards. He loved his beautiful wife, and she loved him. She loved him just as all good women do, with a complete abandon, with heart, mind, and strength. He at first had periods of such abandon too, but his conscience soon made him recoil from an affection of which God might be jealous. He believed that a man should forsake father, mother, wife, and child in order to follow duty, and duty to him was the thing we didn't want to do. That which was pleasant was not wholly good, and so he strove to thrust from him all earthly affections, and to love God alone. Not only this, but he strove to make others love God. He warned his family against the pride and pomp of the world, and the family income being something under $400, they observed his edict. Life was a warfare. The devil constantly lay in wait. We must resist. This man hated evil. He hated evil more than he loved the good. His wife loved the good more than she hated evil, and he chided her, in love. She sought to explain her position. He was amazed at her timidity. What right had a woman to think? What right had anyone to think? He prayed for her. And soon she grew to keep her thoughts to herself. Sometimes she would write them out and then destroy them before any eyes but her own could read. Once she went to a neighbor's and saw Paine's Age of Reason. She peeped into its pages by stealth and then put it quickly away. The next day she went back and read some more, and among other things she read was this: To live a life of love and usefulness, to benefit others, must bring its due reward regardless of belief. She thought about it more and wondered really if God could and would damn a person who just went ahead and did the best he could. She wanted to ask her husband about it, to talk it over with him in the evening, but she dare not. She knew too well what his answer would be. For her, even to think such thoughts was a sin, and so she just decided she would keep her thoughts to herself and be a dutiful wife and help her husband in his pastoral work as a minister's wife should. But her proud spirit began to droop. She ceased to sing at her work. Her face grew wan, yellow, and sad. Yet she still worked. There were no servants to distress her, and when her own work was done, she went out among the neighbors and helped them. She cared for the sick, the infirm. She dressed the newborn babe and closed the eyes of the dying. That this woman had a thirst for liberty in the larger life is shown in that she herself prepared and presented a memorial to the President of the United States, praying that slavery be abolished. So far as I know, this was the first petition ever prepared in America on the subject by a woman. The minister's family rarely remained over 2 years in a place. At first they were received with loving arms, and there were donation parties where cider was spilled on the floors, donuts ground into the carpets, and several haircloth chairs hopelessly wrecked. But the larder was filled, and there was much good cheer. I believe I said that the Reverend John Ingersoll was a powerful preacher. He was so powerful he quickly made enemies. He told men of their weaknesses in phrase so pointed that necks would be craned to see how certain delinquents took their medicine. Then some would get up and tramp out during the sermon in high dudgeon. These disaffected ones would influence others. Contributions grew less, donations ceased, and just as a matter of bread and butter, a new call would be angled for, and the parson's family would pack up, helped by the faction that loved them and the one that didn't. Goodbyes were said, blessings given, or the reverse, and the jokers would say, a change of pastors makes fat calves. At one time, the Reverend John Ingersoll tried to start an independent church in New York City. For a year, he preached every Sunday at the old Lyceum Theater, and here it was on the stage of the theater in 1834 that Robert G. Ingersoll was baptized. But the New York venture failed. Starved out was the verdict, and a country parish extending a call, it was gladly accepted. Such a life to such a woman was particularly wearing, but Mrs. Ingersoll kept right at her work, always doing for others until there came a day when kind neighbors came in and cared for her, looked after her household, attending this stricken mother, tired out and old at 31, unaware that she had blessed the world by giving to it a man-child who was to make an epic. The watchers one night straightened the stiffening limbs, clothed the body in the gown that had been her wedding dress, and folded the calloused fingers over the spray of flowers. "Hush, little boy, your mamma is dead," said the tall man as he lifted the child and carried him from the room. From the sleepy little village of Dresden, Yates County, New York, 7 miles from Penyon, where Robert Ingersoll was born, to his niche in the Temple of Fame was a zigzag journey. But that is nature's plan. We make head by tacking. And as the years go by, more and more we see the line of Ingersoll's life stretching itself straight. Every change to him meant progress. Success is a question of temperament. It is all a matter of the red corpuscle. Ingersoll was a success. Happy, exuberant, joying in life, reveling in existence, he marched to the front in every fray. As a boy, he was so full of life that he very often did the wrong thing, and I have no doubt that wherever he went, he helped hold good the precedent that preachers' boys are not especially angelic. For instance, we have it on good authority that Bob, aged 14, once climbed into the belfry of a church and removed the clapper, so that the sexton thought the bell was bewitched. At another time he placed a washtub over the top of the chimney where a prayer meeting was in progress, and the smoke broke up the meeting and gave the good people a foretaste of the place they believed in. In these stories, told to prove his depravity, Bob was always climbing somewhere: belfries, steeples, housetops, trees, verandas, barn roofs, bridges. But I have noticed that youngsters given to the climbing habit usually do something when they grow up. For these climbing pranks, Robert and Evan were duly reproved with a stout strap that hung behind the kitchen door. Whether the parsonage was in New York, Pennsylvania, Ohio, or Illinois, and it dodged all over these states, the strap always traveled too. It never got lost. It need not be said that the Reverend John Ingersoll was cruel or abusive. Not at all. He just believed with Solomon that to spare the rod was to spoil the child. He loved his children, and if a boy could be saved by so simple a means as strap oil, he was not the man to shirk his duty. He was neither better nor worse than the average preacher of his day. No doubt, too, the poverty and constant misunderstandings with congregations led to much irritability. It is hard to be amiable on half rations. When a stepmother finally appeared upon the scene, there was more trouble for the children. She was a worthy woman and meant to be kind, but her heart wasn't big enough to love boys who carried live mice in their pockets and turned turtles loose in the pantry. So we find Bob and his brother bundled off to his grandfather Livingston's in St. Lawrence County, New York. Here Bob got his first real educational advantages. The old man seems to have been a sort of foxy grandpa. He played, romped, read, and studied with the boys, and possibly neutralized some of the discipline they had received. Of his childhood days Robert Ingersoll very rarely spoke. There was too much bitterness and disappointment in it all, but it is curious to note that when he did speak of his boyhood, it was always something that happened at Grandfather Livingston's. Finally, the old grandpa got to thinking so much of the boys that he wanted to legally adopt them, and then we find their father taking alarm and bringing them back to the parsonage, which was then at Elria, Ohio. The boys worked at odd jobs on farms in summer, clerking in country stores, driving stage, and be it said to the credit of their father, he allowed them to keep the money they made. Education comes through doing things, making things, going without things, taking care of yourself, talking about things, and when Robert was 17, he had education enough to teach at Deer Strick School in Illinois. To teach is a good way to get an education. If you want to know all about a subject, write a book on it, a wise man has said. If you wish to know all about things, start in and teach them to others. Bob was 18, big and strong, with a good nature and enthusiasm that had no limit. There were spelling bees in his school and a debating society that had impromptu rehearsals every night at the grocery. Country people are prone to argufying. The greater and more weighty the question, the more ready are the bucolic salons to engage with it. And it is in all education to the youth who listens and takes part, who has the receptive mind. This love of argument and contention among country people finds vent in lawsuits. Pigs break into a man's garden and root up the potatoes, and straightway the owner of the potatoes has the law on the owner of the pigs. This strife is urged on by kind neighbors who take sides, and by the setters at the store who fire the litigants on to unseemliness. Local attorneys are engaged, and the trial takes place at the railroad station or in the schoolhouse on Saturday. Everybody has opinions and overrules the judge next day, or not, as the case may be. This petty strife may seem absurd to us, but it is all part of the spirit of the hive, as Maeterlinck would say. It is better than dead level dumbness, better than the subjection of the peasantry of Europe. These pioneers settle their own disputes. It makes them think, and a few at least are getting an education. This is the cradle in which statesmen are rocked. And so it happened that no one was surprised when, in the year 1853, there was a sign tacked up over a grocery in Shawneetown, Illinois, and the sign thus read, R.G. and E.C. Ingersoll, Attorneys and Counselors at Law. Shawneetown, Illinois was once the pride and pet of Egypt. It was larger than Chicago, and doubtless it would have become the capital of the state had it been called Shawnee City. But the name was against it, and dry rot set in, and so today Shawneetown has the same number of inhabitants that it had in 1855, and in Shawneetown are various citizens who boast that the place had held its own. Robert Ingersoll had won a case for a certain steamboat captain, and in gratitude the council had been invited by his client to go on an excursion to Peoria, the head of navigation on the Illinois River. The lawyer took the trip and duly reached Peoria after many hairbreadth escapes on the imminently deadly sandbar, but a week must be spent at Peoria while the boat was reloading for her return trip. There was a railroad war on in Peoria. The town had one railroad, which some citizens said was enough for any place. Others wanted the new railroad. Whether the new company should be granted certain terminal facilities, that was the question. The route had been surveyed, but the company was forbidden to lay its tracks until the people said aye. So there the matter rested when Robert Ingersoll was waiting for the stern-wheeler to reload. The captain of the craft had meanwhile circulated reports about the eloquence and legal ability of his star passenger. These reports coming to the ears of the manager of the new railroad, he sought out the visiting lawyer and advised with him. Railroad law is a new thing, not quite so new as the law of the bicycle or the statutes concerning automobiling, but older than the legal precedents of the aeromotor. Railroad law is an evolution, and the railroad lawyer is a byproduct, what Mr. Mantinelli would call a dimnation product. It was a railroad that gave Robert Ingersoll his first fee in Peoria. The man was only 23, but semi-pioneer life makes men early, and Robert Ingersoll stood first in war and first in peace among the legal lights of Shawneetown. His size made amends for his cherubic face, and the insignificant nose was more than balanced by the forceful jaw. The young man was a veritable Greek in form, and his bubbling wit and ready speech on any theme made him a drawing card at the political barbecue. Bob at this time didn't know much about railroads. There was no railroad in Shawneetown, but he was an expert on barbecues. A barbecue is a gathering where a whole ox is roasted and where there is much hard cider and effervescent eloquence. Bob would speak to the people about the advantages of the new railroad, and the opposition could answer if they wished. Pioneers are always ready for a picnic. They delight in speeches. They dote on argument and wordy warfare. The barbecue was to be across the river on Saturday afternoon. The whole city quit business to go to the barbecue and hear the speeches. Bob made the first address. He spoke for 2 hours about everything and anything. He told stories and dealt in love, life, death, politics, and farming, all but railroading. The crowd was delighted. Cheers filled the air. When the opposition got up to speak and brought forward its profound reasons and heavy logic, most everybody adjourned to the tables to eat and drink. Finally, there came rumors that something was going on across the river. The opposition grew nervous and started to go home, but in some mysterious way the 2 ferry boats were tied up on the farther bank and were deaf and blind to signals. It was well after dark before the people reached home, and when they got up the next morning they found the new railroad had a full mile of track down, and engines were puffing at their doors. Bob made another speech in the public square and cautioned everybody to be law-abiding. The second railroad had arrived. It was a good thing. It meant wealth, prosperity, and happiness for everybody. And even if it didn't, it was here and could not be removed except by legal means. And we must all be law-abiding citizens. Let the matter be determined by the courts. Then there were a few funny stories, and cheers were given for the speaker. On the next trip of the little stern-wheeler, the young lawyer and his brother arrived. They hadn't much baggage, but they carried a tin sign that they proceeded to tack up over a store on Adam Street. It read thus, R.G. and E.C. Ingersoll, Attorneys and Counselors at Law. And there the sign was to remain for 25 years. At Peoria, the Ingersoll brothers did not have to wait long for clients. Eben was the counselor, Robert the pleader, and some still have it that Eben was the stronger, just as we hear that Ezekiel Webster was a more capable man than Daniel, which was probably the truth. The Ingersolls had not been long at Peoria before Robert had a case at Groveland, a town only a few miles away, and a place which, like Shawneetown, has held its own. The issue was the same old classic. Hogs had rooted up the man's garden, and then the hogs had been impounded. This time there was a tragedy, for before the hogs were released, the owner had been killed. The people for miles had come to town to hear the eloquent young lawyer from Peoria. The taverns were crowded, and not having engaged a room, the attorney for the defense was put to straits to find a place in which to sleep. In this extremity, Squire Parker, the first citizen of the town, invited young Ingersoll to his house. Parker was a character in that neck of the woods. He was an infidel and a terror to all the clergy round about, and strangely enough or not, his wife beloved exactly as he did, and so did their daughter Eva, a beautiful girl of 19. But Squire Parker got into no argument with his guest. Their belief was the same. Probably we would now call the Parkers simply radical Unitarians. Their kinsman Theodore Parker expressed their faith, and they had no more use for a personal devil than he had. The courage of the young woman in stating her religious views had almost made her an outcast in the village, and here she was saying the same things in Groveland that Robert was saying in Peoria. She was the first woman he ever knew who had ideas. It was 1 o'clock before he went to bed that night. His head was in a whirl. It was a wonder he didn't lose his case the next day, but he didn't. He cleared his client and won a bride. In a few months, Robert Ingersoll and Eva Parker were married. Never were man and woman more perfectly mated than this couple, and how much the world owes to her sustaining love and unfaltering faith we cannot compute. But my opinion is that if it had not been for Eva Parker, twice a daughter of the Revolution, whose ancestors fought side by side with the Livingstons, we should never have heard of Robert Ingersoll as the maker of an epic. It is love that makes the world go round, and it is love that makes the orator and fearless thinker no less than poet, painter, and musician. No man liveth unto himself alone. We demand the approval and approbation of another. We write and speak for someone, and our thought, coming back from this one approved, gives courage and that bold determination which carries conviction home. Before the world believes in us, we must believe in ourselves, and before we fully believe in ourselves, this someone must believe in us. Eva Parker believed in Robert Ingersoll, and it was her love and faith that made him believe in himself and caused him to fling reasons into the face of hypocrisy and shower with sarcasm and ridicule the savage and senseless superstitions that paraded themselves as divine. Wendell Phillips believed in himself because Anne never doubted him. Without Anne, he would not have had the courage to face that 20 years' course of mobs. If it had ever occurred to him that the mob was right, he would have gone down in darkness and defeat. But with Anne, such a suspicion was not possible. He pitted Anne's faith against the prejudice of centuries. 2 with God are a majority. It was Eva's faith that sustained Robert. In those first years of lecturing, she always accompanied him, and at his lectures sat on the stage in the wings and gloried in his success. He did not need her to protect him from the mob, but he needed her to protect him from himself. It is only perfect love that casteth out fear. There is a little book called Ingersoll as He Is, which is being circulated by some earnest advocates of truth. The volume is a vindication, a refutation, and an apology. It takes up a goodly list of zealous calumniators and cheerful prevaricators, and tacks their pelts on the barn door of obliquity. That Ingersoll won the distinction of being more grossly misrepresented than any other man of his time, there is no doubt. This was to his advantage. He was advertised by his rabid enemies no less than by his loving friends. But his good friends who are putting out this vindication should cultivate faith, and know that there is a God or something who looks after the lies and liars. We needn't. A big man should never be cheapened by a defense. Life is its own excuse for being, and every life is its own apology. Silence is better than wordy refutation. People who want to believe the falsehoods told of this man or any other will continue to believe them until the crack of doom. Most accusations contain a certain basis of truth, but they may be no less libels on that account. One zealous advocate, intent on loving his supposed enemy, printed a thrilling story about Ingersoll being taken prisoner during the war while taking refuge in a pig pen. To this, some of Bob's friends interposed a fierce rejoinder declaring that Bob stood like Falstaff at Gad's Hill and fought the rogues in Buckram to a standstill. Heaven forfend me from my friends, I can withstand mine enemies alone. I am quite ready to believe that Bob, being attacked by an overwhelming force, suddenly bethought him of an engagement and made a swift run for safety. The impeccable man, who has never done a cowardly thing nor a mean thing, is no kinsman of mine. The saintly hero who has not had his heels run away with his head and sought safety in a friendly pig pen, aye, and filled his belly with the husks that the swine did eat, has dropped something out of his life that he will have to go back for and pick up in another incarnation. We love men for their limitations and weaknesses no less than for their virtues. A fault may bring a man very close to us. Have we, too, not sought safety in pig pens? The people who taught other people with having taken temporary refuge in a pig pen are usually those who live in pig pens the whole year round. The one time in the life of Savonarola when he comes nearest to us is when his tortured flesh wrenched from his spirit a recantation. And who can forget that cry of Calvary, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? That call for help, coming to us across 20 centuries, makes the man indeed our elder brother. And let it here be stated that even Bob's bitterest foe never declared that the man was a coward by nature, nor that the business of his life was hiding in pig pens. The incident named was exceptional and therefore noteworthy. Let us admit it, at least not worry ourselves into a passion denying it. Let us also stipulate the truth that Bob could never quite overcome the temptation to take an unfair advantage of his opponent in an argument. He laid the fools by the heels and suddenly against all the rules of either Roberts or Queensberry. To go after the prevaricators and track them to their holes is to make much of little and lift the liars into the realm of equals. This story of the pigpen I never heard of until Ingersoll's friends denied it in a book. End of section 12. Section 13 of Little Journeys to the Homes of Eminent Orators. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Little Journeys to the Homes of Eminent Orators by Elbert Hubbard. Robert Ingersoll, Part 2. Just one instance to show how trifles light as air are to the zealous confirmation strong as Holy Writ. In April 1894, Ingersoll lectured at Utica, New York. The following Sunday, a local clergyman denounced the lecturer as a sensualist, a gourmand, one totally indifferent to decency and the feelings and rights of others. Then the preacher said, "At breakfast in this city last Thursday, Ingersoll ordered everything on the bill of fare, and then insulted and roundly abused the waiter girl because she did not bring things that were not in the hotel." I happened to be present at that meal. It was an early train breakfast, and the bill of fare for the day had not been printed. The girl came in and, standing at the colonel's elbow in genuine wait-girl style, mumbled this: "Ham and eggs, mutton chops, beefsteak, breakfast bacon, codfish balls, and buckwheat cakes." And Bob solemnly said, "Ham and eggs, mutton chops, beefsteak, breakfast bacon, codfish balls, and buckwheat cakes." In amazement the girl gasped, "What?" And then Bob went over it backward. Buckwheat cakes, codfish balls, breakfast bacon, beefsteak, mutton chops, and ham and eggs. This memory test raised a laugh that sent a shout of mirth all through the room, in which even the girl joined. "Haven't you anything else, my dear?" asked the great man in a sort of disappointed way. "I think we have tripe and pig's feet," said the girl. "Bring a bushel," said Bob, "and tell the cook I'd like a dish of peacock tongues on the side." The infinite good nature of it all caused another laugh from everybody. The girl brought everything Bob ordered except the peacock tongues, and this order supplied the lecturer and his party of 4. The waitress found a $1 bill under Bob's plate, and the cook, who stood in the kitchen door and waved a big spoon and called, "Goodbye, Bob," got another $1 for himself. Ingersoll carried mirth and joy and good cheer, and radiated a feeling of plenitude wherever he went. He was a royal liver and a royal spender. "If I had but $1," he used to say, "I'd spend it as though it were a dry leaf and I were the owner of an unbounded forest." He maintained a pension list of 30 persons or more for a decade, spent upwards of $40,000 a year, and while the fortune he left for his wife and children was not large, as men count things on change, yet it is ample for their ease and comfort. His family always called him Robert, with an almost idolatrous flavor of tender love in the word, but to the world who hated him and the world who loved him he was just plain Bob. To trainmen, hack drivers, and the great singers, poets, and players, he was Bob. Dignity is the mask behind which we hide our ignorance. When half a world calls a man by a nickname, it is a patent to nobility. Small men are never so honored. "Goodbye, Bob," called the white-apron cook as he stood in the kitchen door and waved his big spoon. "Goodbye, brother, and mind you get those peacock tongues by the time I get back," answered Bob. As to Ingersoll's mental evolution, we cannot do better than to let him tell the story himself. "Like the most of us, I was raised among people who knew, who were certain. They did not reason or investigate. They had no doubts. They knew they had the truth. In their creed there was no guess, no perhaps. They had a revelation from God. They knew the beginning of things. They knew that God commenced to create one Monday morning and worked until Saturday night, 4,004 years before Christ. They know that in the eternity back of that morning, he had done nothing. They knew that it took him 6 days to make the earth, all plants, all animals, all life, and all the globes that wheel in space. They knew exactly what he did each day and when he rested. They knew the origin, the cause of evil, of all crime, of all disease and death. They not only knew the beginning, but they knew the end. They knew that life had one path and one road. They knew that the path, grass-grown and narrow, filled with thorns and nettles, infested with vipers, wet with tears, stained by bleeding feet, led to heaven, and that the road, broad and smooth, bordered with fruits and flowers, filled with laughter and song, and all the happiness of human love, led straight to hell. They knew that God was doing his best to make you take the path, and that the devil used every art to keep you in the road. They knew that there was a perpetual battle waged between the great powers of good and evil for the possession of human souls. They knew that many centuries ago God had left his throne and had been born a babe into this poor world, that he had suffered death for the sake of man, for the sake of saving a few. They also knew that the human heart was utterly depraved, so that man by nature was in love with wrong and hated God with all his might. At the same time, they knew that God created man in his own image and was perfectly satisfied with his work. They also knew that he had been thwarted by the devil, who with wiles and lies had deceived the first of humankind. They knew that in consequence of that, God cursed the man and woman, the man with toil, the woman with slavery and pain, and both with death, and that he cursed the earth itself with briars and thorns, brambles and thistles. All these blessed things they knew. They knew, too, all that God had done to purify and elevate the race. They knew all about the flood, knew that God, with the exception of 8, drowned all his children, the old and young, the bowed patriarch and the dimpled babe, the young man and the merry maiden, the loving mother and the laughing child, because his mercy endureth forever. They knew, too, that he drowned the beasts and birds, everything that walked or crawled or flew, because his loving kindness is over all his works. They knew that God, for the purpose of civilizing his children, had devoured some with earthquakes, destroyed some with storms of fire, killed some with his lightnings, millions with famine, with pestilence, and sacrificed countless thousands upon the fields of war. They knew that it was necessary to believe these things and to love God. They knew that there could be no salvation except by faith and through the atoning blood of Jesus Christ. All who doubted or denied would be lost. To live a moral and honest life, to keep your contracts, to take care of wife and child, to make a happy home, to be a good citizen, a patriot, a just and thoughtful man, was simply a respectable way of going to hell. God did not reward men for being honest, generous, and brave, but for the act of faith. Without faith, all the so-called virtues were sins, and the men who practiced these virtues without faith deserved to suffer eternal pain. All of these comforting and reasonable things were taught by the ministers in their pulpits, by teachers in Sunday schools, and by parents at home. The children were victims. They were assaulted in the cradle in their mother's arms. Then the schoolmaster carried on the war against their natural sense, and all the books they read were filled with the same impossible truths. The poor children were helpless. The atmosphere they breathed was filled with lies, lies that mingled with their blood. In those days, ministers depended on revivals to save souls and reform the world. In the winter, navigation having closed, business was mostly suspended. There were no railways, and the only means of communication were wagons and boats. Generally, the roads were so bad that the wagons were laid up with the boats. There were no operas, no theaters, no amusements except parties and balls. The parties were regarded as worldly and the balls as wicked. For real and virtuous enjoyment, the good people depended on revivals. The sermons were mostly about the pains and agonies of hell, the joys and ecstasies of heaven, salvation by faith, and the efficacy of the atonement. The little churches in which the services were held were generally small, badly ventilated, and exceedingly warm. The emotional sermons, the sad singing, the hysterical amens, the hope of heaven, the fear of hell, caused many to lose the little sense they had. They became substantially insane. In this condition they flocked to the mourner's bench, and asked for the prayers of the faithful, had strange feelings, prayed and wept, and thought they had been born again. Then they would tell their experience, how wicked they had been, how evil had been their thoughts, their desires, and how good they had suddenly become. They used to tell the story of an old woman who, in telling her experience, said, "Before I was converted, before I gave my heart to God, I used to lie and steal. But now, thanks to the grace and blood of Jesus Christ, I have quit 'em both in a great measure." Of course, all the people were not exactly of one mind. There were some scoffers, and now and then some man had sense enough to laugh at the threats of priests and make a jest of hell. Some would tell of unbelievers who had lived and died in peace. When I was a boy, I heard tell of an old farmer in Vermont. He was dying. The minister was at his bedside and asked him if he was a Christian, if he was prepared to die. The old man answered that he had made no preparations, that he was not a Christian, that he had never done anything but work. The preacher said that he could give him no hope unless he had faith in Christ, and that if he had no faith, his soul would certainly be lost. The old man was not frightened. He was perfectly calm. In a weak and broken voice, he said, "Mr. Preacher, I suppose you noticed my farm. My wife and I came here more than 50 years ago. We were just married. It was a forest then, and the land was covered with stones. I cut down the trees, burned the logs, picked up the stones, and laid the walls. My wife spun and wove and worked every moment. We raised and educated our children, denied ourselves. During all those years, my wife never had a good dress or a decent bonnet. I never had a good suit of clothes. We lived on the plainest food. Our hands, our bodies are deformed by toil. We never had a vacation. We loved each other and the children. That is the only luxury we ever had. Now I am about to die, and you ask me if I am prepared. Mr. Preacher, I have no fear of the future, no terror of any other world. There may be such a place as hell, but if there is, you never can make me believe that it's any worse than old Vermont. So they told of a man who compared himself with his dog. My dog, he said, just barks and plays, has all he wants to eat, he never works, has no trouble about business. In a little while he dies, and that is all. I work with all my strength, I have no time to play, I have trouble every day. In a little while I will die, and then I go to hell. I wish that I had been a dog. Well, while the cold weather lasted, while the snows fell, the revival went on. But when the winter was over, when the steamboat's whistle was heard, when business started again, most of the converts backslid and fell again into their old ways. But the next winter they were on hand, ready to be born again. They formed a kind of stock company, playing the same parts every winter and backsliding every spring. The ministers who preached at these revivals were in earnest. They were zealous and sincere. They were not philosophers. To them, science was the name of a vague dread, a dangerous enemy. They did not know much, but they believed a great deal. To them, hell was a burning reality. They could see the smoke and flames. The devil was no myth. He was an actual person, a rival of God, an enemy of mankind. They thought that the important business of this life was to save your soul, that all should resist and scorn the pleasures of sense and keep their eyes steadily fixed on the golden gate of the New Jerusalem. They were unbalanced, emotional, hysterical, bigoted, hateful, loving, and insane. They really believed the Bible to be the actual Word of God, a book without mistake or contradiction. They called its cruelties justice, its absurdities mysteries, its miracles facts, and the idiotic passages were regarded as profoundly spiritual. They dwelt on the pangs, the regrets, the infinite agonies of the lost, and showed how easily they could be avoided and how cheaply heaven could be obtained. They told their hearers to believe, to have faith, to give their hearts to God, their sins to Christ, who would bear their burdens and make their souls as white as snow. All this the ministers really believed. They were absolutely certain. In their minds the devil had tried in vain to sow the seeds of doubt. I heard hundreds of these evangelical sermons, heard hundreds of the most fearful and vivid descriptions of the tortures inflicted in hell, of the horrible state of the lost. I supposed that what I heard was true, and yet I did not believe it. I said, "It is," and then I thought, "It cannot be." From my childhood I had heard read the Bible. Morning and evening the sacred volume was opened and prayers were said. The Bible was my first history, the Jews were the first people, and the events narrated by Moses and the other inspired writers, and those predicted by prophets, were the all-important things. In other books were found the thoughts and dreams of men, but in the Bible were the sacred truths of God. Yet in spite of my surroundings of my education, I had no love for God. He was so saving of mercy, so extravagant in murder, so anxious to kill, so ready to assassinate, that I hated him with all my heart. At his command, babes were butchered, women violated, and the white hair of trembling age stained with blood. This God visited the people with pestilence, filled the houses and covered the streets with the dying and the dead, saw babes starving on the empty breasts of pallid mothers, heard the sobs, saw the tears, the sunken cheeks, the sightless eyes, the new-made graves, and remained as pitiless as the pestilence. This God withheld the rain, caused the famine, saw the fierce eyes of hunger, the wasted forms, the white lips, saw mothers eating babes, and remained ferocious as famine. It seems to me impossible for a civilized man to love or worship or respect the God of the Old Testament. A really civilized man, a really civilized woman, must hold such a God in abhorrence and contempt. But in the old days the good people justified Jehovah in his treatment of the heathen. The wretches who were murdered were idolaters and therefore unfit to live. According to the Bible, God had never revealed himself to these people, and he knew that without a revelation they could not know that he was the true God. Whose fault was it then that they were heathen? The Christians said that God had the right to destroy them because he created them. What did he create them for? He knew when he made them that they would be food for the sword. He knew that he would have the pleasure of seeing them murdered. As a last answer, as a final excuse, the worshippers of Jehovah said that all these horrible things took place under the old dispensation of unyielding law and absolute justice, but that now, under the new dispensation, All had been changed. The sword of justice had been sheathed and love enthroned. In the Old Testament, they said, God is the judge, but in the New, Christ is the merciful. As a matter of fact, the New Testament is infinitely worse than the Old. In the Old, there is no threat of eternal pain. Jehovah had no eternal prison, no everlasting fire. His hatred ended at the grave. His revenge was satisfied when his enemy was dead. In the New Testament, death is not the end, but at the beginning of punishment that has no end. In the New Testament, the malice of God is infinite, and the hunger of his revenge eternal. The Orthodox God, when clothed in human flesh, told his disciples not to resist evil, to love their enemies, and when smitten on one cheek, to turn the other. And yet we are told that the same God, with the same loving lips, uttered these heartless, these fiendish words, "Depart, ye cursed, into everlasting fire, prepared for the devil and his angels." These are the words of eternal love. No human being has imagination enough to conceive of this infinite horror. All that the human race has suffered in war and want, in pestilence and famine, in fire and flood, all the pangs and pains of every disease and every death, all this is nothing compared with the agonies to be endured by one lost soul. This is a consolation of the Christian religion. This is the justice of God, the mercy of Christ. This frightful dogma, this infinite lie, made me the implacable enemy of Christianity. The truth is that this belief in eternal pain has been the real persecutor. It founded the Inquisition, forged the chains, and furnished the faggots. It has darkened the lives of many millions. It made the cradle as terrible as the coffin. It enslaved nations and shed the blood of countless thousands. It sacrificed the wisest, the bravest, and the best. It subverted the idea of justice, drove mercy from the heart, changed men to fiends, and banished reason from the brain. Like a venomous serpent, it crawls and coils and hisses in every orthodox creed. It makes man an eternal victim and God an eternal fiend. It is the one infinite horror. Every church in which it is taught is a public curse. Every preacher who teaches it is an enemy of mankind. Below this Christian dogma, savagery cannot go. It is the infinite of malice, hatred, and revenge. Nothing could add to the horror of hell except the presence of its creator, God. While I have life, as long as I draw breath, I shall deny with all my strength and hate with every drop of my blood this infinite lie. Nothing gives me greater joy than to know that this belief in eternal pain is growing weaker every day, that thousands of ministers are ashamed of it. It gives me joy to know that Christians are becoming merciful, so merciful that the fires of hell are burning low, flickering, choked with ashes, destined in a few years to die out forever. For centuries, Christendom was a madhouse. Popes, cardinals, bishops, priests, monks, and heretics were all insane. Only a few, 4 or 5 in a century, were sound in heart and brain. Only a few, in spite of the roar and din, in spite of the savage cries, heard reason's voice. Only a few, in the wild rage of ignorance, fear, and zeal, preserved the perfect calm that wisdom gives. We have advanced. In a few years the Christians will become humane and sensible enough to deny the dogma that fills the endless years with pain. The world is getting better. We are gradually growing honest, and men everywhere, even in the pulpit, are acknowledging they do not know all about things. There was little hope for the race so long as an individual was disgraced if he did not pretend to believe a thing at which his reason revolted. We are simplifying life, simplifying truth. The man who serves his fellow men best is he who simplifies. The learned man used to be one who muddled things, who scrambled thought, who took reason away, and instead thrust upon us faith, with a threat of punishment if we did not accept it and an offer of reward if we did. We have now discovered that the so-called learned man had no authority either for his threat of punishment or his offer of reward. Hypocrisy will not now pass current, and sincerity, frozen stiff with fright, is no longer legal tender for truth. In the frank acknowledgment of ignorance there is much promise. The man who does not know and is not afraid to say so is in the line of evolution. But for the head that is packed with falsehood and the heart that is faint with fear, there is no hope. That head must be unloaded of its lumber and the heart given courage before the march of progress can begin. Now, let us be frank and let us be honest just for a few moments. Let us acknowledge that this revolution in thought that has occurred during the last 25 years was brought about mainly by one individual. The world was ripe for this man's utterance, otherwise he would not have gotten the speaker's eye. 100 years before, we would have snuffed him out in contumely and disgrace. But men listened to him and paid high for the privilege. And those who hated this man and feared him most went to listen so as to answer him and thereby keep the planet from swinging out of its orbit and sweeping on to destruction. Wherever this man spoke, in towns and cities or country, for weeks the air was heavy with the smoke of rhetoric and reasons, Soggy and solid and fuzzy logic and muddy proof were dragged like siege guns to the defense. They dared the man to come back and fight it out. The clouds were charged with challenges, and the prophecy was made and made again that never in the same place could this man go back and get a second hearing. Yet he did go back year after year, and crowds hung upon his utterances and laughed with him at the scarecrow that had once filled their daydreams, made the nights hideous and the future black with terror. Through his influence, the tears of pity put out the fires of hell, and he literally laughed the devil out of court. This man, more than any other man of his century, made the clergy free. He raised the standard of intelligence in both pew and pulpit, and the preachers who denounced him most often were and are the most benefited by his work. This man was Robert G. Ingersoll. On the urn that encloses his ashes should be the words, "Liberator of Men." When he gave his lecture on the gods at Cooper Union, New York City, in 1872, he fired a shot heard round the world. It was the boldest, strongest, and most vivid utterance of the century. At once it was recognized that the thinking world had to deal with a man of power. Efforts were made in dozens of places to bring statute law to bear upon him, and the state of Delaware held her whipping post in readiness for his benefit, but blasphemy enactments and laws for the protection of the unknown were inoperative in his gracious presence. Ingersoll was a hard hitter, but the splendid good nature of the man, his freedom from all personal malice, and his unsullied character saved him, in those early days, from the violence that would surely have overtaken a smaller person. The people who now seek to disparage the name and fame of Ingersoll dwell on the things he was not and give small credit for that which he was. They demand infinity and perfection, not quite willing yet to acknowledge that perfection has never been incorporated in a single soul. Let us acknowledge freely that Ingersoll was not a pioneer in science. Let us admit for argument's sake that Rousseau, Voltaire, Paine, and Renan voiced every argument that he put forth. Let us grant that he was often the pleader, and that the lawyer habit of painting his own side large never quite forsook him, and that he was swayed more by his feelings than by his intellect. Let us further admit that in his own individual case there was small evolution, and that for 30 years he threshed the same straw. And these things being said and admitted, nothing more in truth can be said against the man. But these points are neither to his discredit nor his disgrace. On them you cannot construct an indictment. They mark his limitations, that is all. Ingersoll gave superstition such a jolt that the consensus of intelligence has counted it out. Ingersoll did not destroy the good. All that is vital and excellent and worthy in religion we have yet, and in such measure as it never existed before. In every so-called orthodox pulpit you can now hear sermons calling upon men to manifest their religion in their work, to show their love for God and their attitude towards men, to gain the kingdom of heaven by having the kingdom of heaven in their own hearts. Ingersoll pleaded for the criminal, the weak, the defenseless, and the depraved. Our treatment toward all these has changed marvelously within a decade. When we ceased to believe that God was going to damn folks, we left off damning them ourselves. We think better now of God, and we think better of men and women. Who dares now talk about the hopelessly lost? You cannot afford to indict a man who practiced every so-called Christian virtue simply because there was a flaw or two in his belief. The world has gotten beyond that. Everybody now admits that Ingersoll was quite as good a man as those who denounced him most. His life was full of kind deeds and generous acts, and his daily walk was quite as blameless as the life of the average priest and preacher. Those who seek to cry Ingersoll down reveal either density or malice. He did a great and necessary work, and did it so thoroughly and well that it will never have to be done again. His mission was to liberalize and to Christianize every church in Christendom, and no denomination, be its creed never so ossified, stands now where it stood before Ingersoll began his crusade. He shamed men into sanity. Ingersoll uttered in clarion tones what thousands of men and women believed but dared not voice. He was the spokesman for many of the best thinkers of his time. He abolished fear, gave courage in place of cringing doubt, and lived what he believed was truth. He was a brave, cheerful, and kindly life. He was loved most by those who knew him best, for in his nature there was neither duplicity nor concealment. He had nothing to hide. We know and acknowledge the man's limitations, yet we realize his worth. His influence in the cause of simplicity and honesty has been priceless. The dust of conflict has not yet settled. Prejudice still is in the air, but time, the great adjuster, will give Ingersoll his due. The history of America's thought evolution can never be written and the name of Ingersoll left out. In his own splendid personality, he had no rivals, no competitors. He stands alone, and no name in liberal thought can ever eclipse his. He prepared the way for the thinkers and the doers who shall come after and in sight surpass him, reaching spiritual heights which he perhaps could never attain. This earth is a better place, and life and liberty are safer because Robert G. Ingersoll lived. The last words of Ingersoll were, by a strange coincidence, the dying words of his brother Eben. "I am better," words of hope, words of assurance to the woman he loved. Sane to the last, and let us too hope that these dear words are true of all the countless dead. End of section 13. Section 14 of Little Journeys to the Homes of Eminent Orators. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Little Journeys to the Homes of Eminent Orators by Elbert Hubbard. Patrick Henry, Part 1. It is in vain, sir, to extenuate the matter. Gentlemen may cry, peace, peace, but there is no peace. The war is actually begun. The next gale that sweeps from the north will bring to our ears the clash of resounding arms. Our brethren are already in the field. Why stand we here idle? What is it that gentlemen wish? What would they have? Is life so dear or peace so sweet as to be purchased at the price of chains and slavery? Forbid it, Almighty God. I know not what course others may take, but as for me, give me liberty or give me death. Patrick Henry. Sarah Syme was a blooming widow, 32 in June. Such widows are never over 32, and she managed her estate of 1,000 acres in Hanover County, Virginia, with business ability. That such a widow when 32 should remain a widow in a pioneer country was out of the question. She had suitors. Their horses were tied to the pickets all day long. One of these suitors has described the widow for us. He says she was lively in disposition, and he also used the word buxom and portly. I do not like these expressions. They suggest too much, so I will none of them. I would rather refer to her as a lissom and willowy, and tell how her sorrow for the dead wrapped her round with weeds and becoming sable, but in the interest of truth I dare not. Some of her suitors were widowers, ancient of days, fat and Falstaffian. Others were lean and lachrymose, with large families, fortunes impaired and futures mostly behind. And then there were gay, fox-hunting hollis-shickies, without serious intent and minus both future and past worth mentioning, who called and sat on the front porch because they thought their presence would be pleasing and relieve the tedium of widowhood. Then there was a young Scotch schoolmaster, educated, temperate, and gentlemanly, who came to instruct the 2 children of the widow in long division, and who blushed to the crown of his red head when the widow invited him to tea. Have a care, Widow Syme. Destiny has use for you with your lively ways and portly form. You are to make history, help mold a political policy, fan the flames of war, and through motherhood make yourself immortal. Choose your casket wisely, O Widow Syme. It is the hour of fate. The widow was a queen bee, and so had a perfect right to choose her mate. The Scotchman proved to be it. He was only 25, they say, but he was man enough when standing before the registrar to make it 30. When he put his red head inside the church door, someone cried, "Genius!" and so they were married and lived happily ever after. And the name of the Scotchman was John Henry. I'll not deceive you, sweet. John and Sarah were well suited to each other. John was exact, industrious, practical. The wife had a lively sense of humor, was entertaining and intelligent. Under the management of the canny Scot, the estate took on a look of prosperity. The man was a model citizen. Honors traveled his way. He became colonel of the local militia, county surveyor, and finally magistrate. Babies arrived as rapidly as nature would allow, and with the regularity of an electric clock, although of course there wasn't any electricity then. The second child was named Patrick, Jr., in honor of and defense to a brother of the happy father, a clergyman of the established church. Patrick Henry had always subscribed himself P. Henry, Jr., and whether he was ever aware that there was only one Patrick Henry is a question. There were 9 altogether in the brood, 8 of them good, honest, barnyard fowls, and 1 was an eagle. Why this was, so no one knew. The mother didn't know, and the father could not guess. All of them were born under about the same conditions, all received about the same training, or lack of it. However, no one at first suspected that the eagle was an eagle. More than a score of years were to pass before he was suddenly to spread out strong, sinewy wings and soar to the ether. Patrick Henry caused his parents more trouble and anxiety than all the rest of the family combined. Patrick and culture had nothing in common. As a youngster, he roamed the woods, bare of foot and bare of head, his only garments a shirt and trousers, held in place by a single gallus. He was indolent, dreamy, procrastinating, frolicsome, with a beautiful aversion to books, and a fondness for fishing that was carried to the limit. The boy's mother didn't worry very much about the youngster, but the father had spells when he took the matter to the Lord in prayer, and afterward, growing impatient of an answer, fell to and used the taws without mercy. John Henry probably did this as much to relieve his own feelings as for the good of the boy, but doubtless he did not reason quite that far. Patrick nursed his black and blue spots and fell back on his flute for solace. After one such séance, when he was 12 years of age, he disappeared with a colored boy about his own age. They took a shotgun, fishing tackle, and a violin. They were gone 3 weeks, during which time Patrick had not been out of his clothes, nor once washed his face. They had slept out under the sky by campfires. The smell of smoke was surely on his garments, and his parents were put to their wits to distinguish between the bond and the free. Had Patrick been an only child, he would have driven his mother into hysteria, and his father to the flowing bowl. I trust I use the right expression. If not this, then it would have been because the fond parents had found peace by transforming their son into a little Lord Fauntleroy. Nature shows great wisdom in sending the young in litters. They educate each other, and so divide the time of the mother that attention to the individual is limited to the actual needs. Too much interference with children is a grave mistake. Patrick Henry quit school at 15 with a love for arithmetic. It was such a fine puzzle, and an equal regard for history. History was a lot of good stories. For 2 years he rode wild horses, tramped the woods with rod and gun, and played the violin at country dances. Another spasm of fear, chagrin, and discouragement sweeping over the father on account of the indifference and profligacy of his son, he decided to try the youth in trade, and if this failed, to let him go to the devil. So a stock of general goods was purchased, and Patrick and William, the elder brother, were shoved off upon the uncertain sea of commerce. The result was just what might have been expected. The store was a loafing place for all the ne'er-do-wells in the vicinity. Patrick trusted everybody. Those who could not get trusted elsewhere patronized Patrick. Things grew worse. In a year when just 18 years old, P. Henry Jr. got married a rollicking country lass as foolish as himself, done in bravado, going home from a dance, calling a minister out on his porch in a crazy quilt to perform the ceremony. John Henry would have applied the birch to this hair-brained bridegroom, and the father of the girl would have stung her pink and white anatomy, but Patrick coolly explained that the matter could not be undone. They were duly married for better or for worse, and so the less fuss the better. Patrick loved his Doxy, and Doxy loved her Patrick, and together they made as precious a pair of beggars as ever played gypsy music at a country fair. Most of the time they were at the home of the bride's parents, not by invitation, but they were there. The place was a wayside tavern. The girl made herself useful in the kitchen, and Patrick welcomed the traveler and tended bar. So things drifted until Patrick was 24, when one fine day he appeared on the streets of Williamsburg. He had come in on horseback, and his boots, clothing, hair, and complexion formed a chromatic ensemble the color of Hanover County clay. The account comes from his old-time comrade Thomas Jefferson, who was at Williamsburg attending college. "I've come up here to be admitted to the bar," gravely said P. Henry to T. Jefferson. "But you are a barkeeper now, I hear." "Yes," said Patrick, "but that's the other kind. You see, I've been studying law, and I want to be admitted to practice." It took several minutes for the man who was to write the Declaration of Independence to get it through his head that the matter wasn't a joke. Then he conducted the lean, lank, raw-boned rustic into the presence of the judges. There were 4 of these men: Wythe, Pendleton, Peyton, and John Randolph. These men were all to be colleagues of the bumpkin at the First Continental Congress at Philadelphia, but that lay in the misty future. They looked at the candidate in surprise. 2 of them laughed, and 2 looked needlessly solemn. However, after some little parley, they consented to examine the clown as to his fitness to practice law. In answer to the first question as to how long he had studied, his reply was, "About 6 weeks." One biographer says 6 months, and still another, with anxious intent to prove the excellence of his man, says 6 years. We had better take Jefferson's word. Patrick Henry's reply was 6 weeks. As much as to say, what difference is it about how long I have studied? You are here to find out how much I know. There are men who can get more in 6 weeks than others can in 6 years. I may be one of these. The easy indifference of the fellow was sublime, but he did know a little law, and he also knew a deal of history. The main thing against him was his unkempt appearance. After some hesitation, the judges gave the required certificate, with a little lecture on the side concerning the beauties of etiquette and right attire as an adjunct to excellence in the learned professions. Young Mr. Jefferson didn't wait to witness the examination of his friend. It was too painful, and besides, he did not wish to be around so as to get any of the blame when the prayer for admission was denied. So Patrick had to find Thomas. "I've got it," said Patrick, and smiled grimly as he tapped his breast pocket where the certificate was safely stowed. Then he mounted his lean, dun horse and rode away, disappearing into the forest. As a pedagogic policy, the training that Patrick Henry received would be rank ruin. Educational systems are designed for average intellects, but as if to show us the littleness of our little schemes, destiny seems to give her first prizes to those who have evaded all rules and ignored every axiom. Rules and regulations are for average men, and so are average prizes. Speak it softly. There are several ways of getting an education. Patrick Henry got his in the woods, following winding streams or lying at night under the stars, by mastering horses and wild animals, by listening to the wrangling of lawyers at country lawsuits, and the endless talk of planters who sat long hours at the tavern, perfectly willing to leave the labors of the field to the sons of Ham. Thus, at 24, Patrick Henry had first of all a physical constitution like watch spring steel. He had no nerves. Fatigue was unknown to him. He was not aware that he had a stomach. His intellectual endowment lay in his close intimacy with nature. He knew her and was so a part of her that he never thought of her any more than the fishes think of the sea. The continual dwelling on a subject proves our ignorance of it. We discuss only that for which we are reaching out. Then Patrick Henry knew men. He knew the workers, the toilers, the young, the old, the learned, and the ignorant. He had mingled with mankind from behind the counter, the tavern bar and court, and school and in church, by the roadside, at horse races, camp meetings, dances, and social gatherings. He was light of foot, ready of tongue, and with no thought as to respectability, and no doubts and fears regarding the bread-and-butter question. He had no pride, save possibly a pride in the fact that he had none. He played checkers, worked out mathematical problems in his mind to astonish the loafers, related history to instruct them, and get it straight in his own mind, and told them stories to make them laugh. It is a great misfortune to associate only with cultured people. God loves the common people, said Lincoln, otherwise he would not have made so many of them. Patrick Henry knew them, and is not this an education to know life? He knew he could move men, that he could mold their thoughts, that he could convince them and bring them over to his own way of thinking. He had done it by the hour. In the continual rural litigations, he had watched lawyers make their appeal to the jury. He had sat on these juries, and he knew he could do the trick better. Therefore, he wanted to become a lawyer. The practice of law to him was to convince, befog, or divert the jury. He could do it, and so he applied for permission to practice law. He was successful from the first. His clownish ways pleased the judge, the jury, and the spectators. His ready tongue and infinite good humor made him a favorite. There may not be much law in justice of the peace proceedings, but there is a certain rude equity which possibly answers the purpose better, and surely it is good practice for the fledglings. The best way to learn law is to practice it, and the successful practice of the law lies almost as much in evading the law as in complying with it. I suppose we should say that softly, too. In support of the last proposition, let me say that we are dealing with P. Henry, Jr. of Virginia, arch-rebel, and a defier of law and precedent. Had he reverenced law as law, his name would have been writ in water. The reputation of the man hinges on the fact that he defied authority. The first great speech of Patrick Henry was a defiance of the common law of England when it got in the way of the rights of the people. Every immortal speech ever given has been an appeal from the law of man to the higher law. Patrick Henry was 27, the same age that Wendell Phillips was when he discovered himself. No one had guessed the genius of the man, least of all his parents. He himself did not know his power. The years that had gone had been fallow years, years of failure, but it was all a getting together of his forces for the spring. Relaxation is the first requisite of strength. The case was a forlorn hope, and Patrick Henry, the awkward but clever country pettifogger, was retained to defend the parson's cause, because he had opinions in the matter and no reputation to lose. First, let it be known that Virginia had an established church, which is really the Church of England. The towns were called parishes, and the selectmen or supervisors were vestrymen. These vestrymen hired the rectors or preachers, and the money which paid the preachers came from taxes levied on the people. Now, the standard of value in Virginia was tobacco, and the vestrymen, instead of paying the parsons in money, agreed to pay each parson 16,000 pounds of tobacco, with curates and bishops in proportion. But there came a bad year. The tobacco crop was ruined by a drought, and the value of the weed doubled in price. The parsons demanded their tobacco. A bargain was a bargain. When tobacco was plentiful and cheap, they had taken their quota and said nothing. Now that tobacco was scarce and high, things were merely equalized. A contract was a contract. But the people complained. The theme was discussed in every tavern and store. There were not wanting infidels to say that the parsons should have prayed for rain, and that, as they did not secure the moisture, they were remiss. Others asked, by what right shall men who do not labor demand a portion of the crop from those who plant, hoe, and harvest? Of course, all good church people, all of the really loyal citizens, argued that the parsons were a necessary part of the state. Without them, society would sink into savagery, and as they did their duties, they should be paid by the people they served, and all contracts made with them should be kept. But the mutterings of discontent continued, and to appease the people, the House of Burgesses passed a law providing that, instead of tobacco being a legal tender, all debts could be paid in money, figuring tobacco at the rate of 2 cents a pound. As tobacco was worth about 3 times this amount, it will be seen at once that this was a law made in favor of the debtor class. It cuts the salaries of the rectors down just 2/3, and struck straight at English common law, which provides for the sacredness of contract. The rectors combined and decided to make a test case, the parsons versus the people, or more properly, the Reverend John Maury versus the colony of Virginia. Both law and equity were on the side of the parsons. Their case was clear. Only by absolutely overriding the law of England could the people win. The array of legal talent on the side of the church included the best lawyers in the colony. The Randolphs and other aristocrats were there. And on the other side was Patrick Henry, the tall, lean, lank, sallow, and uncouth representative of the people. 5 judges were on the bench, one of whom was the father of Patrick Henry. The matter was opened in a logical, lucid, judicial speech by the Honorable Jeremiah Lyon. He stated the case without passion or prejudice. There was only one side to it. Then Patrick Henry arose. He began to speak, stopped, hesitated, began again, shuffled his feet, cleared his throat, and his father on the bench blushed for shame. The auditors thought he was going to break down. Even the opposition pitied him. Suddenly his tall form shot up. He stepped 1 step forward and stood like a statue of bronze. His own father did not recognize him. He had so changed. His features were transformed from those of a clown into those of command and proud intelligence. A poise so perfect came upon him that it was ominous. He began to speak. His sentences were crystalline, sharp, clear, direct. The judges leaned forward. The audience hung breathless upon his words. He began by showing how all the wealth comes from labor applied to the land. He pictured the people at their work, showed the laborer in the field in the rains of spring, under the blaze of the summer sun, amid the frosts of autumn, bond and free, working side by side with brain and brawn, to wring from the earth a scanty sustenance. He showed the homes of the poor, the mother with babe at her breast, the girls cooking at the fire, others tending the garden. All the process of toil and travail, of patient labor and endless effort, were rapidly marshaled forth. Over against this, he unveiled the clergy in broadcloth and silken gowns, riding in carriages, seated on cushions, and living a life of luxury. He turned and faced the opposition and shook his bony finger at them in scorn and contempt. The faces of the judges grew livid. Many of the parsons, unable to endure his withering rebuke, sneaked away. The people forgot to applaud. Only silence and the stinging, ringing voice of the speaker filled the air. He accused the parsons of being the defiers of the law. The people had passed the statute. The preachers had come asking that it be annulled. And then was voiced, I believe, for the first time in America, the truth that government exists only by the consent of the governed, that law is the crystallized opinion of the people, that the voice of the people is the voice of God, that the act of the parsons in seeking to override the will of the people was treason and should be punished. He defied the common law of England and appealed to the law of God. The question of right, the question of justice, to whom does the fruit of labor belong? Before the fiery, overpowering torrent of eloquence of the man, the reason of the judges fled. There was but one will in that assembly, and that will was the will of Patrick Henry. End of section 14. Section 15 of Little Journeys to the Homes of Eminent Orators. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Little Journeys to the Homes of Eminent Orators by Elbert Hubbard. Patrick Henry, Part 2. In that first great speech of his life, probably the greatest speech then ever given in Virginia, Patrick Henry committed himself irrevocably on the subject of human rights. The theme of taxation came to him in a way it never had before. Men are taxed that other men may live in idleness. Those who pay the tax must decide whether the tax is just or not. Anything else is robbery. We shall see how this thought took hold on Patrick's very life. It was the weak many against the entrenched few. He had said more than he had intended to say. He had expressed things which he never before knew that he knew. As he made truth plain to his auditors, he had clarified his own mind. The heavens had opened before him. He was as one transformed. That outward change in his appearance marked only an inward illumination which had come to his spirit. In great oratory, the appearance of the man is always changed. Men grow by throes and throbs, by leaps and bounds. The idea of cosmic consciousness, being born again, is not without its foundation in fact. The soul is in process of gestation, and when the time is ripe, the new birth occurs and will occur again and again. Patrick Henry at once took his place among the strong men of Virginia. His was a personality that must be reckoned with in political affairs. His law practice doubled, and to keep it down he doubled his prices, with the usual effect. He then tried another expedient, and very few lawyers indeed are strong enough to do this. He would accept no case until the fee was paid in advance. I keep no books. My fee is so much. Pay this, and I will undertake your case. He accepted no contingent cases, and if he believed his client was in the wrong, he told him so, and brought about a compromise. Some enemies were made through this frank advice, but when the fight was once on, Patrick Henry was a whirlwind of wrath. He saw but one side and believed in his client's cause as though it had been written by deity on tables of stone. Long years after the death of Patrick Henry, Thomas Jefferson made some remarks about Henry's indolence and his indisposition to write out things. A little more insight or less prejudice would have shown that Patrick Henry's plan was only nature's scheme for the conservation of forces, and at the last was the highest wisdom. By demanding the fee in advance, the business was simplified immensely. It tested the good faith of the would-be litigant, cut down the number of clients, preserved the peace, freed the secretions, aided digestion, and tended to sweet sleep o' nights. Litigation is a luxury that must be paid for by the other fellow we expect when we begin, but later we find we are it. If the lawyers would form a union and agree not to listen to any man's tale of woe until he placed $100 in the attorney's ginger jar, it would be a benefit untold to humanity. Contingent fees and blackmail have much in common. A man who could speak in public like Patrick Henry was destined for a political career. A vacancy in the state legislature occurring, the tide of events carried him in. Hardly had he taken the oath and been seated before the House resolved itself into a committee of the whole to consider the Stamp Act. Mutterings from New England had been heard, but Virginia was inclined to abide by the acts of the mother country, gaining merely such modifications as could be brought about by modest argument and respectful petition. And in truth let it be stated that the mother country had not shown herself blind to the rights of the colonies, nor deaf to their prayers. The aristocrats of Virginia usually got what they wanted. The Stamp Act was up for discussion. The gavel rapped for order, and the Speaker declared the House in session. "Mr. Speaker," rang out a high, clear voice. It was the voice of the new member. Inadvertently, he was recognized and had the floor. There was a little more senatorial courtesy than now in deliberative bodies, and one of the unwritten laws of the Virginia legislature was that no member during his first session should make an extended speech or take an active part in the business of the House. "Sir, I present for the consideration of this House the following resolutions," and the new member read 7 resolutions he had scrawled off on the fly-leaves of a convenient law book. As he read, the older members winced and writhed. Peyton Randolph cursed him under his breath. This audacious youth in buckskin shirt and leather breeches was assuming the leadership of the House. His audacity was unprecedented. Here are numbers 5, 6, and 7 of the resolutions. These give the meat of the matter. Resolved, that the General Assembly of this colony has the only and sole exclusive right and power to lay taxes and impositions upon the inhabitants of this colony, and that every attempt to vest such power in any person or persons whatsoever, other than the General Assembly aforesaid, has a manifest tendency to destroy British as well as American freedom. Resolved that His Majesty's liege people, the inhabitants of this colony, are not bound to yield obedience to any law or ordinance whatever designed to impose any taxation whatsoever upon them other than the laws or ordinances of the General Assembly aforesaid. Resolved that any person who shall, by speaking or writing, assert or maintain that any person or persons other than the General Assembly of this colony have any right or power to impose or lay any taxation on the people here, shall be deemed an enemy to His Majesty's colony. As the uncouth member ceased to read, there went up a howl of disapproval. But the resolutions were launched, and according to the rules of the House they could be argued, and in order to be repudiated must be voted upon. Patrick Henry stood almost alone. Pitted against him was the very flower of Virginia's age and intellect. Logic, argument, abuse, raillery, and threat were heaped upon his head. He stood like adamant and answered shot for shot. It was the speech in the Parson's cause multiplied by 10. The theme was the same, the right to confiscate the results of labor. Before the debater had ceased, couriers were carrying copies of Patrick Henry's resolutions to New England. Every press printed them. The people were aroused, and the name of Patrick Henry became known in every cot and cabin throughout the colonies. He was the mouthpiece of the plain people. What Samuel Adams stood for in New England, Patrick Henry hurled in voice of thunder at the heads of aristocrats in Virginia. He lighted the fuse of rebellion. One passage in that first encounter in the Virginia legislature has become deathless. Hackneyed though it be, it can never grow old. Referring to the injustice of the Stamp Act, Patrick Henry reached the climax of his speech in these words: Caesar had his Brutus, Charles I his Cromwell, and George III. "Treason!" shouted the speaker, and the gavel splintered the desk. "Treason! Treason!" came in the roars from all over the house. Patrick Henry paused, proud and defiant, waiting for the tumult to subside. And George III may profit by their example. If this be treason, make the most of it. And he took his seat. The resolutions were put to a vote and carried. Again Patrick Henry had won. By a singular coincidence, on the same day that Patrick Henry, of his own accord, introduced those resolutions at Williamsburg, a mass meeting was held in Boston to consider the same theme, and similar resolutions were passed. There was this difference, however. Patrick Henry flung his reasons into the teeth of an entrenched opposition and fought the fight single-handed, while in Boston the resolutions were read and passed by an assembly that had met for no other purpose. Patrick Henry's triumph was heralded throughout New England and gave strength and courage to those of feeble knees. From a colonial he sprang into national fame, and his own words, "I am not a Virginian, I am an American," went ringing through New England hills. Meantime, Patrick Henry went back to his farm and law office. His wife rejoiced in his success, laughed with him at his mishaps, and was always the helpful, uncomplaining comrade, and, as he himself expressed it, my best friend. And when he would get back home from one of his trips, the neighbors would gather to hear from his own lips about what he had done and said. He was still the unaffected countryman, seemingly careless, happy, and indolent. It was on the occasion of one of these family gatherings that a contemporary saw him and wrote. In mock complaint he exclaimed, "How can I play the fiddle with 2 babies on each knee and 3 on my back?" So the years went by in work, play, and gradually widening fame. Patrick Henry grew with his work. The years gave him dignity. Gradually the thought of his heart graved its line upon his face. The mouth became firm, and the entire look of the man was that of earnest resolution. Fate was pushing him on. What once was only whispered he had voiced in trumpeted tones. The thought of liberty was being openly expressed even in pulpits. He had been returned to the legislature, was a member of the Continental Congress, and rode horseback side by side with Washington and Pendleton to Philadelphia, as told at length in Washington's diary. In his utterances he was a little less fiery, but in his heart everybody who knew him at all realized that there dwelt the thought of liberty for the colonies. John Adams wrote to Abigail that Patrick Henry looked like a Quaker preacher turned Presbyterian. A year later came what has been rightly called the third great speech of Henry's life, the speech at the Revolutionary Convention at Richmond. Good people often expect to hear oratory at a banquet, a lyceum lecture, or in a Sunday sermon, but oratory is neither lecture, talk, harangue, declamation, nor preaching. Of course, we say that the great speech is the one that has been given many times, but the fact is the great speech is never given but once. The time is ripe, the hour arrives, mighty issues tremble in the balances. The auditors are not there to be amused nor instructed. They have not stopped at the box office and paid good money to have their senses alternately lulled and titillated. No, the question is that of liberty or bondage, life or death. Passion is in the saddle. Hate and prejudice are sweeping events into a maelstrom. And now is the time for oratory. Such occasions are as rare as the birth of stars. A man stands before you. It is no time for fine phrasing, no time for pose or platitude. Self-consciousness is swallowed up in purpose. He is as calm as the waters above the rapids of Niagara, as composed as a lioness before she makes her spring. Intensity measures itself in perfect poise, and Patrick Henry arises to speak. Those who love the man pray for him in breathless silence, and the many who hate him in their hearts curse him. Pale faces grow paler, throats swallow hard, hands clutch at nothing and open and shut in nervous spasms. It is the hour of fate. Patrick Henry speaks. Mr. President, it is natural for man to indulge in the illusions of hope. We are apt to shut our eyes against a painful truth and listen to the song of the siren until she transforms us into beasts. Is this the part of wise men engaged in a great and arduous struggle for liberty? Are we disposed to be of the number of those who having eyes see not, and having ears hear not the things which so nearly concern their temporal salvation? For my part, whatever anguish of spirit it may cost, I am willing to know the whole truth, to know the worst and to provide for it. I have but one lamp by which my feet are guided, and that is the lamp of experience. I know of no way of judging of the future but by the past. And judging by the past, I wish to know what there has been in the conduct of the British ministry for the last 10 years, to justify those hopes with which gentlemen have been pleased to solace themselves and this House. Is it that insidious smile with which our petition has been lately received? Trust it not, it will prove a snare. To your feet. Suffer not yourselves to be betrayed with a kiss. Ask yourselves how this gracious reception of our petition comports with those warlike preparations which cover our waters and darken our land. Are fleets and armies necessary to a work of love and reconciliation? Have we shown ourselves so unwilling to be reconciled that force must be called in to win back our love? Let us not deceive ourselves, sir. These are the implements of war and subjugation, the last arguments to which kings resort. I say, gentlemen, what means this martial array, if its purpose be not to force us to submission? Can you assign any other possible motive for it? Has Britain any enemy in this quarter of the world to call for all this accumulation of navies and armies? No, sir, she has none. They are meant for us. They can be meant for no other. They are sent over to bind and rivet upon us those chains which the British ministry have been so long forging. And what have we to oppose to them? Shall we try argument? Sir, we have been trying that for the last 10 years. Have we anything new to offer upon the subject? Nothing. We have held the subject up in every light of which it is capable, but it has been all in vain. Shall we resort to entreaty and humble supplication? What terms shall we find which have not been already exhausted? Let us not, I beseech you, deceive ourselves longer. Sir, we have done everything that could be done to avert the storm which is now coming on. We have petitioned, we have remonstrated, we have supplicated, we have prostrated ourselves before the throne, and have employed its interposition to arrest the tyrannical hands of the ministry and parliament. Our petitions have been slighted, remonstrances have produced additional violence and insult, our supplications have been disregarded, and we have been spurned with contempt from the foot of the throne. In vain, after these things, may we indulge the fond hope of peace and reconciliation. There is no longer any room for hope. If we wish to be free, if we mean to preserve and violate those inestimable privileges for which we have been so long contending, if we mean not basely to abandon the noble struggle in which we have been so long engaged, and which we have pledged ourselves never to abandon until the glorious object of our contest shall be obtained, we must fight. I repeat it, sir, we must fight. An appeal to arms and to the God of hosts is all that is left us. They tell us, sir, that we are weak, unable to cope with so formidable an adversary. But when shall we be stronger? Will it be the next week or the next year? Will it be when we are totally disarmed and when a British guard shall be stationed in every house? Shall we gather strength by irresolution and inaction? Shall we acquire the means of effectual resistance by lying supinely on our backs, and hugging the delusive phantom of hope until our enemies shall have bound us hand and foot? Sir, we are not weak, if we make a proper use of those means which the God of nature hath placed in our power. 3 millions of people armed in the holy cause of liberty, and in such a country as that which we possess, are invincible by any force which our enemy can send against us. Besides, sir, we shall not fight our battles alone. There is a just God who presides over the destinies of nations, and who will raise up friends to fight our battles for us. The battle, sir, is not to the strong alone. It is to the vigilant, the active, the brave. Besides, sir, we have no election. If we were base enough to desire it, it is now too late to retire from the contest. There is no retreat but in submission and slavery. Our chains are forged, their clanking may be heard on the plains of Boston. The war is inevitable, and let it come. I repeat, sir, let it come. It is in vain, sir, to extenuate the matter. Gentlemen may cry, peace, peace. But there is no peace. The war is actually begun. The next gale that sweeps from the north will bring to our ears the clash of resounding arms. Our brethren are already in the field. Why stand we here idle? What is it that gentlemen wish? What would they have? Is life so dear or peace so sweet as to be purchased at the price of chains and slavery? Forbid it, Almighty God. I know not what course others may take, but as for me, give me liberty or give me death. Life is a gradual death. There are animals and insects that die on the instant of the culmination of the act for which they were created. Success is death, and death, if you have bargained wisely with fate, is victory. Patrick Henry, with his panther's strength and nerves of steel, had thrown his life into a cause. That cause had won, and now the lassitude of dissolution crept into his veins. We hear of hair growing white in a single day, and we know that men may round out a life work in an hour. Oratory, like all of God's greatest gifts, is bought with a price. The abandon of the orator is the spending of his divine heritage for a purpose. Patrick Henry had given himself. Even in his law business he was the conscientious servant, and having undertaken a cause, he put his soul into it. Shame upon those who call this man indolent. He often did in a day, between the rising of the sun and its setting, what others spread out thin over a lifetime and then fail to accomplish. And now virtue had gone out from him. 4 times had Virginia elected him governor. He had served his state well, and on the 5th nomination he had declined. When Washington wished to make him his Secretary of State, he smiled and shook his head, and to the entreaty that he be Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, he said there were others who could fill the place better, but he knew of no one who could manage his farm. And so he again became the country lawyer, looked after his plantation, attended to the education of his children, told stories to the neighbors who came and sat on the veranda, now and again went to rustic parties, played the violin in the voice that had cried, "Give me liberty or give me death," called off for the merry dancers as in the days of old. In 1799, at the personal request of Washington, who needed, or thought he needed, a strong advocate at the Capitol, Patrick Henry ran for the legislature. He was elected, but before the day arrived when he was to take his seat, he sickened and died, surrounded by his stricken family. Those who knew him loved him. Those who did not love him did not know him. And a nation mourned his taking off. End of section 15.
Section 16 of Little Journeys to the Homes of Eminent Orators. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Williams, Jr. Little Journeys to the Homes of Eminent Orators by Elbert Hubbard. Starr King, Part 1. The chief difference between a wise man and an ignorant one is, not that the first is acquainted with regions invisible to the second away from common sight and interest, but that he understands the common things which the second only sees. Sight and insight. If you had chanced to live in Boston in the early 90s, alert for all good things in a mental and spiritual way, you would have made the Sundays sacred to Minot Savage, Phillips Brooks, and Edward Everett Hale. Emerson says that if you know a clergyman's sect and behold his livery, in spite of all his show of approaching the subject without prejudice, you know beforehand exactly to what conclusions he will come. This is what robs most sermons of their interest. Preaching, like humor, must have in it the element of surprise. I remember with what a thrill of delight I would sit and watch Minot Savage unwind his logic and then gently weave it into a fabric. The man was not afraid to follow a reason to its lair. He had a way of saying the thing for the first time. It came as a personal message, contradicting, possibly, all that had been said before on the subject, oblivious of precedent. I once saw a man with a line around his waist leap from a stranded ship into the sea and strike out boldly for the shore. The thrill of admiration for the act was unforgettable. The joy of beholding a strong and valiant thinker plunge into a theme is an event. Will he make the shore, or shall he go down to defeat before these thousands of spectators? When Minot Savage ceased to speak, you knew he had won. He had brought the line safely to shore and made all secure. Or, if you have heard Rabbi Hirsch or Felix Adler, you know the feeling. These men make a demand upon you. You play out the line for them, and when all is secure, there is a relief which shows you have been under an intense strain. To paraphrase Browning, they offer no substitute to an idle man for a cushioned chair and cigar. Phillips Brooks made small demand upon his auditors. If I heard Minot Savage in the morning and got wound up tight, as I always did, I went to vespers at Trinity Church for rest. The soft, sweet playing of the organ, the subdued lights, the faraway voices of the choir, and finally the earnest words of the speaker worked a psychic spell. The sermon began nowhere and ended nowhere. The speaker was a great, gentle personality with a heart of love for everybody and everything. We have heard of the old lady who would go miles to hear her pastor pronounce the word Mesopotamia, but he wouldn't put no more soul into it than did Phillips Brooks. The service was all a sort of lullaby for tired souls, healing and helpful. But, as after every indulgence, there comes a minor strain of dissatisfaction following the awakening. So it was here. It was beautiful while it lasted. Then, 8 o'clock would come and I would be at Edward Everett Hale's. This sturdy old man with his towering form, rugged face, and echoing bass voice would open up the stops and give his blessed Mesopotamia like a trumpet call. He never worked the soft pedal. His first words always made me think of boots and saddles. Be a man, do something. Why stand ye here all the day idle? And there was love and entreaty too, but it never lulled you into forgetfulness. There was intellect, but it did not ask you to follow it. The dear old man did not wind in and out among the sinuosities of thought. No, he was right out on the broad prairie, under the open sky, sounding boots and saddles. In Dr. Hale's church is a most beautiful memorial window to Thomas Starr King, who was at one time the pastor of this church. I remember Dr. Hale once rose and pointing to that window said, "That window is in memory of a man. But how vain a window, how absurd a monument if the man had not left his impress upon the hearts of humanity. That beautiful window only mirrors our memories of the individual." And then Dr. Hale talked, just talked, for an hour about Starr King. Dr. Hale has given that same talk or sermon every year for 30 years. I have heard it 3 times, but never exactly twice alike. I have tried to get a printed copy of the address, but have so far failed. Yet this is sure. You cannot hear Dr. Hale tell of Starr King without a feeling that King was a most royal specimen of humanity, and a wish deep down in your heart that you too might reflect some of the sterling virtues that he possessed. Starr King died in California in 1864. In Golden Gate Park, San Francisco, is his statue in bronze. In the First Unitarian Church of San Francisco is a tablet to his memory. In the Unitarian Church at Oakland are many loving tokens to his personality. And in the State House at Sacramento is his portrait and an engrossed copy of resolutions passed by the legislature at the time of his death, wherein he is referred to as the man whose matchless oratory saved California to the Union. Who was Starr King? I once asked Dr. Charles H. Leonard of Tufts College, and the saintly old man lifted his eyes as if in prayer of thankfulness and answered, "Starr King, Starr King. He was the gentlest and strongest, the most gifted soul I ever knew. I bless God that I lived just to know Starr King." Not long after this, I asked the same question of Dr. C.A. Bartol that I had asked Dr. Leonard, and the reply was, he was a man who proved the possible in point of temper and talent, the most virile personality that New England has produced. We call Webster our greatest orator, but this man surpassed Webster. He had a smile that was a benediction, a voice that was a caress. We admired Webster, but Starr King we loved. One convinced our reason, the other captured our hearts. The Oriental custom of presenting a thing to the friend who admires it symbols a very great truth. If you love a thing well enough, you make it yours. Culture is a matter of desire. Knowledge is to be had for the asking, and education is yours if you want it. All men should have a college education in order that they may know its worthlessness. George William Curtis was a very prince of gentlemen, and as an orator he won by his manner and by his gentle voice fully as much as by the orderly procession of his thoughts. Oh, what is it in me that makes me tremble so at voices? Whoever speaks to me in the right voice, him or her I will follow, says Walt Whitman. If you have ever loved a woman and you care to go back to Maytime and try to analyze the why and wherefore, you probably will not be able to locate the why and wherefore. But this negative truth you will discover. You were not won by logic. Of course you admired the woman's intellect. It sort of matched your own. And in loving her, you complimented yourself. For thus by love and admiration do we prove our kinship with the thing loved. But intellect alone is too cold to fuse the heart. Something else is required, and for lack of a better word, we call it personality. This glowing, winning personality that inspires confidence and trust is a bouquet of virtues, the chief flower of which is right intent. Honesty may be a bit old-fashioned, but do not try to leave it out. George William Curtis and Starr King had a frank, wide-open, genuine quality that disarmed prejudice right at the start. And both were big enough so that they never bemoaned the fact that fate had sent them to the University of Hard Knocks instead of matriculating them at Harvard. I once heard George William Curtis speak at St. James Hall, Buffalo, on civil service reform, a most appalling subject with which to hold a popular audience. He was introduced by the Honorable Sherman S. Rogers, a man who was known for 10 miles up the creek as the greatest orator in Erie County. After the speech of introduction, Curtis stepped to the front, laid on the reading desk a bundle of manuscript, turned one page, and began to talk. He talked for 2 hours and never once again referred to his manuscript. We thought he had forgotten it. He himself tells somewhere of Edward Everett doing the same. It is fine to have a thing and still show that you do not need it. The style of Curtis was in such marked contrast to the bluegrass article represented by Rogers that it seemed a rebuke. One was florid, declamatory, strong, full of reasons. The other was keyed low, so melodious, so gently persuasive that we were thrown off our guard and didn't know we had imbibed rank heresy until we were told so the next day by a man who was not there. As the speaker closed, an old lady seated near me sighed softly, adjusted her paisley shawl, and said, "That was the finest address I ever heard, except one given in this very hall in 1859 by Starr King." And I said, "Well, a speech that you can remember for 25 years must have been a good one." "It wasn't the address so much as the man," answered this mother in Israel. And she heaved another small sigh. And therein did the good old lady drop a confession. I doubt me much whether any woman will remember any speech for a week. She just remembers the man. And this applies pretty nearly as much to men too. Is there sex in spirit? Hardly. Thoreau says the character of Jesus was essentially feminine. Herbert Spencer avers, "The high intuitive quality which we call genius is largely feminine in character." Starr King was the child of his mother, and his best qualities were feminine, said the Reverend E.H. Chapin. When Starr King's father died, the boy was 15. There were 5 younger children, and Starr was made man of the house by destiny's acclaim. Responsibility ripens. This slim, slender youth became a man in a day. The father had been the pastor of the Charlestown Universalist Church. I suppose it is hardly necessary to take a page and prove that this clergyman in an unpopular church did not leave a large fortune to his family. In truth, he left a legacy of debts. Starr King, the boy of 15, left school and became clerk in a dry goods store. The mother cared for her household and took in sewing. Joshua Bates, master of the Winthrop School, described Starr King as he was when the father's death cut off his school days. Slight of build, golden-haired, active, agile, with a homely face which everybody thought was handsome on account of the beaming eyes, the winning smile, and the earnest desire of always wanting to do what was best and right. This kind of boy gets along all right anywhere. God is on his side. The hours in the dry goods store were long, and on Saturday nights it was nearly midnight before Starr would reach home. But there was a light in the window for him. Even if whale oil was scarce, and the mother was at her sewing, together they ate their midnight lunch and counted the earnings of the week. And the surprise of both, that they were getting a living and paying off the debts, sort of cleared the atmosphere of its gloom. In Burke's essay on the Sublime, he speaks of the quiet joy that comes through calamity, when we discover that the calamity has not really touched us. The death of a father who leaves a penniless widow and a hungry brood comes at first as a shock. The heavens are darkened, and hope is fled. I know a man who was in a railroad wreck. The sleeping car in which he rode left the track and rolled down an embankment. There was a black interval of horror, and then this man found himself, clad in his underclothes, standing on the upturned car, looking up at the Pleiades, and this thought in his mind: what beauty and peace are in these winter heavens. The calamity had come. He was absolutely untouched. He was locating the constellations and surprised and happy in his ability to enjoy them. Starr King and his mother sipped their midnight tea and grew jolly over the thought of their comfortable home. They were clothed and fed, the children well and sleeping soundly in baby abandon upstairs. The debts were being paid. They laughed, did this, mother and son, really laughed aloud, when only a month before they had thought that only gloom and misery could ever again be theirs. They laughed. And soon the young man's salary was increased. People liked to trade with him. Customers came and asked that he might wait on them. He sold more goods than anyone else in his department. And yet he never talked things on to people. He was alert, affable, kindly, and anticipated the wishes and wants of his customers without being subservient, fawning, or domineering. This kind of helper is needed everywhere. The one who gives a willing hand, who puts soul into his service, who brings a glow of good cheer into all his relations with men. The doing things with a hearty enthusiasm is often what makes the doer a marked person and his deeds effective. The most ordinary service is dignified when it is performed in that spirit. Every employer wants those who work for him to put heart and mind into the toil. He soon picks out those whose souls are in their service and gives them evidence of his appreciation. They do not need constant watching. He can trust them in his absence, and so the places of honor and profit naturally gravitate to them. The years went by, and one fine day, Starr King was 20 years of age. All of the debts were paid, the children were going to school, and mother and son faced the world from the vantage ground of success. Starr had quit the dry goods trade and gone to teaching school on less salary so as to get more leisure for study. Incidentally, he kept books at the Navy Yard. About this time, Theodore Parker wrote to a friend in Maiden, "I cannot come to preach for you as I would like, but with your permission, I will send Thomas Starr King. This young man is not a regularly ordained preacher, but he has the grace of God in his heart and the gift of tongues. He is a rare, sweet spirit, and I know that after you have met him, you will thank me for sending him to you." Then, soon we hear of Starr King's being invited to Medford to give a 4th of July oration, and also of his speaking in the Universalist churches at Cambridge, Waltham, Watertown, Hingham, and Salem, sent to these places by Dr. E.H. Chapin, pastor of the Charlestown Universalist Church and successor to the Reverend Thomas F. King, father of Starr King. Starr seems to have served as a sort of assistant to Chapin, and thereby revealed his talent and won the heart of the great man. Edwin Hubbard Chapin was only 10 years older than Starr King, and at that time had not really discovered himself, but in discovering another, he found himself. 20 years later, Beecher and Chapin were to rival each other for first place as America's greatest pulpit orator. These men were always fast friends, yet when they met at convention or conference, folks came for miles to see the fire fly. "Where are you going?" once asked Beecher of Chapin when they met by chance on Broadway. "Where am I going?" repeated Chapin. "Why, if you are right in what you preach, you know where I am going." But only a few years were to pass before Chapin said in public, in Beecher's presence, "I am jealous of Mr. Beecher. He preaches a better Universalist sermon than I can." Chapin made his mark upon the time. His sermons read as though they were written yesterday and carry with them a deal of the swing and onward sweep that are usually lost when the orator attempts to write. But if Chapin had done nothing else but discover Starr King, the dry goods clerk, rescue him from the clutch of commerce, and back him on the orator's platform, he deserves the gratitude of generations. And all this I say as a businessman who fully recognizes that commerce is just as honorable and a deal more necessary than oratory. But there were other men to sell thread and calico, and God had special work for Thomas Starr King. Chapin was a graduate of Bennington Seminary, the school that also graduated the father of Robert Ingersoll. On Chapin's request, Theodore Parker, himself a Harvard man, sent Starr King over to Cambridge to preach. Boston was a college town, filled with college traditions, and when one thinks of sending out this untaught stripling to address college men, we cannot but admire the temerity of both Chapin and Parker. "He has never attended a divinity school," writes Chapin to Deacon Obadiah B. Queer of Quincy, "but he is educated just the same. He speaks Greek, Hebrew, French, German, and fairly good English, as you will see. He knows natural history and he knows humanity. And if one knows man and nature, he comes pretty close to knowing God." Where did this dry goods clerk get his education? I'll tell you. He got his education as the lion's whelp gets his. The lioness does not send her cub away to a lioness that has no cubs in order that he may be taught. The lion nature gets what it needs with its mother's milk and by doing. Schools and colleges are cumbrous makeshifts, often forcing truths on pupils out of season and thus making lessons grievous. "The soul knows all things," says Emerson, "and knowledge is only a remembering." "When the time is ripe, men know," wrote Hegel. "At the last we cannot teach anything. Nothing is imparted. We cannot make the plants and flowers grow. All we can do is supply the conditions, and God does the rest. In education, we can only supply the conditions for growth. We cannot impart nor force the germs to unfold." Starr King's mother was his teacher. Together, they read good books and discussed great themes. She read for him, and he studied for her. She did not treat him as a child. Things that interested her, she told to him. The sunshine of her soul was reflected upon his, and thus did he grow. I know a woman whose children will be learned even though they never enter a schoolroom. This woman is a companion to her children, and her mind vitalizes theirs. This does not mean that we should at once do away with schools and colleges, but it does reveal the possible. To read and then discuss with a strong and sympathetic intellect what you read is to make the thought your own. It is a form of exercise that brings growth. Starr King's mother was not a wonderful nor a famous person. I find no mention of her in society's doings of the day, nothing of her dress or equipage. If she was superbly gowned, we do not know it. If she was ever one of the unbonneted, history is silent. All we know is that together they read Bulfinch's Mythology, Grote's History of Greece, Plutarch, Dante, and Shakespeare, we know that she placed a light in the window for him to make his homecoming cheerful, that together they sipped their midnight tea, that together they laughed and sometimes wept, but not for long. In 1846, Chapin was 32 years old. Starr King was 22. A call had reached Chapin to come up higher, but he refused to leave the old church of Charlestown unless Starr King was to succeed him. To place a young man in the position of pastor, where he has sat in the pews, his feet not reaching the floor, is most trying. Starr King knew every individual man, woman, and child in the church, and they had known him since babyhood. In appearance, he was but a boy, and the dignity that is supposed to send conviction home was entirely wanting. But Chapin had his way, and the boy was duly ordained and installed as pastor of the First Universalist Church of Charlestown. The new pastor fully expected his congregation to give him absent treatment, but instead the audience grew. Folks even came over from Boston to hear the boy preacher. His sermons were carefully written and dealt in the simple everyday lessons of life. To Starr King, this world is paradise enow. It's the best place of which we know, and the way for man to help himself is to try and make it a better place. There is a flavor of Theodore Parker in those early sermons, a trace of Thoreau, and much tincture of Emerson. And all this was to the credit of the boy preacher. His woman's mind absorbed things. About that time, Boston was in very fact the intellectual hub of America. Emerson was 43. His Nature had been published anonymously, and although it took 8 years to sell this edition of 500 copies, the author was in demand as a lecturer, and in some places, society conceded him respectable. Wendell Phillips was addressing audiences that alternately applauded and jeered. Thoreau had discovered the Merrimack and explored Walden Woods. Little Dr. Holmes was peregrinating in his one-hoss shay, vouchsafing the confidences of his boarding house. Lowell was beginning to violate the rules of rhetoric. Whittier was making his plea for the runaway slave, and throughout New England the lecture lyceum was feeling its way. A lecture course was then no vaudeville. 5 concerts and 2 lectures to take off the curse? Not that. The speakers supplied strong meat for men. The stars in the lyceum sky were Emerson, Chapin, Beecher, Holmes, Bartol, Phillips, Ballot, Everett, and Lowell. These men made the New England Lyceum a vast pulpit of free speech and advanced thought, and, to a degree, the Lyceum made these men what they were. They influenced the times and were influenced by the times. They were in competition with each other. A pace had been set, a record made, and the audiences that gathered expected much. An audience gets just what it deserves and no more. If you have listened to a poor speech, blame yourself. In the life of George Francis Train, he tells that in 1840, Emerson spoke in Waltham for $5 and 4 quarts of oats for his horse. Now he received $25. Chapin got the same, and when the committee could not afford this, he referred them to Starr King, who would lecture for $5 and supply his own horse feed. End of section 16.
Section 17 of Little Journeys to the Homes of Eminent Orators. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Little Journeys to the Homes of Eminent Orators by Elbert Hubbard. Starr King, Part 2. 2 years went by, and calls came for Starr King to come up higher. Worcester would double his salary if he would take a year's course at the Harvard Divinity School. Starr showed the letter to Chapin, and both laughed. Worcester was satisfied with Starr King as he was, but what would Springfield say if they called a man who had no theological training? And then it was that Chapin said, "Divinity is not taught in the Harvard Divinity School," which sounds like a paraphrase of Ernest Renan's, "You will find God anywhere but in a theological seminary." King declined the call to Worcester, but hearkened to one from the Hollis Street Church of Boston. He went over from Universalism to Unitarianism, and still remained a Universalist, and this created quite a dust among the theologues. Little men love their denomination with a jealous love. Truth is secondary. They see microscopic difference where big men behold only unity. It was about this time that Starr King pronounced this classic. The difference between Universalism and Unitarianism is that Universalists believe that God is too good to damn them, and the Unitarians believe that they are too good to be damned. At the Hollis Street Church, this stripling of 24 now found himself being compared with the foremost preachers of America, and the man grew with his work, rising to the level of events. It was at the grave of Oliver Wendell Holmes that Edward Everett Hale said, "The 5 men who have influenced the literary and intellectual thought of America most believed in their own divinity no less than in the divinity of Jesus of Nazareth." The destiny of the liberal church is not to become strong and powerful, but to make all other denominations more liberal. When Chapin accused Beecher of preaching Universalist sermons, it was a home thrust, because Beecher would never have preached such sermons had not Murray, Ballou, Theodore Parker, Chapin, and Starr King done so first, and Beecher supplied the goods called for. Starr King's voice was deep, melodious, and far-reaching, and it was not an acquired bishop's voice, it was his own. The biggest basso I ever heard was just 5 feet high and weighed 120 in his stockings. Brignoli, the tenor, weighed 240. Avoirdupois, as a rule, lessens the volume of the voice and heightens the register. You can't have both adipose and chest tone. Webster and Starr King had voices very much alike, and Webster, by the way, wasn't the big man physically that the school readers proclaim. It was his gigantic head and the royal way he carried himself that made the Liverpool stevedores say, "There goes the King of America." There was no pomposity about Starr King. Dr. Bartol has said that when King lectured in a new town, his homely, boyish face always caused a small spasm of disappointment or merriment to sweep over the audience. But when he spoke, he was a transformed being, and his deep, mellow voice would hush the most inveterate whisperers. For 11 years, Starr King remained pastor of the Hollis Street Church. During the last years of his pastorate, he was much in demand as a lecturer, and his voice was heard in all the principal cities as far west as Chicago. His lecture, Substance and Show, deserves to rank with Wendell Phillips' The Lost Arts. In truth, it is very much like Phillips's lecture. In The Lost Arts, Phillips tells in easy conversational way of the wonderful things that once existed, and Starr King relates in the same manner the story of some of the wonderful things that are right here and all around us. It reveals the mind of the man, his manner and thought, as well as any of his productions. The great speech is an evolution, and this lecture, given many times in the Eastern States under various titles, did not touch really high water mark until King reached California and had cut loose from manuscript and tradition. An extract seems in order. Most persons, doubtless, if you place before them a paving stone and a slip of paper with some writing on it, would not hesitate to say that there is as much more substance in the rock than in the paper as there is heaviness. Yet they might make a great mistake. Suppose that the slip of paper contains the sentence, "God is love," or "Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself," or "All men have moral rights by reason of heavenly parentage," then the paper represents more force and substance than the stone. Heaven and earth may pass away, but such words can never die out or become less real. The word substance means that which stands under and supports anything else. Whatever then creates, upholds, classifies anything which our senses behold, though we cannot handle, see, taste, or smell it, is more substantial than the object itself. In this way, the soul which vivifies, moves, and supports the body is a more potent substance than the hard bones and heavy flesh which it vitalizes. A 10-pound weight falling on your head affects you unpleasantly as substance, much more so than a leaf of the New Testament, if dropped in the same direction. But there is a way in which a page of the New Testament may fall upon a nation and split it, or infuse itself into its bulk and give it strength and permanence. We should be careful, therefore, what test we adopt in order to decide the relative stability of things. There is a very general tendency to deny that ideal forces have any practical power. But there have been several thinkers whose skepticism has an opposite direction. We cannot, they say, attribute external reality to the sensations we feel. We need not wonder that this theory has failed to convince the unmetaphysical common sense of people that a stone post is merely a stubborn thought, and that the bite of a dog is nothing but an acquaintance with a pugnacious, four-footed conception. When a man falls downstairs, it is not easy to convince him that his thought simply tumbles along an inclined series of perceptions, and comes to a conclusion that breaks his head. Least of all can you induce a man to believe that the scolding of his wife is nothing but the buzzing of his own waspish thoughts, and her too free use of his purse only the loss of some golden fancies from his memory. We are all safe against such idealism as Bishop Berkeley reasoned out so logically. Byron's refutation of it is neat and witty. When Bishop Berkeley says there is no matter, it is no matter what Bishop Berkeley says. And yet, by more satisfactory evidence than that which the idealists propose, we are warned against confounding the conception of substance with matter, and confining it to things we can see and grasp. Science steps in and shows us that the physical system of things leans on spirit. We talk of the world of matter, but there is no such world. Everything about us is a mixture or marriage of matter and spirit. A world of matter, where there would be no motion, no force, no form, no order, no beauty, in the universe as it now is, organization meets us at every step and wherever we look. Organization implies spirit, something that rules, disposes, penetrates, and vivifies matter. See what a sermon astronomy preaches as to the substantial power of invisible things. If the visible universe is so stupendous, what shall we think of the unseen force and vitality in whose arms all its splendors rest? There is no gigantic Atlas, as the Greeks fancied, that upholds the celestial sphere. All the constellations are kept from falling by an impalpable energy that uses no muscles and no masonry. The ancient mathematician Archimedes once said, "Give me a foot of ground outside the globe to stand upon, and I will make a lever that will lift the world." The invisible lever of gravitation, however, without any fulcrum or purchase, does lift the globe, and makes it waltz, too, with its blond lunar partner, 1,200 miles a minute to the music of the sun. Aye, and heaves sun and systems and Milky Way in majestic cotillions on its ethereal floor. You grasp an iron ball and call it hard, but it is not the iron that is hard, but cohesive force that packs the particles of metal into intense sociability. Let the force abate, and the same metal becomes like mush. Let it disappear, and the ball is a heap of powder which your breath scatters in the air. If the cohesive energy in nature should get tired and unclench its grasp of matter, our earth would instantly become a great slump, so that which we tread on is not material substance, but matter braced up by a spiritual substance, for which it serves as the form and show. All the peculiarities of rock and glass, diamond, ice, and crystal are due to the working of unseen military forces that employ themselves underground, in caverns, beneath rivers, in mountain crypts, and through the coldest nights, drilling companies of atoms into crystalline battalions and squares, and every caprice of a fantastic order. When we turn to the vegetable kingdom, is not the revelation still more wonderful? The forms which we see grow out of substances and are supported by forces which we do not see. The stuff out of which all vegetable appearances are made is reducible to oxygen, hydrogen, carbon, and nitrogen. How does it happen that this common stock is worked up in such different ways? Why is a lily woven out of it in one place, and a dahlia in another, a grapevine here, and a honeysuckle there, the orange in Italy, the palm in Egypt, the olive in Greece, and the pine in Maine? Simply because a subtile force of a peculiar kind is at work wherever any vegetable structure adorns the ground, and takes to itself its favorite robe. We have outgrown the charming fancy of the Greeks that every tree has its dryad that lives in it, animates it, and dies when the tree withers. But we ought, for the truth's sake, to believe that a life spirit inhabits every flower and shrub, and protects it against the prowling forces of destruction. Look at a full-sized oak, the rooted leviathan of the fields. Judging by your senses and by the scales, you would say that the substance of the noble tree was its bulk of bark and bough and branch and leaves and sap, the cords of woody and moist matter that compose it and make it heavy. But really its substance is that which makes it an oak, that which weaves its bark and glues it to the stem, and wraps its rings of fresh wood around the trunk every year, and pushes out its boughs, and clothes its twigs with breathing leaves, and sucks up nutriment from the soil continually, and makes the roots clench the ground with their fibrous fingers as a purchase against the storm, and at last holds aloft its tons of matter against the constant tug and wrath of gravitation, and swings its Briarean arms in triumph in defiance of the gale. Were it not for this energetic essence that crouches in the acorn and stretches its limbs every year, there would be no oak. The matter that clothes it would enjoy its stupid slumber, and when the forest monarch stands up in his sinewy, lordliest pride, let the pervading life power and its vassal forces that weigh nothing at all be annihilated, and the whole structure would wither in a second to inorganic dust. So every gigantic fact in nature is the index and vesture of a gigantic force. Everything which we call organization that spots the landscape of nature is a revelation of secret force that has been wedded to matter, and if the spiritual powers that have thus domesticated themselves around us should be cancelled, the whole planet would be a huge desert of Sahara, a bleak sandball without shrub, grass blade, or moss. As we rise in the scale of forces towards greater subtlety, the forces become more important and efficient. Water is more intimately concerned with life than rock, air higher in the rank of service than water, electric and magnetic agencies more powerful than air, and light, the most delicate, is the supreme magician of all. Just think how much expenditure of mechanical strength is necessary to water a city in the hot summer months. What pumping and tugging and wearisome trudging of horses with the great sprinklers over the tedious pavement. But see by what beautiful and noiseless force nature waters the world. The sun looks steadily on the ocean, and its beams lift lakes of water into the air, tossing it up thousands of feet with their delicate fingers, and carefully picking every grain of salt from it before they let it go. No granite reservoirs are needed to hold in the cockituates and crotons of the atmosphere, but the soft outlines of the clouds hem in the vast weight of the upper tides that are to cool the globe, and the winds harness themselves as steeds to the silken cauldrons, and hurry them along through space, while they disperse their rivers of moisture from their great height so lightly that seldom a violet is crushed by the rudeness with which the stream descends. Our conceptions of strength and endurance are so associated with visible implements and mechanical arrangements that it is hard to divorce them, and yet the stream of electric fire that splits an ash is not a ponderable thing, and the way in which the lodestone reaches the 10-pound weight and makes it jump is not perceptible. You would think the man had pretty good molars that should gnaw a spike like a stick of candy, but a bottle of innocent-looking hydrogen gas will chew up a piece of bar iron as though it were some favorite Cavendish. The prominent lesson of science to men, therefore, is faith in the intangible and invisible. Shall we talk of matter as the great reality of the world, the prominent substance? It is nothing but the battleground of terrific forces. Every particle of matter, the chemists tell us, is strained up to its last degree of endurance. The glistening bead of dew from which the daisy gently nurses its strength, and which a sunbeam may dissipate, is the globular compromise of antagonistic powers that would shake this building in their unchained rage. And so every atom of matter is the slave of imperious masters that never let it alone. It is nursed and caressed, next bandied about, and soon cuffed and kicked by its invisible overseers. Poor atoms! No abolition societies will ever free them from their bondage. No colonization movement waft them to any physical Liberia. For every particle of matter is bound by eternal fealty to some spiritual lords, to be pinched by one and squeezed by another and torn asunder by a third, now to be painted by this and now blistered by that, now tormented with heat and soon chilled with cold, hurried from the Arctic Circle to sweat at the equator, and then sent on an errand to the southern pole, forced through transmigrations of fish, fowl, and flesh, and if in some corner of creation the poor thing finds leisure to die, searched out and whipped to life again, and kept in its constant round. Thus the stuff that we weigh, handle, and tread upon is only the show of invisible substances, the facts over which subtle and mighty forces rule. Starr King was that kind of plant which needs to be repotted in order to make it flower at its very best. Events kept tugging to loosen his tendrils from his early environments. People who live on Boston Bay like to remain there. We have all heard of the good woman who died and went to heaven, and after a short sojourn there was asked how she liked it, and she sighed and said, "Ah, yes, it is very beautiful, but it isn't East Somerville." Had Starr King consented to remain in Boston, he might have held his charge against the ravages of time, secreted a curate, taken on a becoming buffer of adipose, and glided off by imperceptible degrees onto the superannuated list. But early in that historic month of April, 1861, he set sail for California, having accepted a call from the First Unitarian Church of San Francisco. This was his first trip to the Pacific coast, but New England people had preceded him, and not being able to return, they wanted Boston to come to them. The journey was made by the way of Panama, without any special event. The pilot who met the ship outside of Golden Gate bore them to the first news that Sumter had been fired upon, and the bombardment was at the time when the ship that bore Starr King was only a few miles from South Carolina's coast. With prophetic vision, Starr King saw the struggle that was to come, and the words of Webster, uttered many years before, rushed to his lips. "When my eyes shall be turned to behold for the last time the sun in heaven, may I not see him shining on the broken and dishonored fragments of a once glorious Union. on states dissevered, discordant, belligerent, on a land rent with civil feuds, or drenched, it may be, in fraternal blood. Let their last feeble and lingering glance rather behold the gorgeous ensign of the Republic, now known and honored through the earth, still full high advanced, its arms and trophies streaming in their original lustre, not a stripe erased or polluted, nor a single star obscured, bearing for its motto no such miserable interrogatory as, "What is all this worth?" nor those other words of delusion and folly, "Liberty first and union afterwards," but everywhere, spread over all in characters of living light, blazing on all its ample folds as they float over the sea and over the land and in every wind under the whole heavens, that other sentiment dear to every true American heart, liberty and union, now and forever one and inseparable. The landing was made on Saturday, and the following day Starr King spoke for the first time in California. An hour before the service was to begin, the church was wedged tight. The preacher had much difficulty in making his way through the dense mass of humanity to reach the pulpit. "Is that the man?" went up the smothered exclamation, as Starr King reached the platform and faced his audience. His slight, slender figure and boyish face were plainly a disappointment, but this was not to last. The preacher had prepared a sermon, such a sermon as he had given many times to well-dressed, orderly, and cultured Boston. And if this California audience was surprised, the speaker also was no less. The men to women were as 7 to 1. He saw before him a sea of bronzed and bearded faces, earnest, attentive, and hungry for truth. There were occasional marks of dissipation and the riot of the senses, softened by excess into penitence, whipped out and homesick. There were miners in red flannel shirts, sailors, soldiers in uniform, and soldiers of fortune. The preacher looked at the motley mass in a vain attempt to pick out his old friends from New England. The genteel, slightly blasé quality of culture that leans back in its cushioned pew and courteously waits to be instructed was not there. These people did not lean back. They leaned forward, and with parted lips they listened for every word. There was no choir, and when an old familiar hymn was lined off by a volunteer who knew his business, that great audience arose and sang as though it would shake the rafters of heaven. Those who go down to the sea in ships sing. Shepherds who tend their flocks by night sing. Men in the forest or those who follow the trackless plains sing. Congregational singing is most popular among those who live far apart. To get together and sing is a solace. Loneliness, separation, and heart hunger all drive men into song. These men, many of them far from home, lifted up their voices, and the sounds surged through that church, and echoed, surged again, and caught even the preacher in their winding waves. He started in to give one sermon, and gave another. The audience, the time, the place acted upon him. Oratory is essentially a pioneer product, a rustic article. Great sermons and great speeches are given only to people who have come from afar. Starr King forgot his manuscript and pulpit manners. His deep voice throbbed and pulsed with emotion, and the tensity of the times was upon him. Without once referring directly to Sumter, his address was a call to arms. He spoke for an hour, and when he sat down he knew that he had won. The next Sunday the place was again packed, and then followed urgent invitations that he should speak during the week in a larger hall. California was trembling in the balances, and orators were not wanting to give out the arguments of Calhoun. They showed that the right of secession was plainly provided for in the Constitution. Lincoln's call for troops was coldly received, and from several San Francisco pulpits, Orthodox clergymen were expressing deep regret that the president was plunging the country into civil war. The heart of Starr King burned with shame. To him there was but one side to this question. The Union must be preserved. One man who had known King in Massachusetts wrote back home, saying, "You would not know Starr King. He is not the orderly man of genteel culture you once had in Boston. He is a torrent of eloquence, so heartfelt, so convincing, so powerful, that when he speaks on Sunday afternoon out on the sandhills, he excites the multitude into a whirlwind of applause, with a basso undertone of dissent, which, however, seems to grow gradually less." Loyalty to the Union was to him the one vital issue. His fight was not with individuals. He made no personal issues. And in several joint debates his courteous treatment of his adversary won converts for his cause. He took pains to say that personally he had only friendship and pity for the individuals who upheld secession and slavery. "The man in the wrong needs friends as never before, since he has ceased to be his own. Do we blame a blind man whom we see rushing towards a precipice?" From that first Sunday he preached in San Francisco, his life was an ovation wherever he went. Wherever he was advertised to speak, multitudes were there to hang upon his words. He spoke in all the principal towns of California, and often on the plains, in the mountains, or by the seashore, men would gather from hundreds of miles to hear him. He gave himself, and before he had been in California a year, the state was safe for the Union, and men and treasure were being sent to Lincoln's aid. The fame of Starr King reached the president, and he found time to write several letters to the orator, thanking him for what he had done. It was in one of these letters that Lincoln wrote, "The only sermons I have ever been able to read and enjoy are those of John Murray," a statement which some have attempted to smile away as showing the rail-splitter's astute diplomacy. Starr King gave his life to the cause. He as much died for the Union as though he had fallen stricken by flying lead upon the field. And he knew what he was doing, but in answer to his warning friends, he said, "I have only one life to live, and now is my time to spend it." For 3 years, lacking 2 months, he spoke and preached several times every week. All he made and all he was, he freely gave. For that frail frame, this life of intensity had but one end. The Emancipation Proclamation had been issued, but Lee's surrender was yet to be. "May I live to see unity and peace for my country," was the constant prayer of the devoted preacher. Starr King died March 4th, 1864, aged 40 years. The closing words of his lecture on Socrates might well be applied to himself. Down the river of life, by its Athenian banks, he had floated upon his raft of reason serene, in cloudy as in smiling weather. And now the night is rushing down, and he has reached the mouth of the stream, and the great ocean is before him, dim heaving in the dusk. But he betrays no fear. There is land ahead, he thought. Eternal continents there are, that rise in constant light beyond the gloom. He trusted still in the raft his soul had built, and with a brave farewell to his true friends who stood by him on the shore, he put out into the darkness, a moral Columbus, trusting in his haven on the faith of an idea. End of section 17.